An incomparably huge spaceship was flying in the chaos. The entire spaceship was 10,000 meters in size and was emitting a metallic luster. The powerful power of technology made its speed extremely terrifying. The entire spaceship was filled with dreams. At the same time, within the spaceship, there were more than 10 figures sitting inside. There were fine wine, delicious food, and some small pets in the ruler realm. Haha, Patriarch of the Tsongtian sect, I received a message from someone in the Six Paths universe. More than 10 experts were sitting in a palace. An old man was holding a communication device. When he saw the message, he suddenly smiled and said to a middle-aged man in the center. The middle-aged man in the center was tall and sturdy. His whole body was covered in golden light. He had a pair of golden pupils. There was a golden pupil between his brows. This golden pupil contained a powerful pressure. This wasn't an eye, but an extremely powerful heavenly yuan destiny treasure. There was also a woman in the middle-aged man's arms. The woman was mature and beautiful. Her stomach was slightly bulging. The aura of the woman was also extremely powerful. She was in existence at the control level. Oh? The Six Paths universe sent news? Hehe, what news? Aotsong Tian looked at the old man and asked with a smile. The powerhouses of the Six Paths universe sent news that they want to talk to you at the Six Paths universe's Muli tribe. The old man said, Haha. Go and have a talk with them? Alright, let's have a talk. Aotsong Tian said with a smile. Haha, Patriarch of the Tsong Heaven sect. If we can't have a good talk, then we have a good talk. At this moment, for middle-aged elders who were emitting special energy looked at the Patriarch of the Tsong Heaven sect and said with a smile. Of course, I am determined to get the wood element heavenly fate treasure. When the child in Mulan's belly is born, I will prepare a big gift for him. Ha ha! Aotsong Heaven laughed and gently stroked his wife's belly. Hee. The woman called Mulan smiled and her face was full of smiles. If the Six Paths universe doesn't know what's good for them, then destroy them all. When the time comes, the Six Paths universe will belong to your belief universe. You can also use your methods to help me lock onto the wood element heavenly fate treasure. Aotsong Tian continued. All right. The 4 control-level heavenly creation great beings from the belief universes nodded with smiles on their faces. They believed in the universe and had a good relationship with the Tsongtian universe to begin with. Their relationship with Aotsong Tian was good. This cooperation was also a one-hit deal. If the Six Paths universes were willing to obediently hand over the heavenly creation true treasure, then their belief universes didn't care. They could treat it as a good relationship with Aotsong Tian. If they weren't willing to hand it over, then that would be even better. Get someone to pass a message to the experts of the Six Paths universes. Tell them to prepare the heavenly yuan destiny true treasure. Otherwise, I will slaughter the entire Six Paths universe and lead the Six Paths universe to disappear. Aotsong Tian looked at the old man and ordered. It's the ancestor of the Tsong Heaven sect. The old man nodded. The spaceship continued to fly unscrupulously in the direction of the Six Paths universe. Soon, the spaceship entered the Six Paths universe. The Patriarch of the Tsongtian sect and the rest obtained the location of the Muli tribe and rushed over. Dragon King, Aotsong Tian sent a message to tell us to prepare the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan creation. Otherwise, they will slaughter the living beings in our Six Paths universe and make the Six Paths universe disappear completely. In the main hall of the Muli tribe, the undead received the message and spoke to Wuxia with an embarrassed expression. Now that the experts from the belief universe are involved, if a war really breaks out, the belief universe will definitely participate in the war. They will absorb the power of belief from our Six Paths universe and make the disciples of our Six Paths universe become their puppets. Tusha City spoke with a gloomy expression. Wait for them to come over. Wuxia heard their words and spoke calmly. Wuxia really didn't care about the proud heaven and the experts from the belief universe. When the time came, if the other party couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, then it just so happened that the resources of the Dragon Palace were almost exhausted. When the time came, he could get some resources. Dragon King, this is the communication device from the land of origin. There is some information about the Tsong Heaven universe and the belief universe on it. The undead waved his arm and floated a communication device in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and took it over to check it out. The land of origin was a gathering place for the strong practitioners of the heaven's origin. As time passed and there were more strong practitioners, there would naturally be a communication device. From the communication device, Wang Xian had a simple understanding of the Zhang Heaven universe. 12 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. Their strength is similar to the former 9 origin universe. The strongest one, Ao Zhang Heaven, has a treasure in the heaven's origin realm. Wang Xian watched and pondered in his heart. In addition, he checked some information about the belief universe. The overall strength of the belief universe was stronger than the Zhang Heaven universe. This was because there were currently 2 universes in the belief universe. The Holy Palace in the 24 palaces also had existences on the level of Great Tao. Of course, the belief universe's 24 palaces were not united. Many of them fought for themselves. Wang Xian looked at the information and did not take it seriously. In the following period of time, he followed Tianxi around the Muli tribe. More than 200 years later, the spirits of the dead sent news that Ao Zhangtian and the rest had entered the Six Paths universe. It wouldn't be long before they arrived at the Muli tribe. When the time comes, give them a good welcome, Wang Xian said faintly. Seeing the Dragon King was so calm, the spirits of the dead Sand City's golden leopard and the rest felt a little more at ease. Perhaps the Dragon King had his own trump card. Furthermore, they also knew that the universe where the Dragon King was located was very powerful. Perhaps the Dragon King could find a powerful helper. A few hundred years passed once again. Foster father, according to our investigation, the spaceship Ao Zhangtian and the rest are in the range of the Muli tribe. They should be arriving soon. On this day, Tianxi came to the palace and reported to Wang Xian. All right, we will wait for them from above. Wang Xian nodded his head. At this moment, he also felt something and looked in one direction. Wang Xian smiled and flew directly to the sky. Tianxi immediately followed behind. The 3 of them, who had been staying in the Muli tribe, immediately flew to the sky. They looked to the right. In their line of sight, a spaceship was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. The gigantic spaceship emitted a terrifying aura. The front of the spaceship unfolded, revealing part of the space inside. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of stepping on metal could be heard as figures walked out from the spaceship one after another. Wang Xian and the rest were floating in the air. They were quietly looking at the figures walking out from the spaceship in front of them. 13 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. When the figures appeared within their time limit, the expressions of the spirits of the dead and the rest changed slightly as they spoke. 1 Tao level, 7 control level, and 5 beginner level. They are very strong. Wang Xian looked at the 13 figures who walked out. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, this force was indeed very strong. Among them, his gaze swept across the 4 middle-aged elders. Wang Xian could feel the power of faith from their bodies. These 4 middle-aged elders were all at the control level. In addition, the middle-aged man in the lead was holding a woman who was at the control level. Beside him were 2 old men who were also at the control level. It had to be said that this was an extremely powerful force. It was slightly stronger than the previous 9 origin universe. Hong! 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 The moment the group of experts led by Ao Zhangtian stepped out of the spaceship, an extremely terrifying energy swept down from their bodies. A suppressive force swept downwards. The spirits of the dead who were bestowed by heaven felt this terrifying suppressive force and their faces turned pale instantly. They looked at the 13 powerhouses in front of them and their expressions were abnormally ugly. Dragon King, you said that they are very strong. Can we withstand it? The spirits of the dead could not help but ask Wang Xian as their expressions changed. He knew that the other party was very strong, but he didn't expect that the other party was so strong. There were 7 people at the mastery level. What kind of concept was this? If they were to pull out 3 of them, they would need the 6 paths universes to go all out. Not to mention, there were even stronger existences. These 13 powerhouses could easily destroy their 6 paths universes. What's going on? What a terrifying pressure. Look up there. Lord Tianxi and Lord Undead are all up there. No, the Dragon King is also up there. Who are the experts that came down from the spaceship? Why are they emitting such a powerful pressure?
Below, the disciples of the Mu-Li tribe felt the sudden pressure and their expressions changed drastically.
They looked up in shock. The other party directly used the pressure. I'm afraid some of them are not friendly. I don't know what they are up to. Those 13 experts who came down from the spaceship seem to be in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. Hiss, what are they up to? Don't be afraid. Since the Dragon King is here, there shouldn't be a problem. Some of the powerful disciples of the Mu-Li tribe discussed below and their expressions changed slightly. Especially Tianxi's mother and family members. They were even more anxious.
You should have received the news. Do you guys want to hand over the treasure or do you want to die?
Ao Tsongtian stared at Tianxi and said condescendingly. He swept his gaze across and looked at Wang Xian. Hehe. You even found a helper? Ao Tsongtian. Aren't you being a little too overbearing by directly asking for Tianqi's Heaven's Destiny treasure? Do you really think that we are easy to bully?
The undead stared at Ao Tsongtian and said with an embarrassed expression,
It's rare for someone like you to directly snatch the Heaven's Destiny treasure. Wang Xian stared at Ao Tsongtian and said indifferently. The current Wang Xian had the power of chaos to conceal his aura. Whatever aura he wanted to reveal would be the same aura. Even with a powerful investigative treasure, it was impossible to find out Wang Xian's background. According to Ao Tsongtian's perception, Wang Xian's strength was only at the control level.
He didn't take it seriously at all.
He, a wood-attributed ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin just happens to be compatible with the attributes of our future young master. It's also a perfect gift for our young master when he was born. Beside Ao Tsongtian, a middle-aged man sneered and said, We have already prepared you in advance. Now we will give you 1 minute to consider.
In 1 minute, if you don't hand over the treasure, all the creatures below will die,
he said with a sinister face and a smile. What? They are here to snatch our Lord Tianxi's heavenly fate treasure.
Who are they?
Who are they?
They want to snatch our Lord Tianxi's treasure and they are still so arrogant.
Below them, all the strong disciples of the Mu-Li tribe could hear their words clearly.
This made them look shocked.
The wood element heavenly fate treasure is more suitable for my future son. Hand it over. I don't want to kill too much, nor do I want to be stained with too much blood. It's unlucky. The pregnant woman beside Ao Tsongtian said with a smile. I hope that you can reject it. If that's the case, the army of our belief universe will be able to kill their way over and turn the Six Paths universe into our belief universe.
A palace master from the belief universe beside them said with a chuckle. They were watching indifferently from the side.
My patience is limited. It's your choice whether I choose to die or hand in the treasure. Ao Tsongtian looked down at them and said coldly.
Interesting, really interesting.
Wang Xian heard their words and laughed. He looked at Ao Tsongtian and said, Ao Tsongtian from the Tsong Heaven universe, right? Do you know that Mu Lishianxi is the adopted son of this Dragon King?
Ao Tsongtian and the rest were slightly stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words.
They stared at Wang Xian with a look of astonishment in their eyes.
He actually dared to be so unbridled in front of them? Did he have a powerful trump card or something?
I don't care who you are. If you dare to get involved in this mess, you must be prepared to die. Ao Tsongtian stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, Very good. In that case, I, the Dragon King, have decided to destroy your universe. Wang Xian said calmly.
He looked at Ao Tsongtian above him with a look of disdain.
Boom.
He slowly extended his arm.
Before Ao Tsongtian and the rest could even react, Ao Tsongtian's figure disappeared. He didn't disappear.
Instead, he came straight to Wang Xian from the sky. Let's start with you. How dare you hit my adopted son?
What a joke. Wang Xian stared at Ao Tsongtian, whose eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Ao Tsongtian's figure appeared in Wang Xian's hands instantly. All the powerhouses didn't react in time.
Even Ao Tsongtian himself.
When he felt his neck being strangled by a palm, when he felt his body being completely restrained. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. His heart was beating violently. If his body wasn't being imprisoned, he would definitely be trembling nonstop. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What was going on? How was this possible? He was a great Tao expert, and he had a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure. However, he was actually grabbed by a great Tao expert in an instant. What level was it that could make him unable to react in time? At this moment, he sensed that the young man, who he thought was only at the control level, reached out to grab the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure between his brows. An intense sound rang out. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist at all. The terrifying suppressive force made him unable to even speak. He could feel that the ultimate treasure of heaven's origin that was located between his brows was about to be taken away by him. It was about to be taken away by him. A metal-attributed ultimate treasure of heaven's origin. Not bad. Wang Xian stared at the ultimate treasure of heaven's origin that was located between his brows and commented indifferently. The strength of this proud heaven was only at the great Tao level plus 1 control level. However, what about Wang Xian's current strength? Chaos level plus 1 great Tao level, 1 control level, and 1 beginner level. Wang Xian was much stronger than him. Furthermore, Ao Tsangtian and the rest were very close to Wang Xian. In Wang Xian's opinion, this was undoubtedly an act of courting death. Since they were so close to him, as long as he made a slight move, he would be able to grab them instantly. He smiled as he looked at this metal-type ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. This ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation was indeed not bad. Wang Xian could use it. Although there was a limit to the number of ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin creation that every powerhouse could control. There was only one attack-type ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation that could be controlled. But now, the Void Disk, this attack-type ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation, was controlled by the Void Divine Dragon. It had no effect on Wang Xian's actual body. He could still control an attack-type ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. Of course, with this external force, Wang Xian could only control an additional ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. But this was not a small improvement. After all, an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation was equivalent to an increase in the combat strength of a control level. Wang Xian accepted this treasure with a smile. This is impossible. This is impossible. Husband. In the sky, the strong disciples from the Tsang Heaven universe and the Belief universe were stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The woman next to Ao Tsangtian was the first to react. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at this scene in disbelief. She cried out involuntarily. The 4 control-level experts from the Belief universe also felt a chill in their hearts. A horrified expression appeared on their faces. How is this possible? What level of experts could instantly kill a great Tao-level existence? Could it be? Their pupils constricted slightly as they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes were filled with fear. They knew that they had offended an existence that they could not afford to offend. Crack. At this moment, Wang Xian removed the heaven's origin creation treasure from Ao Tsangtian's glabella. He stared at him and said, "I will accept this heaven's origin creation treasure with a smile. You can die now." Bang. Wang Xian stared at him and clenched his fist lightly. An extremely terrifying energy enveloped him instantly. The life force of Ao Tsangtian disappeared rapidly. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept Ao Tsangtian's corpse. Run! At this moment, the 4 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the Belief universe were horrified. They shouted in shock. Run! They encountered an existence at the chaos level. An invincible existence. Even if all of them joined forces, they were still no match for him. Furthermore, they did not want to provoke the 4 controlling level powerhouses of the Belief universe. If you can escape, you can't escape from the temple. Wang Xian looked at their fleeing figures and said calmly. He did not stop them because there was no need to stop them. Right now, he wanted to destroy all the powerhouses of the Tsang Heaven universe. Since he had decided to destroy the Tsang Heaven universe, he could not kill the powerhouses of the Belief universe unscrupulously for the time being. If they were to join forces, it would be a huge problem to destroy them all. The belief universe was very strong. Even if they were to join forces with the firmament universe, Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace would not be able to destroy them. Therefore, he did not stop the powerhouses of the belief universe from escaping. However, he would not let them off. When the 4 control-level powerhouses of the belief universe escaped, in the Tsang Heaven universe, there were only 3 control-level powerhouses and 5 beginner-level powerhouses. Wang Xian looked at them, his eyes filled with coldness. This. The other 8 heaven origin creation-level powerhouses were stunned. Gulp. At the side, the undead could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were also filled with astonishment. What was the Dragon King's strength? It was the great Tao level of Ao Tsang Tian. He instantly killed it. Could it be the legendary Chaos level? They had never even seen such a level before. Moreover, they had never heard of the existence of the Chaos realm in the land of origin. Now, a living Chaos-level powerhouse was right in front of them. Furthermore, this was Mu Lishianxi's foster father. This? The true strength of the Dragon King was actually so terrifying. Not only were the undead and the rest shocked by Wang Xian's strength, even Tianxi was a little dumbfounded. In the past, he knew that his foster father's strength was only at the Great Tao level. Now, he had actually reached the Chaos level. This? It's your turn. Wang Xian stared at the other group of Heaven's origin manifestation powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe and said indifferently, "Buzz." Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the woman's body trembled violently. Without any hesitation, a red cloth strip appeared in his hand. The red cloth strip enveloped him. This was a powerful escape treasure. Buzz. However, the energy on Wang Xian's body trembled slightly. The red cloth in his hand collapsed immediately. You want to escape in front of me? Wang Xian stared at the woman and said faintly, "Didn't you say that you wanted to snatch the heaven-bestowed, heaven-blessed treasure for your child? In my opinion, you should die together with your husband and your child. Resist. Run." At the side, an old man at the control level was on the verge of breaking down as he shouted loudly. They wanted to escape. Boom. 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 The heaven origin powerhouses in the universe were on the verge of collapse. However, their hearts were filled with fear and despair. They still wanted to live. They unleashed powerful attacks one by one and fled into the distance. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wang Xian looked at them with a look of disdain. He waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped everyone within. Wang Xian's figure also disappeared in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heaven's origin manifestation powerhouses and placed his palm on their heads. The terrifying power caused their vitality to disappear immediately. The Heaven's origin manifestation powerhouses in the prideful universe did not have the ability to resist at all. Perhaps if they didn't flee and fought head-on, they might be able to resist for a few seconds. However, all of this couldn't change this fact. It's your turn. After destroying the group of Heaven origin creation realm powerhouses, Wang Xian finally looked at the woman and said faintly, "You can't kill me. Please don't kill me. I beg you, please don't kill me." The woman was on the verge of collapse and begged Wang Xian for mercy. Strength comes first. If you are strong, you can kill my foster son. You can force him to hand over the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Unfortunately, my strength is stronger than yours now. Wang Xian stared at her and asked indifferently. Boom. He didn't show the slightest mercy and killed her directly. Her child was also dead in the womb. This was also karma. If Tianxi was unwilling to hand over the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, the entire Six Paths universe would be plunged into misery. Countless living beings would die because of this. They deserved to die. Foster father, when did you become so strong? All the powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe were killed by Wang Xian in a short period of time. Tianxi widened his eyes and flew over immediately. He asked with a face full of shock. Hee, it was not long ago. Wang Xian smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Next, get ready for battle. Go to the Tsang Heaven universe and destroy them all. Tianxi paused when he heard Wang Xian's words. His pupils constricted slightly.
Foster father, are we really going to destroy that Song Heaven universe? Yes, we have already formed an enmity. Are we still going to let them live?
Wang Xian nodded. Besides, the resources of the Dragon Palace are almost used up. Let's destroy the universe and get some resources.
This, foster father, do we have to destroy all the living beings?
Tianci opened his mouth and could not help but ask.
How can that be?
Your foster father is not a murderer who kills innocents. However, all the resources and those who are above level 7 and above must die. Wang Xian said.
That's right. Although Wang Xian would not say that he would massacre all the living beings in the entire universe, those who were at or above level 7 would have to die. This was also to prevent the Song Heaven universe from taking revenge on them and the Six Paths universe in the future. If they did not get rid of the root of the problem, the spring wind would blow again.
In addition, he would do what he did in the Void universe back then and plunder all the resources in the Song Heaven universe.
This was the price they had to pay for killing Tianci.
Without Tianci's death, even if Wang Xian was very powerful now, he would not slaughter an unfamiliar universe master for no reason. The Dragon Palace did not take the initiative to provoke others. However, if the other party provoked them, they would have to pay a terrible price. Yes, foster father.
Tianci nodded his head heavily. Mem, let me look for the treasures on their bodies. There should be a treasure that can allow them to return to the Song Heaven universe in an instant. Wang Xian searched the bodies of Ao Songtian and the rest.
On Ao Songtian's body, he found a treasure that could allow them to return to the Song Heaven universe in an instant.
Buzz.
He sent a message to Enlai and waited quietly. Hiss, did you guys see that? Did you see that? Oh my god. Just now, our Lord Tianci's foster father killed 9 cultivators in the heavenly Yuan realm in an instant. The other 4 were so scared that they ran away. Oh my god. How is this possible? Those 13 cultivators in the heavenly Yuan realm are obviously very powerful. Our Lord Tianci and Lord Undead are not their match. But these people were killed in an instant in front of the Dragon King. How powerful is the Dragon King? It's too shocking, too shocking. My god. How terrifying is our Lord Tianci's foster father? Just how powerful is he? Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is too awesome. Those 13 heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses actually dared to directly charge into our Six Paths universe and ask our Lord Tianci to hand over the heavenly Kismet treasure. They even said that if we didn't hand it over, they would directly slaughter our entire Six Paths universe. Aren't they arrogant now?
Our Lord Tianci's foster father easily killed them. The Dragon King's thigh is simply too thick. Woo-woo, our Lord Tianci being able to form an affinity with the Dragon King is simply the greatest honor and opportunity for our Mu Li tribe. At this moment, all the experts of the Mu Li tribe below were originally looking at this scene with fear and trepidation.
However, when they saw this result, their faces were filled with disbelief. The 13 experts charged towards them with an invincible and condescending attitude. They wanted their Lord Tianci to hand over the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure. They wanted to destroy their Six Paths universe. What was the result? Aren't they arrogant now? They dared to kill our Lord Tianci. Don't they know that our Lord Tianci's foster father is the Dragon King? The invincible Dragon King. They were all shocked and surprised as they discussed.
The experts of the Mu Li tribe were also excited. They were stronger and knew that they were strong and weak in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm.
But now, the strength that their Lord Tianci's foster father displayed was invincible.
Yes, invincible.
This made them extremely excited.
Just what level did their Mu Li tribe obtain?
Buzz. However, while the Mu Li tribe's experts were discussing animatedly, in a palace located in the Mu Li tribe, terrifying figures appeared one after another, for incomparably huge Kuan.
A group of dragon palace's divine dragons. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura as they slowly flew to the sky.
Kiki, Dragon King, I heard that someone killed the Crown Prince of Tianci. Which universe is reckless? Let's go and kill them. Mo Sha's excited voice was heard.
The group of experts from the Dragon Palace quickly arrived in front of Wang Xian. All of them were excited.
On the side of the experts from the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian had already told them to prepare in advance. After all, there were experts who had killed Tianci. It was impossible for Wang Xian not to kill his way into their universe.
Therefore, when he sent a message to Enlai, 15 powerhouses from the Dragon Palace who were in the heavenly Yuan realm immediately teleported over.
Hiss, what is this?
Are these the subordinates of the Dragon Palace? Oh my god, is this the power of the Dragon Palace?
A total of 15 terrifying powerhouses flew over, each of them in the heavenly Yuan realm.
The power of the Dragon Palace is so terrifying. This time, the group of people who want to snatch our Lord Tianxi's treasures are going to be unlucky. I'm afraid they would never have thought that our Lord Tianxi has such a terrifying foster father.
Ha ha ha. It's so exciting to see the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace coming straight at us. Damn it. They dare to kill our Lord Tianxi and steal his treasure. Don't they know who our Lord Tianxi's foster father is? The strength of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King is simply invincible.
When all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace arrived, all the powerhouses and disciples of the Muli tribe were in an uproar. They looked at the powerful warriors of the Dragon Palace with shock and excitement.
Although the Dragon Palace was not part of the Six Paths universe, it had a lot to do with the Muli tribe. Lord Tianxi of the Muli tribe was the adopted son of the Dragon King, who had watched him grow up. If there was any problem with the Muli tribe, the Dragon King would intervene. In the future, in the universe, no, even if it was a catastrophe, who would dare to bully their Muli tribe? This terrifying power? The spirits of the dead and the others looked at the 15 powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, and their pupils constricted slightly.
Their faces were also filled with shock. Especially the powerhouse who spoke at the front, the spirits of the dead could feel a strong threat from him.
This threat was similar to what they felt from Ao Tsongtian.
This is an existence on the same level as Ao Tsongtian.
The undead were slightly shocked. At the same time, they looked at Tianxi with envy.
It was too enviable.
This is the chosen one of our Six Paths universe. Jin Bao could not help but exclaim.
The chosen one. When he was born, he was accompanied by a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure.
He also met the Dragon King of the Nine Origin universe. Most importantly, the Dragon King didn't take away his precious treasure, but instead recognized him as his adopted son. Now, with this invincible foster father, if he wasn't the chosen one, then what was he?
Uncle Mo Sha, leaders. Tianxi saw Mo Sha and the others and shouted with a smile.
Hehe, you guys wait here. Enlai, wait for my summoning. Wang Xian smiled and gestured to them. Then he waved his arm and crushed the escape treasure he got from Ao Tsongtian. This treasure could allow him to return to the Tsong Heaven universe in an instant. As for the exact location of the teleportation to the Tsong Heaven universe, Wang Xian could not be sure.
However, no matter where it was, he didn't have to worry. Buzz.
Wang Xian's figure started to turn illusory. Very soon, he appeared in a palace in the Tsong Heaven universe. At the same time, he was located not far from this palace.
After Ao Tsongtian and the woman were resurrected, there was a hint of fear and anger on their faces.
Husband, I've been killed. I've been killed. Our children are gone too. The children that we nurtured with all sorts of resources are also dead.
The woman was a little frightened and spoke to Ao Tsongtian angrily. Her body trembled violently and her eyes were filled with hatred.
That damn guy. Who is that damn guy?
How could he have such terrifying strength?
Ao Tsongtian felt a little angry at this moment, but more than that, he was terrified. His heavenly fate treasure had been directly taken away by the other party. Heavenly fate treasure.
Furthermore, the other party's strength was definitely at the primal chaos level.
Primal chaos level. This was the first time he had seen an existence at this level. In the past, he had only heard of it.
But now they had actually provoked such a terrifying existence.
He was slightly trembling. If the other party continued to charge over, then he didn't dare to imagine.
Madam, let's go quickly. Let's hide for a while. That fellow said that he wants to destroy our Tsongtian universe. It's not safe here. We have to escape. If the child is gone, we can still continue to breed. Ao Tsongtian's expression changed drastically as he spoke to the woman.
Over there. However, at this moment, Wang Xian, who had arrived on this planet, had already sensed the aura of Ao Tsongtian and the rest.
This planet was extremely huge and it was also very strange and magnificent. The entire planet was like a building of a planet. There were hollows in it.
This made the entire planet look exceptionally beautiful. Wang Xian sensed the location of Ao Tsangtian and the woman. With a wave of his arm, he set up a demonic altar. At the same time, he teleported to the side of Ao Tsangtian and the woman. The two of them, who were about to escape, immediately sensed a figure appearing not far away from them. This made their hearts tighten, and their faces revealed a look of horror.
Not good, run.
Ao Tsangtian saw Wang Xian's figure, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He did not hesitate at all and wanted to escape with the woman. Can you escape?
Aren't you guys very arrogant in the Six Paths universe?
Wang Xian stared at them coldly. A terrifying frost appeared around them instantly.
The frost spread and froze everything. At the same time, it also enveloped them. The two of them were covered by the frost. They widened their eyes and wanted to break free. However, the frost slowly covered their entire bodies and froze them. Their vitality also disappeared rapidly. Ao Tsangtian, who had lost the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin, was just an ordinary Great Tao-level powerhouse. However, compared to Wang Xian, the difference was too great.
He could not withstand any of Wang Xian's attacks. At this point, Ao Tsangtian and the rest were killed by Wang Xian twice in a row. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar.
At this moment, in the sky above this planet, Mo Sha and the rest arrived.
Tianci and the undead followed them. The auras of a total of 20 strong people from Wang Xian and the rest enveloped this planet, causing all the strong disciples on this planet to reveal astonished expressions. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying aura?
What happened? Is it our friends from the Tsangtian sect? Hiss, what a powerful aura. There are 20 such terrifying auras. What are they trying to do?
Where is our ancestor? The planet was filled with the core experts and disciples of the ancestor. When they sensed the aura of Mo Sha and the others, their expressions changed drastically as they discussed in shock.
Wang,
may I ask if you are friends of our ancestor?
What's the matter?
Among them, an unknown heavenly Yuan manifestation expert immediately flew into the sky. Their gazes were solemn as they looked at Mo Sha and the rest who had suddenly appeared. There was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Jie?
US?
We are here to exterminate you all. Mo Sha stared at the heavenly Yuan manifestation expert and spoke in a dense voice. What?
They are here to invade our Tsang heaven universe.
Hiss? What on earth happened? Why did they invade our Tsang heaven universe?
Where's our Tsang heaven sect's ancestor? Not good, their strength is very terrifying. Only when the Tsang heaven sect's ancestor and the others arrive will they be able to resist.
On the planet at the center of the Tsang heaven universe at this moment.
When all the expert disciples heard Mo Sha's words, their faces revealed expressions of shock and anger.
Boom, boom.
However, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying energy enveloped the entire planet. All the expert disciples were completely covered by this terrifying energy. All the expert disciples instantly felt as if they were trapped in a cage, unable to move at all. Why did you want to invade our Tsang heaven universe?
Our sect ancestor and the rest know. They won't let you off.
The unwitting Tian Yuan creation realm expert felt the terrifying energy around him and his face was filled with fear as he roared out.
Hehe, your Tsang heaven sect ancestor? Your Tsang heaven sect ancestor has already been destroyed. Now it's your turn. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Mo Sha's face revealed a sinister expression. With a loud roar, he locked onto the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm expert and directly charged over.
In the sky, streams of energy descended towards this planet. The terrifying energy caused the disciples of the experts in this universe to instantly die.
If you want to blame someone, then blame your Tsang heaven sect's ancestor himself. He invaded our Six Paths universe and even wanted to seize our universe's supreme treasure. Those who kill will be killed. It was the first time the spirits of the dead from the Six Paths universe had witnessed such a great battle that spanned across the universe. Their eyes were sparkling as they spoke. The killer, Renhang, shall be killed. If they had not invaded their Six Paths universe and did not want to snatch the supreme treasure of the heaven's origin creation, how would they have encountered such a disaster? It's over. the foster father of the owner of the supreme treasure of the heaven's origin creation in our Six Paths universe is too terrifying. Furthermore, his influence is also very terrifying. Our Tsangtian sect is finished. Even the entire Tsangtian universe is finished.
On the planet, there was a strong cultivator in the heaven creation stage who was killed by Wang Xian not long ago. He had just been resurrected. Now that he saw so many strong cultivators in the heaven creation stage, a look of despair appeared on his face.
The Tsang Heaven sect was finished.
Even the Tsang Heaven universe was finished.
And Lai, bring the disciples of the Dragon Palace over. Prepare to conquer this universe completely.
Wang Xian looked at the planet below and spoke with a calm face.
It's the Dragon King. And Lai nodded his head and his figure disappeared instantly. No, no, no. If you dare to kill us, our sect leader will not let you off.
At this moment, the screams from below continued to ring out. They did not believe Mo Sha's words. They did not believe that their invincible sect leader would be killed.
He roared with a face full of shock and anger. Wang Xian's expression was calm. With his soul-absorbing power, he checked the information in the minds of more than 10 peak stage rulers. This allowed him to have a detailed understanding of the Tsang Heaven universe. In the Tsang Heaven universe, the Tsang Heaven sect was the strongest force. Just like the name of the universe, it was named after the Tsang Heaven.
However, there were 4 other forces in the Tsang Heaven universe. These 3 forces also had powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm.
However, these 3 forces were much weaker than the Tsang Heaven sect. In the entire Tsang Heaven universe, the Tsang Heaven sect took up 70% of the resources. The rest were taken up by the other 3 forces and some small families. Now that the Dragon Palace had invaded the Tsang Heaven universe, they killed all the forces regardless of how many forces there were in the Tsang Heaven universe.
Boom, 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 boom.
At this moment, the army of the Dragon Palace arrived.
Mo Sha, lead the operation to conquer the Tsang Heaven universe this time. I will go and hunt Ao Tsang Heaven and the rest.
Wang Xian gave Mo Sha an order. Then, he looked at Tianxi and said, Tianxi, you guys can follow and take a look.
It's the Dragon King. Yes, foster father.
Mo Sha and the rest replied immediately. Wang Xian nodded and took out the divination lamp to divine the location of Ao Tsangtian. At the same time, he also divined the location of the woman. Soon, Wang Xian received the information and flew over immediately.
Their strength is still at the Great Tao level. It seems that they have many powerful resurrection treasures.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He rushed to a location through the teleportation formation on this planet. Ao Tsangtian and that woman were resurrected at the core of another treasure land in the Tsang Heaven universe. Although this treasure land was very famous in the Tsang Heaven universe, the entire treasure land was like a huge maze. At the core, only Ao Tsangtian and the rest could enter. At the same time, it was located in the interior of this treasure land. Ao Tsangtian and the woman were resurrected again. There was a trace of fear on their faces. This time, they were completely terrified.
They were completely terrified.
The other party had already charged over.
And with the other party's strength, they were completely unable to resist. Husband, what should we do now?
What should we do now?
The other party's strength is too terrifying, he might chase after us again.
The woman said to Ao Tsangtian with an extremely pale face. Let's go. Let's leave the Tsang Heaven universe first. This place is no longer safe.
Ao Tsangtian's expression changed drastically as he decided.
He was in existence at the Great Tao level. His own strength was already extremely terrifying. However, their enemy was at the primal chaos level. How terrifying was that?
No matter what, he was sure that the universe was no longer safe.
They wanted to escape.
All right. I will listen to you, husband. The woman nodded her head quickly.
Without any hesitation, they fled outside. Wang Xian used the divination lamp to check their location from time to time. When he saw that their location had changed and they were flying towards the north of the universe, his eyes flickered slightly. Are they preparing to escape from the Tsang Heaven universe? Hee. Wang Xian chuckled and chased after them quickly. Now, his speed was extremely terrifying. When he unleashed his full strength, he was several times faster than before. Originally, It would take thousands of years for Wang Xian to fly from the east to the west in a universe.
However, now Wang Xian could fly from one side of a universe to the other side in more than 200 years.
His speed was so terrifying that it was not something that the great Tao could compare to. Ao Tsongtian led his wife and fled desperately. However, 50 years later, before they could fly out of the universe, Wang Xian's figure appeared behind them. Sensing the two figures in front of him, Wang Xian's eyes revealed a mocking expression. "Your speed is too slow, so die." Wang Xian flew over and his voice entered their ears.
At this moment, Ao Tsongtian and the rest did not sense Wang Xian's existence at all.
When they heard this voice, their bodies trembled violently.
When Ao Tsongtian and the woman heard Wang Xian's voice, they looked over with despair on their faces.
"It's over."
Their expressions froze.
"Die!" Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. He waved his arm and two streams of black energy wrapped around them, killing them instantly.
Buzz!
After killing them, Wang Xian took out the lamp of divination and continued to divine their location.
This location seems to be in the land of origin. It's a little far. However, their strength has decreased this time. Wang Xian thought to himself as he obtained their location through the lamp of divination.
He pondered for a while. The last time, the two powerhouses from the entire Nation universe were resurrected in the land of origin.
He had also been to the land of origin once.
From the looks of it now, there were quite a number of powerhouses who were building their own place of resurrection there. It seemed that he was going to set up a demonic altar there.
If there were more opponents resurrecting there, Wang Xian would be able to kill them directly.
After pondering in his heart, Wang Xian finally decided not to pursue and kill them in the land of origin. Ao Tsong Heaven was a powerhouse of the great Tao level after all.
He would definitely be able to guess that he could chase after them.
Under such circumstances, they would definitely escape immediately after they resurrected. Under such circumstances, it would be much more difficult for Wang Xian to chase after them. It would also waste a lot of time. Wang Xian decided to settle the matters in the Tsong Heaven universe first before making a decision.
If Ao Tsongtian and the rest were still hiding in the land of origin after settling the Tsong Heaven universe, Wang Xian could kill them directly. Compared to Ao Tsongtian, who was killed consecutively, the resources in the Tsong Heaven universe were more important. The Tsong Heaven universe was different from the Void universe.
The Void universe only had space attributes. However, the Tsong Heaven universe, like the Nine Origin universe, had 9 attributes. Under such circumstances, the resources in the Tsong Heaven universe were of great use to the Dragon Palace. All of them could increase the strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Let's go and kill the other Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses first. Wang Xian thought to himself. There were a total of 12 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses who came with Ao Tsong Heaven. Excluding the 4 who believed in the universe, excluding the woman, there were still 7. These 7 were all powerhouses from the Tsong Heaven sect.
They were all subordinates of Ao Tsong Heaven.
They were all in the Tsong Heaven universe now. Wang Xian's divination lamp began to divine the control level expert. After finding his position, he moved and immediately charged over.
At the same time, he was located in the Tsong Heaven universe's Thousand Spirit Island area. The Thousand Spirit Island was a treasure ground in the Tsong Heaven universe.
This was the territory of the Thousand Spirit sect. The Thousand Spirit sect was the sect that the wife of the chief of the Tsong Heaven sect used to belong to.
In the Tsong Heaven universe, the Tsong Heaven sect was the strongest. The reason why the Thousand Spirit sect and the other 2 sects could exist was because of the Tsong Heaven sect.
The Thousand Spirit sect was the matriarch of the Tsong Heaven sect, which was also the sect founded by the matriarch's family.
The other 2 sects were founded by the younger brother of the Tsong Heaven sect and a friend of the Tsong Heaven sect.
It was also because of this relationship that there were 4 forces in the Tsong Heaven universe. Otherwise, with Ao Tsongtian's strength, he could completely unify the Tsong Heaven universe.
Thousand Spirit Island was a region formed by thousands of islands. The islands floated in the void and each island was extremely beautiful. And the size of each island was not less than the size of a planet. However, at this moment, Thousand Spirit Island was filled with killing intent. The disciples were all wearing armor and their faces were filled with solemnity.
3 experts were sitting in the hall at the center of Thousand Spirit Island.
Below them, there were more than 1,000 rulers.
What's the situation now? Have you contacted the ancestor of the Tsang Heaven Order and Chen Qian?
On the stage, an old man asked with an embarrassed expression.
On the side, another old man shook his head with an embarrassed expression and looked at him. You can't contact them either?
I can't. The old man in the middle shook his head and his expression changed slightly.
Reporting to the Patriarch, according to the information we received, half of the territory of the Tsangtian sect has been occupied. Now, the army of the Dragon Palace is invading the surrounding area at a terrifying speed.
It is estimated that they will invade us in about 500 years. At this moment, a disciple came in with an ugly expression and reported, in addition, the intruders killed all the experts above the 7th level of the sovereign realm and demanded all the experts and disciples to hand over all their resources. Those who disobeyed were all killed.
Who?
On the stage, the old man in the middle heard it and let out a heavy breath. His face was extremely gloomy.
We don't need to worry about the Patriarch and Patriarch's wife's safety. Prepare to retreat. The Patriarch and Patriarch's wife have provoked an existence that they cannot afford to provoke.
A burly middle-aged man beside him said in a deep voice.
He had followed the Patriarch of the Tsang Heaven sect to the Six Paths universe. He had also personally witnessed their Patriarch being killed in one move.
He was also a control-level existence, but he had also been killed in one move.
The opponent's strength was too terrifying. It was suspected to be at the legendary realm. Escape? Where can we escape to? The person in the middle said helplessly. The ancestor's wife of the Tsang Heaven sect was his daughter. However, he hadn't expected that his daughter and the others would find a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure for his grandson to live with.
He hadn't expected to encounter a terrifying enemy. This made him unwilling.
Why did something like this happen? The old man clenched his fists and couldn't help but ask.
The entire Tsang Heaven universe had been invaded and would soon invade them. What should they do?
Why did something like this happen? Then we'll have to ask your Tsang Heaven sect ancestor. Hehe, you're courting death, yet you still want to ask why. At this moment, a contemptuous voice was heard.
The figure of a young man suddenly appeared in the main hall.
The person who came was naturally Wang Xian. Boom. It's you. At the side, the 2 middle-aged elders revealed a shocked expression when they saw Wang Xian's figure.
It's me.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. The ancestor of the Tsang Heaven sect killed my foster son. He wanted to hide from my foster son's heaven origin destiny treasure and even threatened the life of the entire Six Paths universe. Therefore, it is impolite to not reciprocate. I will kill you and conquer your Tsang Heaven universe. As he spoke calmly, waves of frost energy covered the surroundings. Wherever the frost passed, everything was frozen. Run! The middle-aged expert wanted to escape in fear. However, the moment his body moved, his entire body turned into an ice sculpture. It was a battle on a completely different level. No!
Around them, the other group of expert disciples felt despair and couldn't help but roar loudly. They didn't want to die. But the strong preyed on the weak.
All the karma came from the proud heaven and his wife. After Wang Xian had killed all the powerhouses from Thousand Spirit Island, the divination lamp divined the location of their resurrection.
Following that, he immediately charged over.
The corpses of the powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm had a huge amount of energy.
Especially the 9 types of energy: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness were extremely useful to the disciples of the Dragon Palace. The disciples of the Dragon Palace could use the corpses of the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses to cultivate and achieve breakthroughs quickly.
Therefore, the corpses of these Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses were extremely precious. Wang Xian began to search for and kill the powerhouses of the Tsang Heaven universe through the divination power of the divination lamp. Meanwhile, in the land of origin, Ao Tsangtian and that woman were resurrected here. After being resurrected, the two's strength had decreased. Ao Tsangtian's strength was only at the control level, while the woman's strength was at the initial stage of the heavenly Yuan realm.
The two's expressions were very ugly and there was a trace of fear in their eyes.
Huff, husband, what do we do now? What do we do now? The woman said anxiously to Ao Tsong Tian. I just received information from our Tsong Tian universe and my father and the others. Right now, our Tsong Tian universe is being invaded and attacked. My father and the others were also killed just now.
I'm afraid our universe is doomed this time. The enemy is a chaos-level powerhouse. This is a chaos-level powerhouse.
Ao Tsong Tian's body trembled. He never thought that he would one day provoke such a terrifying enemy.
He had already been killed 3 times.
Facing such an enemy, he could not resist at all. Husband, can we find someone to help? Can we? Don't you have a better relationship with the belief universe? This time, the belief universe has also provoked that expert. If we have the help of the belief universe, then we can resist a little. Also, isn't your relationship with the expert who divined the universe very good? The strength of the divination universe is very strong. If they are willing to help, they will definitely be able to resist that expert.
Otherwise, our Tsong Heaven universe will be finished. With that master's methods, my father and the others, as well as the other masters of our Tsong Heaven universe, will very likely be completely killed. The woman continued to speak in shock and anger.
Belief in the universe? It is not certain whether they will be willing to help. The enemies we have provoked this time are too strong. The divination universe will definitely not participate. However, we must find the masters of the divination universe and let them set up an interference array on our bodies. Ao Tsong Tian replied with an embarrassed expression. Right now, the first thing they had to solve was their own problems. The other party had a treasure that could lock onto them. They had to solve this lock.
And if they wanted to solve it, there was only one way. They had to find the divination universe's experts to help. The divination universe was the most powerful universe near the land of origin. The entire universe had 3 great Tao-level experts.
Their divination techniques could predict the past and future. It was extremely terrifying.
The divination universe was the most powerful existence in the nearby region. Ao Tsong Tian had a good relationship with one of the divination universe's powerhouses. Let's go, Prophet Hong.
Ao Tsong Tian took out his communication stone plate with an ugly expression and sent a message. Then, he brought the woman and flew towards a place quickly. They were very anxious. Both of them understood that the chaos-level powerhouse might be rushing towards them. They had to block the other party's lock on them. Otherwise, no matter where they ran to, they would be caught. As for the situation in the Tsong Tian universe, they could only think of a solution after they had solved their physical problems. The two of them flew quickly and arrived at the surface of the land of origin. Then they flew towards a certain place. Divination of the universe. In the land of origin, there was a territory that belonged to them.
As a powerful universe, it was normal for it to occupy a territory here.
Other universes also didn't dare to provoke such a powerful universe.
Moreover, this universe also had such a special ability. Ao Tsong Tian and the others flew for a year and arrived at a place in the land of origin.
There were many trees here. It was obvious that they were planted here.
These trees were very unique and emitted a special luster.
In this forest, there were many small wooden houses. The entire environment looked very quiet.
Occasionally, there would be experts flying out. They were all existences in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm.
Prophet Hong.
Ao Tsong Tian and the others flew to the front of a wooden house. They looked inside and shouted towards the inside. He, patriarch of the Tsong Heaven sect, come in.
A voice soon came from inside. Prophet Hong, sorry to disturb you. Ao Tsong Tian nodded and brought his wife inside. The wooden house had 2 doors. Behind it was a courtyard. Inside, an old man was sitting on a small pond. He was using a bamboo rod to fish.
Beside him, there was a young man standing at the side.
The young man's aura had also just entered the heavenly Yuan realm. Eh?
When Prophet Hong saw Ao Tsong Tian and the others arrive, he looked over and immediately revealed a surprised expression.
He placed the fishing rod to the side and looked at Ao Tsong Tian with a face full of surprise. Patriarch of the Tsong Tian cult. What's going on with you guys? We've encountered a powerful enemy. Now, we're here to ask for your help. Prophet Hong. Ao Tsong Tian cupped his hands toward Prophet Hong and said, Patriarch of the Tsong Tian cult. We've known each other for many years. If you have something to say, just say it. Prophet Hong nodded and continued, I'm very curious. What kind of force is it that can kill Patriarch of the Tsangtian cult several times and lower your realm? We've provoked a powerful enemy. He should have the ability to track us. So please help us block this tracking. Ao Tsangtian said. Okay.
Prophet Hong nodded and didn't refuse.
He owed Ao Tsangtian a favor. No matter who the enemy was, he had to return it.
Thank you, Prophet Hong. Ao Tsangtian said gratefully. No need. I owe you a favor, Patriarch of the Tsangtian cult.
Prophet Hong shook his head. With a wave of his arm, streams of special energy entered their bodies. This is the strongest defense I can set up. It can interfere with the divination of others. However, this kind of energy will gradually dissipate in your body, but maintaining it for more than 1 billion years is not a big problem. Prophet Hong continued.
Prophet Hong, our firmament universe is being invaded. If you can help us resist a little, we will remember your kindness. Feeling a layer of special defensive power in her body, the woman at the side couldn't help but say,
If Prophet Hong is willing to help after today, if Prophet Hong needs anything from me, I will not decline. Ao Tsangtian also continued to say, looking at him. When Prophet Hong heard their words, his expression was slightly shocked once again. He knew the strength of the Tsangtian universe.
But now the Tsangtian universe was being invaded?
Looking at Ao Tsangtian and the others who had already lowered their cultivation levels, Prophet Hong's gaze also flickered slightly.
To be able to invade the entire Tsang heaven universe and kill Ao Tsangtian and the others to reduce their strength, the other party's strength was extremely terrifying.
At the very least, even if it was divining the power of the universe, it wouldn't be able to do this.
I'm sorry, Patriarch of the Tsang heaven sect, our divination universe will not participate in your battle.
Prophet Hong directly rejected. This, Ao Tsangtian was a little dejected, even though he had already expected this result in his heart. Then Prophet Hong, we won't disturb you any further.
Ao Tsangtian cupped his hands and left with his wife.
Prophet Hong looked at their figures, his gaze flickering.
Grandfather, this Ao Tsangtian cult's ancestor is a rather arrogant expert. This time he looks extremely dispirited. I wonder what kind of situation he has provoked to be in such a miserable state. Even the Tsangtian universe has been invaded.
After the proud Tsang heaven sect left, the young man standing at the side couldn't help but ask curiously.
Even the universe has been occupied. He must have encountered a powerful enemy.
Prophet Hong pondered and replied, Grandfather, if we extend our hands to help him at this time, wouldn't we be able to make an expert of the great Tao owe a favor and fight for us?
Your relationship with this ancestor of the proud Tsang heaven sect should be pretty good, right?
The young man continued to speak. An enemy that can make him so miserable and dare to attack an existence of the Tsangtian universe. Could it be an ordinary force?
We can't just blindly wade into the muddy waters.
Prophet Hong shook his head. Following that, he moved his palm and took out a compass.
The compass was filled with the stars of the universe. He placed his palm on it and began to perform divination.
The young man at the side saw his grandfather take out a divination compass and looked at it with great interest. Pooh! However, very quickly, Prophet Hong's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his face turned extremely red. A mouthful of fresh blood could not help but spurt onto the divination compass. Grandfather, what's wrong?
The young man's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly asked Prophet Hong with concern. Nothing. Prophet Hong waved his hand and wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were also filled with shock. The divination backlash. What? Divination backlash?
When the youth heard this, he was shocked as well. Grandfather, you're in existence at the great Tao level. How could you have a divination backlash?
Prophet Hong shook his head. No wonder the proud heaven is in such a miserable state. Even their universe has been invaded. It turns out that they've provoked a terrifying enemy, a chaos-level existence.
I really didn't expect that other than the Evil Sequence faction and the Justice Alliance, there would actually be a chaos-level existence. Chaos level? When the youth heard this, he was shocked again. Prophet Hong nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he took the divination compass and continued divining. With his strength, if he divined a chaos-level existence, he would suffer a backlash. However, he could not divine this chaos-level expert. He could divine Ao Tsang Tian and obtain some information from him.
Soon, he shook his head. I really didn't expect there to be such a thing. Prophet Hong sighed slightly.
Grandfather, what is it?
The young man asked curiously. Do you still remember the Six Paths universe?
Prophet Hong looked at his grandson. Back then, old Gua, your grandfather Gua divined that there was a heavenly fate treasure born in the Six Paths universe. Now, that heavenly fate treasure belongs to a young man in the Six Paths universe.
This young man, who is only a few 100 million years old, is also the chosen one.
Not long ago, Ao Tsangtian wanted to seize the heavenly fate treasure and give it to his future son. He even killed that young man once. In the end, that young man coincidentally took in a foster father. His foster father was the expert who killed Ao Tsangtian.
I don't dare to divinate this expert. He is very powerful and at the primal chaos level. As long as I divined him, I would suffer a strong backlash.
This is really karma. Little fish, you have to remember that all things have karma. Sometimes, the karma that you planted doesn't have a result because you blocked it. However, not every karma can be blocked by you.
Prophet Hong reminded his grandson the enemy that Ao Tsangtian has provoked this time is very powerful. It is so powerful that he can only run away. I hope that it doesn't involve me. Sigh.
As he spoke, he shook his head again, his eyes showing a trace of worry. He owed Ao Tsangtian a favor, so he set up a formation to prevent divination in his body. But at the same time, he also planted a cause.
If that chaos-level powerhouse really blamed him, he couldn't do anything about it.
He also had to bear the consequences. If a chaos-level expert really wanted to cause trouble for him, what could they do? Resist?
It was unrealistic. They could only take out enough things to make up for it and obtain forgiveness.
Otherwise, being targeted by a chaos-level existence was too terrifying.
Although their divination of the universe was very powerful, there were 3 great Tao-level experts.
But unless the 3 of them were always together, once they separated, there would be danger. There's actually such a thing? Ao Tsang Tian and the others are simply courting death by killing the adopted son of a powerful expert. Grandfather, I feel that that powerful expert shouldn't blame us. We are only returning a favor. At most, when that powerful expert comes, we will give him enough compensation. Although he is very strong, there's no need to offend us for divination. The young man said, Hee hee. Prophet Hong smiled and nodded his head in agreement. The person from the Six Paths universe is called Mu Li Tianxi. If you meet him in the land of origin, make friends with him if you can. In short, don't make him your enemy. Also, tell the other strong disciples in our universe.
Prophet Hong continued his divination and said,
It's Grandpa. The young man nodded.
Wuxia didn't know what happened in the land of origin. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much about it.
Wuxia didn't have the intention to completely destroy Ao Tsangtian and the rest.
More importantly, it was too difficult to completely kill an existence at this level.
Just like the King of Void back then, it was extremely difficult to kill him completely.
If he couldn't kill him, he couldn't kill him.
Wuxia didn't care if they would seek revenge in the future.
With Wuxia's current strength, he didn't care at all. Moreover, the Dragon Palace would become stronger and stronger in the future. He would also become stronger and stronger. At this moment, Wuxia was chasing after and killing many powerhouses in the universe of Heaven Origin.
When there were existences of the great Tao level in a universe, it was impossible for the other treasures of the Heaven's Origin realm in this universe to be too many. Moreover, most of the places where they were resurrected were in their own universe. This also resulted in Wuxia being able to completely destroy them. In an area of the Tsang Heaven universe, Wuxia killed a Heaven Origin creator directly as he muttered.
He had been hunting down the Heaven Origin creator powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe for more than 1,000 years.
And up until today, 5 Heaven Origin creator powerhouses had been completely killed by Wuxia. On the other hand, the Heaven's Origin powerhouses had been resurrected in the Land of Origin with a resurrection treasure. I still have to make a trip to the Land of Origin. There are 7 Heaven's Origin powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe who have been resurrected there. Wuxia mumbled. 5 of them had been completely annihilated by him. There were also Ao Tsang Heaven and the other 7.
However, after Wuxia did some divination, he realized that he could no longer lock onto the location of Ao Tsang Heaven and that woman. He must have used some kind of treasure or method to avoid being locked onto by the divination. Let's go over first.
Wuxia moved his body and flew rapidly in the direction of the land of origin. Although his speed was very fast now, he still needed 1 to 2,000 years to reach there. He flew rapidly in the universe of the Tsang Heaven. He could see that many experts and disciples on the planets in the Tsang Heaven universe had helpless expressions on their faces. The Dragon Palace had invaded the Tsang Heaven universe for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, the entire Tsang Heaven universe knew that their Tsang Heaven sect ancestor had provoked an existence that he could not afford to provoke. This existence had invaded the Tsang Heaven universe. In the entire Tsang Heaven universe, all the powerful disciples had to hand over their treasures. If they didn't hand them over, then they had to hand over their lives.
Under such circumstances, all the powerful disciples in the entire universe knew what to do.
How could some people who wanted to deceive others not be discovered when they lied to the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts?
Anyone who wanted to deceive others would be killed. This caused the Dragon Palace to obtain far too many resources from the Tsang Heaven universe. The resources were so many that even the disciples of the Dragon Palace didn't dare to imagine it.
Last time, when they attacked the void space, although they had a lot of resources, the Dragon Palace only asked for 40% of them.
In addition, the resources in the void space were all space-related, and the disciples of the Dragon Palace couldn't use them. And the disciples of the Dragon Palace could use the resources of the Tsang Heaven universe.
Most importantly, the Tsang Heaven universe wasn't weak either. The gap between the two wasn't very big.
The resources in the entire universe were also extremely abundant.
During this invasion process, some disciples of the Dragon Palace, who were at the peak of the ruler realm, directly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. They directly made a breakthrough in this universe.
Now, this universe had already opened up 5 spots for a breakthrough. After the disciples of the Dragon Palace used one, there were still 4.
This also made the number of heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in the Dragon Palace reach 17. Time passed day by day. The entire Tsang Heaven universe was completely conquered by the Dragon Palace.
All the treasures were collected by the Dragon Palace.
All the grotto heavens and blessed lands in the Tsang Heaven universe were taken away as well. 2,000 years later, Wuxia appeared in the land of origin. The last time he came here was to kill the enemy.
It was the same this time. The lamp of divination looked through the information one by one, and a smile appeared on his face.
Among the powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe, 3 were still hiding in the land of origin. 2 of them had escaped to a place even further away.
Furthermore, Wuxia could not predict Ao Tsang Heaven and the rest.
Let's destroy the 3 of them first. Wuxia thought to himself as he flew forward quickly. When he arrived at the land of origin once again, Wuxia was still filled with shock when he saw the huge space meteorite that was like a beehive. This land of origin was too huge and magnificent. It was comparable to a space meteorite of the entire universe. Occasionally, he could sense the aura of other heaven's origin creation stage powerhouses. Wuxia entered a cave and flew straight in.
There's a reason why many heaven's origin creation stage powerhouses set the place where they resurrected here.
Wuxia entered the cave and muttered as he looked at the entrance of the countless tunnels.
This starry meteorite that was like a beehive was comparable to the size of a universe.
In a universe, it would take thousands of years for an average powerhouse to fly from the east to the west.
This beehive-like place of origin was filled with meteorites. To break through the meteorites from the east to the west, even for Wuxia, it would take hundreds of millions of years to open a passageway.
Therefore, it was too difficult to find someone who was hiding inside. It was even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack.
If Wuxia didn't have the divination lamp, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. At this moment, Wuxia felt fortunate that he had traded the fragment of the galaxy for the divination lamp.
Here.
After a few decades, Wuxia entered a cave and looked ahead.
The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he broke through the meteorites.
Ha!
At the same time, an old man in the depths of the cave opened his eyes and looked at the commotion. There was a hint of fear on his face. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. He growled in a low voice and was filled with panic. Bang!
However, Wang Xian's figure appeared very quickly. He stared at him and waved his arm.
He didn't say anything and directly extinguished it. After that, the lamp of divination divined that he wasn't completely dead. In the Tsang Heaven universe, he was resurrected again.
However, it was estimated that the number of times he could be resurrected had reached its limit. I'll set up a devil spirit altar here. If I come here again, it'll be much more convenient.
Wang Xian then set up a devil spirit altar and flew to another place.
A few decades later, Wang Xian arrived at a cave in the land of origin. He saw two powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm inside.
He smiled and killed them easily.
Continue to chase after them.
The other two were already flying into the distance. Wang Xian chased after them rapidly. A few powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe were killed by Wang Xian several times. Those who were resurrected here were also existences who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. Their flying speed was more than 10 to 20 times slower than Wang Xian's. They had been fleeing for 10,000 years, and Wang Xian could catch up to them within 1 to 2,000 years. Wang Xian was not going to let go of the heaven's origin creation level powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe.
Such powerhouses were still a threat to the Dragon Palace and the 9 origin universe. He would kill them if he could.
In the next few hundred years, Wang Xian easily caught up to the other 2 heaven's origin creation level powerhouses. He destroyed them directly. When Wang Xian killed the heaven's origin powerhouses one by one in the Tsang Heaven universe, Ao Tsang Heaven and the rest, who were located somewhere in the land of origin, also received messages from their subordinates. When they saw the messages one by one, their bodies trembled violently. In their Tsang Heaven universe, the heaven's origin powerhouses were quickly killed one by one. This kind of extermination, but thoroughly exterminated. Dead, is truly dead. The woman looked at the message sent by the communication device and cried out in pain and anger. Beside him, Ao Tsang Tian was also sitting at the side with an awkward expression. He also received messages one after another. Every time he saw these messages, his expression darkened.
Apart from them, almost all the heavenly Yuan creator realm powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe had been killed. The accumulation of hundreds of billions of years in the Tsang Heaven universe had all disappeared.
Even his strength had decreased. I must take revenge for this. Ao Tsangtian growled with a distorted expression.
Time passed and the process of conquering the Tsang Heaven universe gradually came to an end.
The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace stayed in the Tsang Heaven universe for more than 10,000 years before they emptied out all the resources in the entire Tsang Heaven universe. Meanwhile, almost all the Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe were hunted down by Wang Xian. Only Ao Tsangtian, his wife, and a Heaven Origin Creator powerhouse escaped. Dragon King, we have gained a lot this time.
Upon returning to the center of the Tsang Heaven universe, Mo Sha and the rest said excitedly when they saw Wang Xian return. Has everything in the Tsang Heaven universe been dealt with? Wang Xian asked with a smile on his face. Dragon King, everything has been dealt with. Now, other than the heavenly Yuan creator's quota that cannot be taken away, we have taken everything else.
Mo Sha said with a smile.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded. This time, the Dragon Palace had added a wood attribute powerhouse during this period. However, in the Tsang Heaven universe, there were still spots for the heaven's fate with the 6 attributes of water, fire, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and light. In addition to the wood and light attributes in the sword and magic universe, the Dragon Palace still had 8 spots for the heaven's fate powerhouses. These spots would save Wang Xian and the rest a lot of time. However, if there were any Dragon Palace disciples who lacked spots in the future, there was no need for Wang Xian to do it himself. It was enough for Mo Sha and the rest to protect the path of the Dragon Palace disciples. Let's go back directly. After we return, we will distribute the resources to the disciples for cultivation. We will also consider the next matters of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian spoke to them. Mo Sha and the rest nodded their heads. Buzz.
Wang Xian looked to the side. With a wave of his arm, an incomparably huge mountain peak was directly condensed in the void, creating a huge mountain peak out of thin air. This kind of power was very impressive. This was the usage of the 10 attributes in Wang Xian's body.
It was also the usage of the power of chaos.
The chaos turned everything into chaos. Everything melted into chaos. Now Wang Xian could create things at will. He could even create a type of living creature. To him, this was very simple.
After creating a mountain peak, Wang Xian waved his arm and a line of words appeared on the mountain peak.
The quota of heaven's origin in the universe belongs to my dragon palace. The possessor shall die. There were more than 10 big words, and each of them contained a terrifying pressure and energy. Even existences who had just entered the realm of heaven's origin felt a great pressure when they saw these words. This was Wang Xian's declaration of the ownership of the quota of heaven's origin in the universe. If there were any powerhouses from other universes who dared to make a breakthrough here, they would have to consider the revenge they would have to face. After leaving more than 10 words, Wang Xian and all the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace returned to the Dragon Palace. Once they returned to the Dragon Palace, the huge amount of resources were piled up in the area beside the Dragon Palace.
There were all kinds of divine trees, and divine herbs. They were densely packed. There was no way to store them in the Dragon Palace.
There were more than 1 million divine trees in the ruler realm. This was the accumulation of the entire universe. These divine trees, divine grass, and the like were all planted around the Dragon Palace, almost surrounding it. As for the venerable level divine trees, divine grass, and divine flowers, there were even more of them.
However, this time, Mo Sha and the others used powerful methods to move several treasured lands in the Tsong Heaven universe over. This made the surroundings of the Dragon Palace look like heaven in the eyes of countless powerhouses.
When they walked, the roadside was filled with spiritual herbs of the venerable realm. These were all spiritual herbs of the 7th level and above. Those with lower levels were not qualified to be by the roadside. Once they got close to the Dragon Palace, they would be surrounded by all kinds of treasures in the ruler realm. There were also special and powerful mountains and special and powerful islands. Wait. Wang Xian had some understanding of the harvest this time around. Therefore, he and Mo Sha arranged these resources properly.
The disciples of the Dragon Palace could not digest these resources at all.
They could not use them all. Moreover, there were many treasures that could be regenerated. Naturally, they could not be used up directly. Wang Xian and the rest spent a few decades to plan the surroundings of the Dragon Palace. They divided all the divine trees and herbs that were suitable for survival into different areas to be planted.
In addition, there were a large number of treasures buried in the blessed land around the Dragon Palace.
This allowed the energy density of the entire Dragon Palace to reach a terrifying level. It even surpassed the energy level of the Great Tao of Heaven.
With such a huge amount of energy and all sorts of precious treasures, even an ordinary dog could be raised to the level of a ruler. Even if it was just an ordinary dog, it would still be able to reach the ruler realm.
For disciples at the venerable level, there were countless kinds of heaven-defying herbs. There was a bloodline in the 9 origin universe, and there was a high-level race among the peak races. Now, even if it was a creature from a low-level race in the universe, it could still reach the ruler realm after surviving in the Dragon Palace for hundreds of millions of years.
As for the limitations of the bloodline,
the various resources in the Dragon Palace were enough to allow his bloodline to reach the level of a divine dragon.
Furthermore, for the sake of the environment in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian buried a corpse of Ao Tsangtian below the Dragon Palace as energy. The energy emitted from the corpse and the law energy of the metal attribute were simply heaven-defying.
It was too beneficial for the cultivation of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the treasures we've obtained this time are simply too great. There's no need for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to go anywhere else to cultivate. In addition, there are several divine trees above the peak of the ruler realm and 3 treasures that are comparable to those who have just entered the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. The corpses will allow the Dragon Palace to quickly give birth to heavenly Yuan destiny realm experts.
Prime Minister Gue looked at the Dragon Palace, which had undergone a huge change inside.
Yes, war is the fastest way to improve. The gains this time are too terrifying. Wang Xian nodded his head. He didn't feel anything when he destroyed the Void Universe last time. However, this time he felt that it was a huge gain.
The gains were too terrifying.
Hee, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Dragon Palace to obtain an explosive period of strength and increase the number of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm, Prime Minister Gue said. Wang Xian nodded his head and appeared to be deep in thought. He was thinking about the future of the Dragon Palace.
A Dragon Palace was comparable to a top-tier universe. Wang Xian was still not satisfied with having such a powerful ability.
Since he could improve his strength quickly, why not continue to improve? First, I have to completely conquer the starry universe. Currently, there is only one great Tao-level starry beast and 2 control-level existences in the starry universe. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, it can completely destroy these 3 starry beasts. After that, the Dragon Palace will obtain a large amount of resources.
After completely conquering the starry universe, we can consider attacking the Belief Universe, the 9 Origin Universe, and the Dragon Palace. We can destroy them. There is a huge benefit to destroying the Belief Universe, and that is the belief heart of those who believe in the universe. For those who believe in the Dragon Palace, there is a huge benefit that can help those who are in the Dragon Palace's Heaven Origin creation realm to improve quickly. Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he planned for the future situation of the Dragon Palace.
With a thought, he sensed Lan Qingyue's location and teleported to his side.
At this moment, the transformation of the Dragon Palace had just been completed after a few decades.
The group of girls had also transformed a very beautiful residence. Wang Xian teleported to their side and looked at Lan Qingyue. Qingyue, how much longer do you need before you can make a breakthrough? Xiao Xian.
Lan Qingyue looked at him and smiled. I don't know how much longer I need. However, I should be able to reach the threshold of a breakthrough within 100 million years.
Alright, then you should cultivate in the space of the primal chaos stone. First, raise your strength to the blessed realm of the Heaven's Origin realm. As for Shu Qing and the rest of you, cultivate well and strive to reach the blessed realm of the Heaven's Origin realm as soon as possible. Wang Xian said to them with a smile on his face. The group of girls nodded with smiles on their faces.
Now that the Dragon Palace was getting stronger, they were naturally happier as well.
After leading the group of girls for a few months, Wang Xian came to the Dragon King Palace once again. Prime Minister Gue, call Mo Sha and the rest of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm disciples over. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gue. Next, they had to conquer the starry universe first.
Although many of the resources in the starry universe were taken away by the 9 Origin Universe and the Belief Universe.
However, there were still a large number of resources in the infinite starry space at the center of the starry universe. In addition, the corpses of the space beasts were the best resources.
Dragon King.
Not long after, the experts from the Dragon Palace flew over and greeted him respectfully. As his gaze swept across them, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. There were a total of 12 experts in the Tianyuan Blessed Realm.
As for Xiaolan, Hundun, and the other 3, they were in the starry universe.
Although most of them had just entered the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, when they joined forces, they were comparable to an existence at the Great Tao level. Furthermore, this was not even counting Mo Sha and the rest.
Including Mo Sha and the rest, there were more than 3 existences at the Great Tao level.
Make some preparations. This time, we will go to the starry universe and finish it off completely. Wang Xian looked at them and said, It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha and the rest nodded.
Gather here in an hour. Wang Xian nodded at them.
Yes. The group of experts from the Dragon Palace replied and went to prepare immediately.
1 hour later, they arrived at the territory where Hundun and the rest were under the teleportation of Enlai.
Greetings, Dragon King. Hundun, Xiaolan, and the rest sensed Wang Xian's arrival and flew over immediately. They greeted him respectfully. Hundun, I've sent you the news. How's the investigation going? Wang Xian looked at Hundun and asked. Dragon King, the location of the 3 space beasts has been locked down. We can take action at any time. Hundun nodded. Among them, the Great Tao-level Beast King is located at the center. Once the battle breaks out, the other 2 control-level Beast Kings will come over to help. Dragon King, with our strength, we can totally deal with 3 at the same time and destroy them. Yes, that's fine.
Wang Xian nodded. He looked at them and said, Hun Dun, Little Blue, Little White House, the four of you, along with Bei Shuang and 5 other experts, will be responsible for killing one. Mo Sha, lead the rest of the experts and kill one. Leave the great Dao Beast to me. It's the Dragon King.
Mo Sha and the rest replied immediately. All right, we will rush over immediately. In order to prevent any accidents, we will take action at the same time.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Dragon King, the locations of the 3 Beast Kings have been sent to everyone. Hun Dun spoke at this moment. Wang Xian and the rest took out their communication devices and looked at the information on them. They nodded their heads. All right, let's do it. Be careful and don't let these Beast Kings kill you.
Wang Xian reminded him and flew towards the center of the starry universe.
The center of the starry universe was an infinite starry space. The location where Hun Dun and the rest were located was also an infinite starry space. However, there was still a distance between them and the center. The closer they were to the center, the more they could feel the power of this universe. The aura of desolation filled the void.
In the void, there were all kinds of huge planets, meteorites, and very special mountains. Occasionally, he could see some space beasts flying.
These space beasts were of the same race as the space beasts created by the heaven's origin.
More than 10 days later, Wang Xian arrived at the center. There was an incomparably huge ocean. The ocean floated in the void and looked very magnificent from afar.
In the ocean, Wang Xian could sense the aura of a cosmic beast of the great Tao level. Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and carefully divined the strength of this cosmic beast. It can be comparable to a great Tao level, a control level, and a beginner level. It's much stronger than the injured cosmic beast that I killed last time. Wang Xian thought to himself. When they killed the injured heaven-devouring earth beast emperor last time, the strength that Wang Xian and the rest used was comparable to 4 great Tao levels. However, although this beast emperor was stronger than the heaven-devouring earth beast emperor now, it was still stronger than the heaven-devouring earth beast emperor.
However, Wang Xian's own strength was also terrifying enough.
With a move of his palm, an ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, the void disk, floated in the air. The 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon disk, the divine sword of light, and the void dragon pool surrounded him.
At the spot between Wang Xian's eyebrows, there was a golden pupil. This was also a heavenly fate ultimate treasure. Wang Xian called it the heavenly origin golden pupil.
This treasure was obtained from Ao Tsangtian and had been completely refined by him.
My current strength is comparable to a primal chaos level, a great Tao level, 2 control levels, and a beginner level. Wang Xian sensed his strength and smiled. He waited quietly for the news from the demonic chaos. Dragon King, we are in position. Wang Xian stood in front of the center of the starry universe and waited for the news quietly. A few days later, news came one after another from Hun Dun and Mo Sha.
Upon seeing this news, he immediately gave the order. Attack! Buzz.
At the same time, Wang Xian's body moved. He transformed into his divine dragon form and rushed forward.
Roar! 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 In the ocean ahead, the Beast Emperor sensed Wang Xian's aura and revealed an expression of shock and anger. He let out a series of roars. Following that, an extremely terrifying stream of water rushed towards Wang Xian. This space beast was called the Sea Emperor Beast by Hun Dun and the rest.
It was a ferocious beast emperor that had huge wings but lived in the ocean.
Its body was like an ancient giant crocodile and it had huge wings. On its body, it carried a meatball that was like a mountain. It looked extremely terrifying. However, this time, after the terrifying Neptune beast sensed Wang Xian's aura. After launching the first attack, it didn't hesitate at all and fled into the distance. He could feel the threat of death from Wang Xian.
He could feel the aura that made him despair. You want to escape?
Can you escape?
Wang Xian smiled. He swayed his huge body and his body shook slightly.
The void disk above was emitting a luster. Wang Xian instantly arrived above the Neptune. His terrifying dragon claws clawed downwards. Each of his dragon claws contained a terrifying energy.
Under the mixing of 10 types of energy, huge wounds appeared on the Sea Emperor Beast's body instantly.
One strike had injured this Sea Emperor Beast. This was Wang Xian's current strength, an extremely powerful strength.
There was still a huge gap between the chaotic level of a single entity and the chaotic level unleashed by a group of experts.
For example, one chaos level was equivalent to 27 beginner levels.
However, it was very easy to kill all 27 beginner levels when they were fighting against the chaos level. Unless they had some secret technique that could make the 27 beginner levels attack and defend as one without any flaws. However, the possibility of this happening was too small.
This Sea Emperor beast was only at the Great Tao level. When it faced Wang Xian, it had no ability to resist at all. Roar! Roar!
Being attacked by Wang Xian, the Neptune let out a pained cry.
He widened his blood-red eyes and flapped his wings. Boom! 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 The surrounding ocean started to boil. The seawater started to turn red and began to boil. Finally, it turned into a special water droplet with flames. Countless flaming water droplet covered Wang Xian. Petty tricks! Wang Xian released a powerful energy from his body. He completely ignored the attack of the Neptune. Bang!
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 Countless flaming water droplets landed on Wang Xian's body. They were easily blocked and could not break through his defense.
That's right. At this moment, this level of damage could not break through Wang Xian's defense at all.
Boom! Boom! Let's try the power of the Disk of Nothingness and the Heaven's Origin Golden Eyes.
Wang Xian waved his arm and streams of energy entered the Disk of Nothingness. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
In the next instant, these powerful energies landed directly on the body of the Neptune, regardless of distance.
In an instant, a large number of wounds appeared on the body of the Neptune once again.
Buzz. At the spot between Wang Xian's dragon head and brows, the golden eyes emitted a golden glow. An extremely terrifying golden ray shot towards the Neptune. Roar!
Roar! Roar! The Neptune let out a fearful roar. When it saw the incoming golden ray, it quickly dodged to the distance.
However, when the Neptune dodged, the golden ray followed its movements. As long as the Neptune was within the sight of Wang Xian's golden eyes, he would not be able to dodge this attack. He could only take it head-on. He could only take it head-on, he couldn't dodge it. Thump! Thump! Thump!
Muffled sounds rang out.
The terrifying golden rays penetrated the body of the Neptune.
It pierced through a terrifying wound. However, these wounds weren't fatal to the Neptune. Roar! Roar!
Roar! The Neptune was terrified. It raised its head and roared. It flapped its gigantic wings.
With the flapping of its wings, violent rain started to fall from the sky.
However, at this moment, Wang Xian realized that the Neptune had started to disintegrate again. Its body turned into droplets of rain and seawater as it fled in all directions. A means of escape? Wang Xian chuckled when he saw this scene.
Freeze everything. Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth. Waves of energy were brewing in his body. Following that, streams of frost power were released downwards.
In an instant, everything in the world, except for the void, was frozen. Crack! Crack! Crack!
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
A miserable cry sounded in the void once again. The Neptune used all its strength to resist the terrifying attack and gathered together again.
However, the Neptune looked extremely miserable at this moment. The vitality of the space behemoth is indeed abnormal. If it were an ordinary Great Tao expert, he would have been easily killed by me.
Wang Xian mumbled.
However, this was going to happen soon. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Wang Xian's body trembled. Countless flames descended from the sky. The energy in his body circulated and eventually turned into a flaming divine dragon.
The flames fell and destroyed everything in the surroundings.
The Sea Emperor beast rolled around in pain. It struggled violently and wanted to escape. However, the continuous attacks made it impossible for him to use his innate skills.
The life force in his body was also dissipating rapidly.
Buzz. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws. The surrounding ocean churned and formed a huge sphere that surrounded the Neptune and himself.
When the Neptune saw this scene, it was completely terrified.
It began to fight with all its might. Powerful innate skills attacked Wang Xian without any regard for its life. However, they were all easily blocked. The life force in his body was also dissipating rapidly. Time passed by minute by minute. After more than 10 minutes, the Neptune was already extremely weak. The aura on its body was also extremely weak. I can die now. Wang Xian shook his head. He waved his dragon claws and destructive energy attacked every part of its body. Roar! Roar! Finally, the Neptune let out a blood-curdling scream. It was completely dead. In the surrounding area, this huge battle caused all the space beasts in the boundless starry sky to flee in fear. Done.
I wonder what is the current situation with Devil Fiend and Hun Dun.
Wang Xian revealed a smile. He kept the body of the Neptune and scanned his surroundings. As the lair of a great Tao-level space beast, there were still many treasures here. This battle was very easy for Wang Xian.
After killing them easily, Wang Xian took a look at the surrounding areas and kept all the valuable treasures.
Following that, he flew toward Immortal and the rest.
Dragon King.
When Wang Xian rushed over, Immortal and the rest had also finished their battle. After all, the Dragon Palace had used all their strength to kill the 3 space beasts. It was still very easy.
Dragon King, there are now 3 more spots for the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm in the Starry Universe. I reckon that it won't be long before the space beasts have a breakthrough.
The group gathered at Hun Dun's lair again and Hun Dun spoke. If there are space beasts that have a breakthrough, kill them immediately. Hun Dun, are there any of your subordinates who are about to make a breakthrough? Wang Xian asked Hun Dun. Not at the moment, Dragon King. Currently, there are only 2 at the peak of the ruler realm among my subordinates. It will take a long time for them to make a breakthrough.
Hun Dun replied.
When Hun Dun and his group of space beasts came from the 9 origin universe, each of them led a group of subordinates.
Naturally, Hun Dun had more than 1,000 subordinates. However, out of these 1,000 subordinates, only 2 had reached the peak of the Overlord realm.
For this harvest, I'll give you and Xiaolan the corpse of the Sea Emperor beast. Use this corpse to cultivate and see if you can increase your strength. As for the other 2 control-level corpses, one will be used to cultivate disciples while the other will be taken away by me. Wang Xian spoke to Hun Dun and the rest.
Thank you, Dragon King.
Thank you, Dragon King.
When Hun Dun heard that, he thanked him excitedly.
His eyes were filled with excitement. The corpse of a great Tao-level space beast was used by them to increase his strength.
This was something that Hun Dun didn't dare to imagine before.
Now, he was very fortunate to be able to join the Dragon Palace.
Otherwise, if he were to rely on himself, he would not even dare to think about obtaining such resources.
They had just entered the level of the Starry Universe, and it would be extremely beneficial for them to cultivate with the corpse of a great Tao-level starry beast. Little Blue and the others also thanked him. However, Little Blue's small house was different from Little White and Hun Dun. In their eyes, Lan Qingyue was their mother. The Dragon King was also a father-like existence. Moreover, they were born for their mother. They were not too excited after receiving so many resources.
However, they were still very happy to be able to improve their abilities.
Currently, the resources for the Dragon Palace to train their disciples are sufficient. Next, we need to consider improving your abilities. Wang Xian spoke indifferently as he swept his gaze across Bei Shuang and the rest. It's too difficult for a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm to increase his strength.
Bei Shuang couldn't help but comment.
If one were to talk about the ruler realm, it would take hundreds of millions of years to increase one level. However, when one was in the Heaven's Origin realm, it might not be able to increase one level even after billions of years. In the 9 origin universe, for example, the Emperor of Angels had been popular for 50 to 60 billion years. Now, he had not even reached the control level.
Just take Wang Xian's Void Dragon Body, for example. How many resources had he used to advance to the control level? The corpses of the spatial attributed powerhouses in the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm were nonstop. Furthermore, they were all at the control level. Even when he broke through to the control level this time, it was also in the space of the Primal Chaos Stone along with the corpse of the King of Void.
Although the corpse of the King of Void had not been completely consumed up until now, who would be able to take out such a huge amount of resources? With the corpse of an expert at the Great Tao level to cultivate, who else would be able to do it?
Almost none.
Under such circumstances, Wang Xian's body of the Void Divine Dragon could reach the control level. One could imagine how difficult it was to achieve a breakthrough. There is a way to increase your strength quickly.
Wuxia looked at them and said,
Mo Sha heard him and his gaze froze. Dragon King? Are you talking about the belief universe?
Yes.
Wang Xian nodded. There are many disputes between us and the belief universe. Be it here in the starry universe or heaven-sent matters, the belief universe is an enemy. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The heart of belief in the belief universe was a treasure for any powerhouse to cultivate. Their heart of belief was not a real heart. Instead, it was the source of belief that they condensed through the power of belief.
It could be said that the heart of belief was their source of energy.
And the power of belief could affect a person's mind.
But if it could be absorbed, it could make a person's mind clear. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation and breakthrough.
The cultivation of a heavenly yuan creation realm expert required not only a huge amount of resources, but also a type of comprehension.
The heart of faith could greatly increase a powerhouse's comprehension ability.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. The value of a control-level heart of faith was several times higher than other control-level corpses.
The heart of faith at the heavenly creation level was even more unimaginable for a master at the peak of the mastery level. For a master at the peak of the mastery level to obtain a beginner-level heart of faith at the heavenly creation level, the success rate of his breakthrough could reach 30%. 30% was a very high probability.
Dragon King, the belief universe now occupies 2 universes and has existences at the Great Tao level. Their overall strength is much stronger than the Tsang Heaven universe. However, with our strength, we still have the confidence to destroy them. I think we can take the long view and destroy the belief universe as well. In that case, our Dragon Palace will be able to obtain a huge improvement.
Mo Sha's eyes sparkled as he spoke.
Yes.
Wuxia nodded his head and squinted his eyes. Mo Sha, I'll give you a task. In the following time, go and investigate the specific situation of the belief universe and the specific strength.
Yes, Dragon King. Leave this to me.
Mo Sha nodded his head heavily. All right. Mo Sha, go and scout for news. Bei Shuang returned to the space of the primal chaos stone in the Dragon Palace and cultivate properly.
Wang Xian continued to give orders. During the calamity, work hard and cultivate for the time being. When the calamity is over, you can have a good rest. Yes, Dragon King. Bei Shuang and the rest of the experts replied immediately. Currently, the Dragon Palace had sufficient resources to open up the space of the primal chaos stones for the cultivation of the Dragon Palace's powerhouses. By cultivating in there, the disciples of the Dragon Palace were improving at a rapid rate. Currently, the number of disciples at the peak of the Dragon Palace's Overlord realm had already reached 150. Furthermore, this number was continuously increasing. The next step will depend on the belief universe. If we can really destroy the belief universe, the improvement of the Dragon Palace will be truly terrifying.
Wuxia thought to himself. Wuxia and the rest did not take away many of the resources in the starry universe.
Instead, they asked Hundun Shaolan and the rest to do so. Regarding the starry universe, in Wang Xian's plan, he did not plan to simply conquer it and kill its space behemoths. Instead, he wanted to completely occupy it.
However, this occupation would require a very long time.
He needed the Dragon Palace to have more powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin manifestation there.
He also needed to kill the local space beasts in the starry universe.
Currently, there were still some space beasts that left the starry universe to hunt and eat in the boundless chaos. When these space beasts returned, Wang Xian would also kill them.
What he needed now was to nurture more disciples who could achieve a breakthrough in the starry universe. This would take a long time. Once he occupied the starry universe, the Dragon Palace would be able to have 15 more powerhouses who were blessed by the Heaven's Origin.
The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace were cultivating rapidly. Meanwhile, Mo Sha was also rushing towards the belief universe to search for information about the belief universe. However, while Mo Sha was searching for information about the belief universe, the experts in the belief universe had also searched for information about the Dragon Palace. Especially after the 4 control-level experts in the belief universe received the information that the firmament universe had been conquered.
This made the 4 experts in the belief universe nervous. According to their investigation over tens of thousands of years, they had a detailed understanding of the Dragon Palace Dragon King. I really didn't expect that the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others came from the Nine Origin universe. When we were in the Starry universe, we even fought with the Nine Origin universe.
The speed of the Dragon Palace Dragon King's rise is simply unbelievable. 1 billion years ago, according to the information we found, the Dragon Palace Dragon King hadn't reached the heavenly Yuan creation realm yet. How could he reach the primal chaos realm so quickly? The Tsong Heaven universe has been completely conquered. Ao Tsong Heaven has disappeared without a trace. More than half of the powerhouses in the entire universe have been killed. That Dragon King's strength is too terrifying. Not only that, the Void universe has also been destroyed by the Nine Origin universe. Damn it, could the Dragon Palace Dragon King have set his target on us? After all, we have had many conflicts with the Dragon Palace and the Nine Origin universe. In a palace located in the Belief universe's primal universe, for control-level powerhouses sat inside and spoke with gloomy expressions. Ever since they were in the Six Paths universe, when they saw the Dragon King kill Ao Tsongtian in one move, they had been terrified ever since they escaped. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King's strength was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that they couldn't sleep while playing the game, especially after the Tsong Heaven universe was conquered. They were worried that the Dragon King would come to the Belief universe. If he really came, how could they defend against him? If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace really came, we wouldn't be able to defend against him with our strength unless all the experts of the Belief universe came together to defend. One of the experts looked at the three people beside him and said in a deep voice, "Primal, chaos-level existences. If all of us join hands, it's only possible for us to resist him." An old man in the middle said solemnly, "No, it shouldn't be a problem for us to resist him. I heard that the Divine One Palace conquered a not weak universe not long ago. The Divine One Palace is about to give birth to a second great Tao-level existence." The middle-aged expert on the right said, "What? The One God Palace is about to give birth to a second great Tao existence? The King of all gods, Senior One God, didn't increase his own strength." His words slightly shocked the other three as they asked in shock, "I heard that without increasing his own strength, it would be difficult for Senior One God's strength to increase rapidly. Therefore, the One God Palace has chosen to give birth to a second great Tao existence. Currently, the One God Palace has occupied a cosmos. Next, it will give birth to a few kings of all gods." The middle-aged man on the right shook his head and gave an explosive piece of information. The strength of the Belief universe was stronger than what outsiders had imagined. The Belief universe had 24 palaces. Each palace had an existence of a supreme god. That was the king of Pantheon, the heavenly Yuan creation. These were the 24 heavenly Yuan creation level experts. Of course, most of the heavenly Yuan creation level experts were at the beginner level. There were only 7 in the mastery level, and there was only 1 in the Great Tao level before. Now, another one had been born in the Divine One Palace. The Divine One Palace was the most powerful existence in the 24 palaces. The Divine One Palace had played a huge role in occupying the second Belief universe. And now, the Divine One Palace had occupied another universe. They all knew that occupying a universe would increase the number of believers. This would be a terrifying increase in strength. Should we tell the powerhouses of the other palaces about what happened to us and the Dragon Palace? If the Dragon King really comes, we'll have to be prepared. An old man said, "Tell the powerhouses of the other palaces that if they know that we've provoked a chaos-level existence, they won't help us. Now we'll see if the Dragon King is arrogant enough to want to deal with our entire Belief universe. If he wants to deal with our entire Belief universe, then the experts of the other palaces will also fight with us and will not give up on us. But at that time, we will have to pay a price." The old man in the middle replied, "Everything is hard to say. There is still a possibility that they will hand us over to that Dragon King. There is also a possibility that they will ignore us." The middle-aged man on the right shook his head. "Don't expect too much. However, we have to tell our good friends about this first. If the Dragon King really wants to deal with us, as long as we have the support of the experts from the other palaces, we can persuade all the kings of the gods." Of course, there's another point. We've had a conflict with the nine-origin universe. Even the Divine One Palace has to consider it. If we don't unite, will we be defeated by the Dragon King one by one?
At that time, we won't even have the qualifications to join hands to fight back.
The middle-aged man on the right said, his eyes shining, he continued. We have to make all the preparations. Oh right, if I'm not wrong, the Divine Sky Yang Juhua God, and the others have a huge conflict with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It seems that they've suffered a great loss from the Dragon King. No matter what, we have to make preparations first. Although primal chaos existences are invincible, they're not invincible. If we believe that the universe is united, they won't dare to become mortal enemies with us.
Also, let me see if I can contact the Aotsong Heaven and the King of Void.
The few of them chatted as they prepared for the possible crisis that might happen next. From their point of view, the Dragon King was very strong. However, the Dragon King also had enemies. Moreover, they were powerful enemies. If they were to join forces, there was nothing to be afraid of.
Although Wuxia had the intention to make a move on the belief universe, he was not in a hurry.
After all, the belief universe had two universes. He had to understand their specific strength. Since he had made a move, he had to be able to kill more than 70% of their powerhouses. Otherwise, it would only increase their enemies.
Time was the most worthless in the universe.
Even during the calamity, the disciples of the great beings in the nine-origin universe could feel the rapid loss of time. After all, the nine-origin universe was very safe at the moment.
In this safe environment, all the disciples of the great beings didn't feel that their days were like years.
During this time, the Dragon Palace had enough resources.
The strong disciples who were at the peak of the ruler realm and above were all cultivating in the primal chaos stones.
Although it was a huge expenditure, this expenditure was totally worth it for the Dragon Palace. A few 100,000 years later, Mo Sha brought some information about the belief universe. When Wang Xian saw this specific information, he was shocked.
The belief universe was much stronger than he had imagined.
However, Wang Xian did not pay too much attention to it.
The belief universe was indeed strong. There were 27 powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. However, nearly 20 of them were at the beginner level.
2 of them were at the Great Tao level. These 2 were about the same strength as Mo Sha. One of them had just broken through.
Wang Xian did not put such an existence in his eyes.
He could kill him alone. However, Wang Xian didn't decide to make a move against the belief universe. He decided to wait.
In the blink of an eye, 100 million years passed.
Dragon King. All the resources have been used up.
100 million years later, Prime Minister Gui came to the Dragon King's hall and reported to Wang Xian.
Have you used up all the resources?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard Prime Minister Gui's report.
Yes, Dragon King. Just the space of the primal chaos stones has used up 50% of the resources in the entire Tsong Heaven universe. Prime Minister Gui opened his mouth and said. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's aura had undergone a huge change.
The aura that belonged to the Tian Yuan blessed realm was undoubtedly revealed. Yes, Prime Minister Gui had made a breakthrough.
Prime Minister Gui, Ao Chitian, Ao Jian, Ao Yao, and the other former combat divisions and army leaders of the Dragon Palace had all evolved.
For example, Prime Minister Gui, Ao Chitian, and Ao Yao had all sorts of attributes in their bodies. Wang Xian sorted them out and changed them. He changed the 2 attributes into one.
Prime Minister Gui had evolved into the bloodline of the Xuanwu clan and was able to break through.
Ao Chitian and Ao Yu had transformed into the darkness and light attributes.
After all, it was too difficult to break through the 2 attributes. It was several times more difficult than breaking through a single attribute.
Since then, the Dragon Palace had mainly focused on the Divine Dragon.
In 100 million years, the Dragon Palace had added 10 heavenly Yuan-blessed realm experts.
8 of them had broken through directly because they had spots in the Sword and Magic universe and the Tsong Heaven universe.
The other 2, one of which was a spot that the Dragon Palace experts had found. Mo Sha had protected them and broken through. The other one was Lan Qingyue, who had a breakthrough in the Starry Universe. Currently, the Dragon Palace and Wang Xian had a total of 27 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. Dragon King. Currently,
There are 5 disciples in our Dragon Palace who have reached the shackle and need to break through. Prime Minister Gui continued to report. Yes, there were no more spots for the Dragon Palace to break through. There were still 5 disciples who had yet to break through. After all, 100 million years had passed in reality, but 10 billion years had already passed in the space of the primal chaos stones. In these 10 billion years, there were still 5 disciples who had reached the bottleneck of breaking through. There were no spots for them at the moment. In other words, if all of them broke through, there would be a total of 15 disciples. Adding 15 disciples in the space of primal chaos for 10 billion years would be a little too little. Wang Xian spoke. Dragon King, in the past, the reason why we were able to produce a powerhouse in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm within a few million years was because you took out the corpses of the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm powerhouses for them to cultivate. This time, these disciples didn't have too many corpses to cultivate. In addition, for the powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm in the Dragon Palace, the resources required to increase their strength would be even more terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Shuang, Lin Yo, and the leader of the water god dragon have all broken through. Xiao Shuang and Lin Yo can be considered to have the strength of the control level. Prime Minister Gui said. That's true. Wang Xian nodded. There were 15 powerhouses who could break through the shackles in 10 billion years. This number was already very terrifying. If this were to be known, it would shake the entire universe. However, there were also many powerhouses at the peak of the Dragon Palace's ruler level. Now, there were already 200 of them. This was an extremely terrifying number. 200 powerhouses at the peak of the Overlord realm would be able to hold on for some time if they joined forces to defend. Of course, it was impossible for them to resist. Their speed was on a completely different level. Since all the resources have been used up, we should prepare for our next move. If the Dragon Palace wants to improve so quickly, we must start a war. Wang Xian said. Currently, the Dragon Palace's strength was the same as before. However, they had a treasure that was comparable to a beginner in the Heaven's Origin realm. Their strength had increased a little. Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and Hun Dun had both improved their strength after absorbing the corpse of the great Tao-level space beast. They had reached the beginner in the Heaven's Origin realm. Due to the special characteristics of the space beasts, they were comparable to the control level. Including Bei Shuang and Lin Yo, the Dragon Palace had 6 control levels. 19 early-stage levels. Wang Xian was the only one at the primal chaos level. Dragon King, are we going to attack the belief universe? The 24 palaces of the belief universe have 27 powerhouses at the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. If this battle is to start, I'm afraid it won't end in a short period of time. Prime Minister Gui spoke seriously. He continued, in addition, once we make a move, I reckon that they might join forces with the Void King of the Void Universe, the proud heaven of the Tsong Heaven Universe. They should have already recovered to the level of the Great Tao. If they join forces, it would be a big problem. We have to fight. As for how we should fight, we can formulate a detailed plan. Now, the initiative is in our hands. Wang Xian spoke. There were 3 universes in the belief universe. Other than their own universes, the other 2 universes normally had universes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Dragon Palace needed the quota for these universes. The belief universe was different from other cultivation methods. As long as they had enough believers, they could directly achieve a breakthrough. The quota was of no use to them. They didn't need it either. Therefore, the Dragon Palace needed the 2 universes they occupied. As for how to fight, they first had to carry out some decapitation operations. The strength of the belief universe was not weak. In addition, the Dragon Palace still had its own enemies. The King of Void and Ao Tsangtian and the rest. Ao Tsangtian and the rest were still fine. Almost all the powerhouses in the universe had been wiped out by Wang Xian. Only Ao Tsangtian, his wife, and 1 control-level powerhouse were left. The rest were completely exterminated. However, there were still 5 or 6 Heaven Origin powerhouses in the Void Empire who were not completely exterminated. Furthermore, after such a long time had passed, there was a high possibility that the King of Void's strength had already recovered to its peak. Of course, since the Void Disk was obtained by Wang Xian, it was inevitable that his strength would drop. If he wanted to kill them, he had to prevent them from joining forces. Wang Xian was deep in thought.
The best way is to get rid of the King of Void and Aotsong Heaven, Wang Xian mumbled.
With a move of his palm, the lamp of divination immediately began to perform divination.
However, another pleasant surprise was that he actually divined the location of the King of Void. When he saw this information, his eyes sparkled.
The last time he didn't divine the King of Void, it should be because the place where the King of Void resurrected was too far away.
Now, he had returned to the range that he could divine. The current location of the King of Void? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and took out the location. Finally, he landed on a place. The Land of Origin. The King of Void is in the Land of Origin. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was the Land of Origin again. Looks like the Land of Origin is a place where a bunch of powerhouses gather.
Wang Xian mumbled and called in Liover.
A few minutes later, Wang Xian appeared in the Land of Origin.
The last time, Wang Xian had left a demonic altar in the Land of Origin.
Following the divination instructions of the divination lamp, Wang Xian immediately flew out.
At the same time, in a cave in the Land of Origin,
more than 10 powerhouses were located in a cave in the Land of Origin. Leading them were the King of Void, Aotsongtian, and the rest.
Apart from them, there were also the powerhouses from the Void universe and the 4 control-level powerhouses from the Belief universe.
Gathering us here just to form a strategic partnership?
Your Belief universe is really good to think about.
The Void King sat there, his gaze sweeping across the Belief universe's 4 people. He snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression, we have our own difficulties. After all, that Dragon Palace's Dragon King is a primal chaos-level existence.
A middle-aged expert from the Belief universe smiled faintly and said, I can gather the 2 of you together to form a partnership.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace hasn't attacked your Belief universe for hundreds of millions of years. It's hard to say whether he will attack in the future. Moreover, the strength of your Belief universe is very strong now.
Those at the primal chaos level wouldn't dare to be enemies with you.
Aotsongtian looked at the 4 of them and said coldly.
Aotsongtian's strength had just recovered to the Great Tao level, but he hadn't reached his peak yet. The patriarch of the Tsongtian religious sect doesn't know that the Dragon Palace has added at least 6 existences at the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm in the past 100 million years.
The number of Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm existences in the Dragon Palace may be less than ours, but it's not much less.
There's another point. According to our investigation, the Dragon Palace has another Great Tao expert. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it's really possible for them to invade our Belief universe. We have to be prepared. The expert from the Belief universe continued.
So, you called us here. If you encounter any danger, you want us to help. The Void King coldly continued.
Everyone, I don't think you need to worry about whether the Dragon Palace will continue to attack our Belief universe. Even if the Dragon Palace doesn't attack us, we can still cooperate in other aspects.
For example, if we attack some powerful universes together, we want people and the resources will belong to you. If we cooperate, you will be able to make up for the huge losses you suffered because of the Dragon Palace. At the very least, in the next 5 to 6 billion years, you will be able to return to the peak.
The 4 experts from the Belief universe said.
His words eased the Void King's cold expression. It also made Aotsongtian look pensive.
In the past, they were powerful and did not need to cooperate with other experts.
But now it was different. Also, everyone, if the Dragon King knows that we are working together with you, he will probably attack us too. We are also taking a certain risk. An old man from the Belief universe continued.
100 million years ago, they told this information to the Divine One Palace and other experts from the Belief universe.
After they received the information, they were naturally filled with blame and anger towards them. They even threatened that if the other party really attacked, they would have to bear most of the losses. This made the 4 of them angry, but they couldn't say anything.
However, as the days passed, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace didn't attack them. This made them feel relieved and they began to plan.
Although they hadn't been attacked yet, they couldn't guarantee that the Dragon King wouldn't attack them. So they decided to gather the King of the Void and the Proud Heaven.
If the Dragon King really dared to attack, it would not be difficult to defend with them.
In addition, they also valued one point.
If the Dragon King did not attack, they could cooperate with the proud Heavens King of the Void.
These two were both existences at the Great Tao level. They were once the overlords of a universe.
If they cooperated, wouldn't it be easy for them to occupy 5 or 6 or even more universes in the next few billion years?
If they could really occupy 5 or 6 or even more universes, it would also be easy for them to break through to the Great Tao level. At that time, would they still be afraid of the Dragon King? That's possible. The King of Void, Ao Tsangtian, and the others nodded. I know that you believe in the conditions to improve the universe. I have one condition. If you can all improve to the Great Tao level, you have to help us destroy the Dragon Palace. Ao Tsangtian looked at the four of them and said with hatred in his eyes. This time, their universe was simply too miserable. Yes, if we can reach the Great Tao level, we can persuade the entire belief universe to destroy the Dragon Palace. An expert who believed in the universe replied with a twinkle in his eyes. All the benefits have been taken by you, but we don't care. Now that the Dragon King has a treasure that can lock people down, I have returned to the land of origin. He can find me. Now, help me solve the problem on my body.
The King of Void looked at them and said,
Masters who can divine the universe can do it. Ao Tsangtian said. The believer looked at the Void King. Go find a diviner to make a move. To show our sincerity, we will help you bear the price.
Okay, all right.
When the King of Void heard their words, a satisfied look appeared on his face. At the moment, it was indeed a good thing for him to cooperate with other experts. Let's go. I know an expert. Ao Tsangtian stood up and the group flew toward a certain direction. While they were flying toward a certain direction, the Dragon King also flew out of the cave. They are moving,
Wuxia muttered as he looked at the divination lamp's instructions.
However, the target was not too far away from him. He unleashed his full speed and chased after them. A day later, Wuxia sensed a familiar aura in front of him. However, he sensed many familiar auras from his senses.
The aura of the proud heaven. 4 of them are the auras of the king of the gods in the universe. Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly.
Interesting, this is really interesting. They are actually mixed together. Are they preparing to deal with themselves or something?
Wuxia mumbled.
He did not dare to get close for fear of being discovered by the other party. Instead, he followed them from afar.
After following them for 2 days, they arrived at an area of a bamboo forest.
Wuxia sensed that they had entered a bamboo forest and stopped moving.
He concealed his strength and aura as he slowly approached. This bamboo forest? Wuxia sized up the area in front of him. There were some small wooden houses in the bamboo forest. To be able to build such an eye-catching area in this place of origin, he must be an expert. They have joined forces with other experts?
Wuxia frowned slightly. Through his senses, Ao Tsangtian and the King of Void had indeed recovered their strength to the Great Tao level. In addition, there were 4 controllers in the belief universe as well as the experts around them. Their combined powers were no weaker than Wuxia's. Of course, if Wuxia could take down a controller first in a sneak attack, he would still be able to kill the other party. In other words, he could not let them join forces. He could not kill them openly.
However, if they were to unite with other powerhouses, Wuxia would have to be careful. He took out his communication stone plate, which was given to him by the spirit of the dead.
There was also a communication device in the land of origin. Wuxia searched for information on it and soon found the answer. Divining the location of the powerhouses of the universe. In this case, they are here to find the powerhouses of the universe.
What are they here for? To unite?
Wuxia's eyes flickered. He took out the lamp of divination and divined the Ao Tsang heaven.
The Ao Tsang heaven was right in front of him, but he could not divine it.
Is it because they are divining the universe? Are the masters of the universe helping them?
Wuxia guessed and frowned slightly. He immediately thought of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor.
Back then, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor had received news about the King of Void from the masters of the universe.
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was in existence at the level of divining the Great Tao of the universe.
Wuxia set up a devil altar and called an lie over.
Following that, he ordered Enlai to look for the fallen shadow demon emperor to ask about the situation of divination of the universe.
Prophet Hong, sorry to disturb you.
Just as Enlai was looking for the fallen shadow demon emperor to ask about something.
In the bamboo forest in front of them, Ao Tsongtian brought them to the area where Prophet Hong was.
In the courtyard of the bamboo house, Prophet Hong sensed the experts outside and was slightly stunned.
Come in, he said slowly. In the room, the young man heard the movement and walked out curiously.
Prophet Hong, I have a friend here who wants you to set up a big formation on him to prevent divination and lock on to him, just like what I have on me.
Ao Tsongtian said to Prophet Hong, if it's a price, you can name it. When Prophet Hong heard his words, his gaze landed on the King of Void's body. He pinched his fingers and his expression changed slightly.
Ancestor of the Tsongtian cult, don't harm this old man. Prophet Hong hesitated for a moment, looked at Ao Tsongtian and slowly said.
When Ao Tsongtian heard this, he was also slightly silent. He also knew that Prophet Hong had understood some things.
Prophet Hong, your divination universe is a business person and also a neutral existence. We took out treasures to ask for your help. This is also a normal business relationship. From a position at the side, an expert from the belief universe directly spoke.
Prophet Hong, you don't know anything. We can just directly trade. The Void King also spoke. Prophet Hong sighed and didn't reply. Prophet Hong, this is the heart of faith that we condensed. It's at the control level. How's the reward this time?
It's already very powerful, right? The 4 experts from the belief universe took out a treasure and floated in front of Prophet Hong.
When Prophet Hong saw this heart of faith, he was slightly shocked. Heart of faith, this is the heart of faith of the belief universe?
After absorbing it, it can quickly increase one's strength.
The young man at the side cried out in surprise, his gaze burning as he stared at this heart of faith.
Prophet Hong, you only need to set up some great arrays. To you, it's very simple, a simple transaction.
When the Void King saw the control-level heart of faith, his gaze froze as he spoke to Prophet Hong.
Grandfather, a control-level heart of faith is very precious. The young man couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Prophet Hong. Furthermore, what they said is right. We are just doing business. A control-level heart of faith was indeed very precious.
This type of heart of faith was exceptionally precious in the belief universe. Putting everything else aside, to obtain this type of heart of faith, one needed to kill a control-level king of the gods.
It was extremely difficult to kill the king of gods who was at the control level. Moreover, if one wanted to kill the king of gods who was at the belief level, one had to be prepared to be enemies with the belief level. The belief level was too strong.
All right, let's do business normally. When Prophet Hong heard his grandson's words, he thought for a few minutes before nodding his head.
He waved his arm and set up one formation after another in their bodies. Thank you, Prophet Hong.
Ao Tsongtian said from the side. There won't be a next time. Don't come looking for me in the future. Prophet Hong shook his head.
Ao Tsongtian and the others' enemies were too strong. If they were only at the Great Tao level, Prophet Hong would not hesitate at all.
However, the other party was a legendary level powerhouse. He had to be careful. And this time, if the other party did not take out the heart of faith and if it was not his grandson, he would not agree. One last time,
he thought to himself.
He stayed outside for some time. Not long after, the King of Void and the rest walked out. When Wang Xian saw their figures, his gaze froze slightly. He could sense that there was an additional inexplicable energy in the bodies of the King of Void and the rest.
Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and performed a divination. As expected, it's the doing of an expert who divines the universe.
Wang Xian thought to himself. His eyes flickered slightly. Buzz. At this moment, Enlai's figure appeared beside Wang Xian.
Dragon King, we have found the fallen shadow demon emperor.
Enlai looked at Wang Xian. The fallen shadow demon emperor said that he knows a prophet who divines the universe. His name is Nun. Nun is one of the 3 great prophets of divination. The other 2 prophets are Hong and Fa respectively.
They can predict the universe. Nun Prophet and Hong are always here in the land of origin. They open their doors to do business. Any powerhouse can look for them to perform divination. Based on the situation of divination, they can charge a fee for divination.
The universe of divination is a relatively neutral universe. They are powerful and do not participate in the disputes of other universes. Of course, no other universes would dare to provoke them. The powerhouses of the universe of divination are stronger than their peers because they can predict the future. And Lai introduced them to Wang Xian one by one. A neutral universe? When Wang Xian heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Since Ao Tsongtian and the rest are looking for their help, I really don't believe that they don't know the specific reason with their divination abilities. They know that helping them would offend me. This is not a neutral universe, but they want to get involved." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked to the side. The King of Void and the rest had already left. Wang Xian did not continue to follow them. He waited on the spot for an hour before he moved and flew into the bamboo forest in front of him. Through his energy sensing, he could sense the old man and a young man in the bamboo forest. His figure moved, and in the next moment, he appeared in the courtyard. In the courtyard, the young man was holding the heart of faith with an excited look on his face. "Grandpa, with this heart of faith, I have the confidence to raise my strength by a small realm within 100 million years. Hee. Then focus on your cultivation. In the courtyard, Prophet Hong was talking with his grandson. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, his gaze suddenly focused. He immediately looked at Wang Xian, who had suddenly appeared at the side. He sat up straight from the bench and stared at Wang Xian with a grave expression. "Friend, who are you?" He stared at Wang Xian and stood in front of his grandson. He stared at Wang Xian vigilantly. He only sensed it when Wang Xian instantly appeared beside him. His strength was terrifying to Prophet Hong. If the other party wanted to ambush him, he would have already been injured. Prophet Hong, right? "Hello, I heard that divination can predict the past and future of the universe. I have something to ask you." Wang Xian looked at Prophet Hong and asked calmly. "Oh." Prophet Hong stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. He was unsure of Wang Xian's identity. "May I know what this friend would like to ask?" Beside him, the young man was also sizing up Wang Xian in astonishment. "I have a treasure called the divination lamp. It can also be used for divination. However, recently, the divination for some people has failed. I would like to ask how to make him recover." Wang Xian moved his palm and the divination lamp appeared in his palm. He stared at Prophet Hong expressionlessly. "You are?" When Prophet Hong heard Wang Xian's words and saw the divination lamp in his hand, his pupils constricted slightly. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He could not help but take a step back. "Prophet Hong knows about me?" Hee. Wang Xian looked at him and his gaze focused. A heaven's origin golden pupil on his glabella opened slowly. A wave of energy enveloped Prophet Hong and the rest. "Since you have recognized me, how do you propose to solve this?" "I will kill all of you and then slaughter your universe of prophets." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He had indeed used his killing intent on this Prophet Hong. The other party was trying to make an enemy out of them. You're that Dragon King?" "My grandfather is just doing normal business." The youth at the side felt that he had been completely locked onto. His face also revealed a terrified expression as he hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. "Phew." Prophet Hong took a deep breath and quickly stopped his grandson from speaking. He shook his head and said, "This is karma. Dragon King, I have no intention to interfere in the grudges between the two of you. I owe Ao Tsongtian a favor and have no choice but to return it." Since you were involved, you must be involved. Now give me a solution." Wang Xian stared at him coldly and said, "Dragon King, what do you want me to do?" Prophet Hong looked at him and asked in a deep voice. "It's very simple. Help me destroy the King of Void and the proud heaven. In that case, we will write off all our debts. Are you going to do this business?" Wang Xian looked at him and asked coldly, "Give me 1 minute to think about it." When Prophet Hong heard this, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head. Buzz. Prophet Hong's face darkened. He took a deep look at Wang Xian and took out a divination compass. The next moment, he spat out a large amount of blood onto the divination compass and proceeded with his divination. As he was divining, the blood in his mouth flowed out continuously. It looked extremely tragic. "Ha!" Wang Xian stood there and suddenly felt something. He could feel that Prophet Hong was divining his own strength. Interesting. I'm standing beside you, but you are divining my strength. It seems like you want to see if I can fight against you. Wang Xian looked at him and said with a faint smile, Dragon King, you are very strong. I can't predict your strength. Prophet Hong stared at the divination compass quietly. His face was extremely pale. When he heard Wang Xian's words, he raised his head and said miserably, yes, he still couldn't divine it. He knew what this meant. It meant that the Dragon King in front of him was stronger than he had imagined. At least, it wasn't as simple as an ordinary chaos level. 1 minute is almost up. Wang Xian looked at him and said quietly, make your choice. My personal actions have nothing to do with divining the universe. What do you want me to do, Dragon King? Prophet Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked helplessly. Tell Ao Tsangtian and the rest to call me. I know you can do it. Wang Xian stared at Prophet Hong and instructed. All right. Prophet Hong nodded. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message. Then, he looked at his grandson behind him and sighed helplessly. Xiaoyu, remember, the first thing a fortune teller should do is to seek luck and avoid danger. You must not get involved in a powerful dispute. Otherwise, the fortune teller will be the first to die. He instructed his grandson. A long time ago, there was a rule in the divination universe that forbade people from participating in disputes. Otherwise, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Because divination was powerful, divination could lock onto the position of a strong person, the weakness of a strong person. Could even predict the defeat and victory of a big battle. This also created a situation that is, if they were to participate in a war. The opponent's camp's first consideration was to kill the diviner. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful. Primal chaos-level existence. Their divination of the universe was also very strong. If they could even join forces with the belief of the universe and the King of Void Ao Tsangtian and the others. But once they did that, they would be completely trapped. Although they were powerful when they joined forces, they could definitely suppress the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. However, it was impossible to kill the Dragon King. With their strength, they could not divine the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Palace wanted to fight, they could fight. If they wanted to leave, they could not stop them. Once they separated, if the Dragon King really attacked, how could they divine the universe to resist? Therefore, Prophet Hong had no choice but to listen to Wang Xian's orders. Although he was filled with regret. However, he had to eat the fruit of the karma he had planted. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he saw this scene. He didn't care if Prophet Hong would continue to play clever tricks or not. Wang Xian didn't care. In the face of decisive strength, everything was in vain. The reason why Wang Xian came to find this Prophet Hong was to let him know the consequences of joining in. Since you want to join in, then join in completely. There was no way out. Both sides could only let him choose one side. Originally, he could have ambushed the King of Void, Ao Tsangtian, and the others. After he eliminated them, the array formation that interfered with divination naturally dissipated. But he didn't do that. Everything would be decided after he dealt with this Prophet Hong. Oh? Prophet Hong sent a message saying that he divined some things and asked us to go over to their place again to inform us and discuss it. At the same time, Ao Tsangtian and the others who had just left an hour ago received a message from Prophet Hong. After seeing this message, he was slightly stunned and said, Oh? It seems that Prophet Hong has done some divination on some of our matters. Let's go. What's the situation in our past? If Prophet Hong is willing to do more divination for us, it will be much simpler for the following matters. Unfortunately, the divination universe has always been neutral and does not participate in any disputes. The experts who believed in the universe of the King of Void did not have the slightest doubt. They immediately returned the way they came. They're here. Wang Xian sat in the courtyard of Prophet Hong. He sensed the aura of Ao Tsangtian and the rest and said with a smile. He changed the aura on his body so that he only had the strength of someone who had just entered the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. Then, he smiled and entered the house next to him. Prophet Hong took a look and sighed silently. Grandfather! The young man walked over and looked at the old man. He couldn't help but call out softly. Just stand behind me all the time. Prophet Hong reminded his grandson.
Prophet Hong.
At this moment, the king of the sky and void and the others flew over with smiles on their faces. I wonder what you have divined, Prophet Hong. Would you like to inform us?
Ao Santian asked curiously.
More than a dozen people arrived and they stood in the courtyard.
The wooden house at the side was only a dozen meters away from them.
They could sense that there was an expert who had just entered the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm in the wooden house. However, they didn't pay attention to it. Buzz. The distance of more than 10 meters was now so close.
At this moment, Wuxia started to move.
In the courtyard, the king of heaven and void and the rest could only feel a terrifying figure flashing past in front of him.
Following that, they could sense that their life force was dissipating at a terrifying speed. Prophet Hong has divined all of you. All of you are going to die.
At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It made the king of the void and the rest of the group instantly become terrified. Pang! However, in the next second, Ao Tian's corpse fell to the ground.
The king of the void's body turned illusory for a moment as if his entire body was in another piece of void.
He had a supreme treasure on him which allowed him to avoid this fatal attack. In addition, the bodies of Ao Tian's wife and the 3 heaven origin creation powerhouses who believed in the universe also fell to the ground in an instant. There was only one powerhouse who believed in the universe. His body started to dissipate strangely and disappeared without a trace.
This was a powerful treasure that allowed him to die and be resurrected instantly.
Even his body was taken away by some kind of energy. As for the other 5 powerhouses in the void universe, Wuxia did not make a move.
That was because he only managed to kill them in an instant.
Dragon King, it's you. The king of void, who seemed to be in another void space, trembled. His eyes turned blood red instantly as he roared at Wuxia. It's me. Wuxia swept his gaze across them. Waves of energy completely surrounded this place. Ao Tian and his wife were dead. 2 of the experts in the belief universe died and 1 escaped.
Wuxia didn't care about the rest of the experts.
He didn't need to launch a sneak attack and could kill them easily. Prophet Hong, you tricked us. You helped the Dragon King to kill us. The last expert in the belief universe revealed an expression of shock and anger.
He looked at Prophet Hong and roared furiously.
I had no choice. I had to make a decision.
Prophet Hong said helplessly. Damn it, divining the universe. You all deserve to die.
This expert who believed in the universe was shocked and furious.
You dare to plot against me?
Go to hell. Wuxia stared coldly at the king of void and the rest. With a wave of his arm, an invisible giant hand enveloped them completely.
The giant hand broke through the void around the king of void and grabbed his body directly.
He wanted to escape. However, under the power of Wuxia, he couldn't escape at all. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, just you wait. Just you wait. One day, I will destroy you.
The king of void roared in horror. Bang! The next moment, his voice stopped abruptly.
The powerful force caused him to die instantly. At the side, the last expert of the belief universe and the other experts of the void universe had all died.
In less than a minute, more than 10 people of the heavenly Yuan realm had died. 2 great Tao realm experts and 6 control realm experts had all been killed.
All of them had died.
Seeing this scene, Prophet Hong's pupils constricted and he revealed a shocked expression.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was much more powerful than he had expected. The young man looked at the corpses in the courtyard with a terrified expression on his face. He couldn't help but take a few steps back.
These experts that he thought were high and mighty were actually killed in an instant. 2 of them were existences on the same level as his grandfather. In his opinion, his grandfather's strength was almost invincible.
But now, in front of the Dragon King, those at this level were merely killed in an instant.
Now, he finally understood why his grandfather had called Ao Tian and the others over.
If he didn't listen to the Dragon King and resolve the conflict between them, then such an enemy would be extremely terrifying for divination.
The young man took a deep breath and looked at that terrifying figure.
Wuxia looked at the corpses on the ground and smiled. He waved his arm and collected all the corpses.
There were a total of 12 corpses.
2 existences at the level of the Great Tao. 4 powerhouses who believed in the universe. The heart of faith was a huge treasure.
The reason why the Dragon Palace only produced 15 powerhouses in the past 100 million years was related to the corpses of the powerhouses at the Heaven's Origin realm. Such resources were very important. Putting everything aside, if these corpses were given to the disciples in the peak of the Dragon Palace's ruler realm, they could absorb them and at least add 20 disciples who could break through.
Of course, Wang Xian would not only use them to nurture disciples in the peak of the ruler realm. He also needed to nurture the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. Prophet Hong, I'll rely on you to help me divine the positions of the King of Void and Ao Tsangtian. Wang Xian looked at Prophet Hong and said with a smile, "All right." Prophet Hong nodded.
Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. Ao Tsangtian and the King of Void clearly hated him. If they died completely, he could save a lot of trouble.
Prophet Hong did not hesitate and immediately began to divine. Coincidentally, Ao Tsangtian and the King of Void have been resurrected in their universe. Very soon, Prophet Hong spoke to Wang Xian.
"Oh?
Then can you divine how many more resurrection treasures they have?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked.
"I can't divine it, but now I can confirm that the King of Void is only at the beginner level. Ao Tsangtian is at the control level."
Prophet Hong confirmed.
"All right then." Wang Xian nodded and called Enlai over.
In both the Void universe and the Tsang Heaven universe, there were devil spirit altars.
"Dragon King."
Soon Enlai arrived. "Bring us to the Tsang Heaven universe." Wang Xian nodded at him and looked at Prophet Hong. Prophet Hong nodded and looked at Enlai. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "All right, Dragon King." Enlai nodded his head. Following that, their figures moved and disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the Tsang Heaven universe. "Point to a location." Wang Xian spoke to Prophet Hong. Prophet Hong's face was filled with astonishment as he pointed in a direction. Wang Xian nodded his head. A wave of energy enveloped them. Following that, they quickly chased after Ao Tsang Heaven and the rest.
Damn it. That Prophet Hong actually helped the Dragon King to harm us. We're done for.
Flee immediately. We'll flee immediately. Now, the Dragon King and the rest can easily lock onto us. Once they catch up to us, we might be completely done for.
At the same time, in an extremely desolate and remote area of the Tsang Heaven universe, Ao Tsangtian and his wife were fleeing frantically towards the outside of the universe.
Their faces were filled with fear.
Over the past 100 million years, they had managed to recover their strength to the Great Tao level with great difficulty.
Their losses were too great when they died. In addition, if Prophet Hong and the Dragon King were to chase after them, they would probably be completely annihilated. The woman's face was also filled with fear as she was fleeing desperately. They did not expect that because they wanted to prepare a Heaven Origin Destiny treasure for their future child. To think that they had fallen to such a state.
The two of them fled frantically.
On the other hand, Wang Xian was approaching them at a terrifying speed.
Half a year later, Wang Xian saw the figures of the Ao Tsang Heaven and the woman in front of him. A cold look appeared in his eyes.
"Both of you die." Wang Xian flew over and his voice entered their ears. How can it be so fast? When they heard this voice, they shouted in horror. Boom.
However, in the next second, an extremely terrifying energy covered their bodies and killed them instantly.
Prophet Hong, continue your divination.
Wang Xian looked at Prophet Hong and instructed.
He's still resurrected in the Tsang Heaven universe. The Ao Tsang Heaven is only at the beginner level. His wife has already reached the ruler realm. Prophet Hong quickly said, "All right, Enlai, bring us to the Void universe first. We can't let the King of Void escape." Wang Xian did not continue to pursue Ao Tsang Heaven.
He dealt with the King of Void first before returning to continue to kill Ao Tsang Heaven.
Yes. Enlai nodded. In the next moment, they arrived at the Void universe.
Compared to the Tsang Heaven universe, there were more teleportation locations in the Void universe.
Wang Xian used the divination lamp to divine a more accurate location for Enlai. After obtaining this location, Enlai immediately teleported over.
It was the same for Ao Tsangtian and the others.
At this moment, the King of Void was also fleeing frantically. His face was filled with fear.
The only time he was resurrected was in a distant universe. Even if he flew there, it would still take him millions of years. In his opinion, the reason the Dragon King did not chase after him last time was because he was too far away and could not lock onto him. But now that he was resurrected in the Void universe, he would definitely be locked onto by the Dragon King. Not to mention that he had the help of the prophet who had divined the universe. If I'm not careful, I might be completely destroyed. The Void King's heart trembled. Because next, all the places where he was resurrected were in the Void universe. If he was killed twice more, his strength would be reduced to the ruler realm. But now he had no way at all. Void King, you can't escape. I will completely destroy you. On this day, the Void King heard a body and his body trembled violently. No, 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 don't kill me. Dragon King, please don't kill me. When he heard this voice, his voice trembled as he shouted loudly. The next moment, what surprised Wuxia was that the King of Void knelt down in the void. I submit. I'm willing to submit to you. Don't kill me. Yes, the King of Void had collapsed. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. The fact that the Dragon King was able to chase him here proved that he was 100% capable of being killed. He really didn't want to die. Even if he had to surrender, he didn't want to die. Wuxia was stunned. This? What the fuck? How could this work? After all, he was in existence at the level of the Great Tao. However, what Wuxia did not know was that it was precisely because the King of Void was in existence at the level of the Great Tao and the Master of the Universe that he did not want to die. If he submitted, he would at most become the paparazzi of the Dragon King. However, there was a limit to the time he could be a paparazzi. Other than when the calamity erupted, other times the chaos was very peaceful. At most, he would fight to the death for the Dragon King during the calamity. Once the calamity passed, he would be able to return to the Void universe and become the King of Void. He would be able to enjoy his life again. If he died, he would really die. He would disappear forever. He couldn't bear to do so. At the side, Prophet Hong was also looking at this scene in astonishment. He didn't expect that the King of the Void would actually submit to the Dragon King. Submit? I've killed you so many times and conquered your universe. Will you submit in peace? Will you willingly obey my orders? Wuxia flew to his side and stared at him mockingly. I don't believe you. Dragon King, The King of Void raised his head and looked at Wuxia disappointedly. Then, he looked at Prophet Hong. I know that there is a treasure in the universe of divination called the karmic contract. As long as I sign this contract, my life is in your hands. I can sign the karmic contract. Dragon King, I am an expert at the Great Tao level. In the next calamity, I can fight for you in every calamity. I can fight for the Dragon Palace. I beg you, Dragon King, to spare my life. As the King of Void spoke, his face was full of pleading. Wuxia looked at him and felt that it was a little funny. When he was killing him, the King of Void was clamoring that he wanted to kill him and that he must take revenge. But how long had it been? He had to kneel down and submit? He looked at Prophet Hong. There is indeed such a karmic contract in our divination universe. The conditions for signing such a contract are extremely harsh and complicated. Both parties must agree to it. In addition, the contracted person must condense his own lifeblood. If this lifeblood is in the hands of the other party, it can directly kill his lifeblood. There is another point. After condensing the lifeblood, he can only be resurrected in the future through the lifeblood. It can be said that once the contract is signed, the person who signs it will hand over his life to the other party. Even a great Tao existence cannot change the karmic contract. Prophet Hong spoke. This type of karmic contract was a terrifying method. In addition, it required the aid of a treasure. The person who signed the contract needed to cultivate this method to condense his lifeblood. In short, unless he was forced into a desperate situation, he would not sign these contracts. Once they were signed, as long as he was still alive, his life would be in the hands of another person. There was another point. If another person died, the contracted person would also die. Oh, there's really such a contract. Wuxia looked at Prophet Hong and asked. Yes, Dragon King. This contract is rarely signed. Not only does it require the consumption of a treasure,
but it also requires the other party to condense his vital meridian. Prophet Hong nodded his head.
If you really want to submit to the King of Void, I will naturally agree.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Moreover, this is a very good choice for you. Otherwise, I will exterminate all the other powerhouses in your Void universe. Wang Xian would naturally agree if a powerhouse of the Great Tao level wanted to submit. Furthermore, there were still 5 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts in the Void universe. However, if Wang Xian wanted to subdue them, he had to be prepared for any eventualities. After all, Wang Xian and the rest had killed all the experts above level 7 who were the masters of the entire Void universe. He still had to prevent them from taking revenge. If not for the contract mentioned by Prophet Hong, Wang Xian would definitely not accept the submission of the King of Void. Yes, I am willing to submit. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King.
The King of Void thanked Wang Xian excitedly when he heard his agreement. Finally, he did not have to die.
Although the entire Void universe had been conquered by the Dragon Palace.
Most of his subordinates and descendants had also been killed.
However, the King of Void was an old fellow who had lived for 100 billion years. His affection for his family had weakened. The royal family of the Void dynasty had been his descendants for countless generations. In addition, his beloved son and grandson, who were in the heavenly Yuan destiny level, were not killed. Prophet Hong, I'll have to trouble you to sign the contract.
Wang Xian looked at Prophet Hong and said,
All right, Dragon King. I have the treasure to sign the contract now. As long as the King of Void forms his lifeblood, we can start the contract. Prophet Hong nodded. All right then. Let's go to the Tsang Heaven universe and kill Ao Tsang Heaven.
Wang Xian smiled and brought them to the Tsang Heaven universe.
After divining Ao Tsang Heaven's location, Wang Xian immediately launched the next round of attacks. In the next few decades, Wang Xian pursued Ao Tsang Heaven crazily. He's dead. Ao Tsangtian was completely destroyed by you, Dragon King. From then on, Ao Tsangtian will no longer exist.
After killing Ao Tsangtian for the 15th time, Prophet Hong confirmed. Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and divined for a while before nodding slightly.
He had indeed completely destroyed Ao Tsangtian.
After pursuing him for 70 to 80 years, Ao Tsangtian and the rest had been resurrected 15 times.
However, when he resurrected later, he could only retain the strength of a universe knight. With such strength, Wang Xian could easily track and kill him.
At this point, Ao Tsangtian was completely dead.
During these 70 to 80 years, the King of Void had also condensed his own lifeblood. Wang Xian sensed his lifeblood and felt that it was very magical.
Holding this lifeblood, he could sense the King of Void's thoughts and what he was doing. In other words, even if Wang Xian was very far away from the King of Void, he could still sense what he was doing. What was he thinking?
He could even destroy his lifeblood with just a thought, causing the King of Void to die instantly.
This was an extremely terrifying contract.
It was a type of 100% control over a person.
Of course, this kind of contract was completely impossible to spread.
Firstly, not only would it require powerful contract treasures, it would also require a contestant to spend several decades to condense a lifeblood. Who would be foolish enough to condense a lifeblood and hand it over to others? Even the patriarch of a large sect wouldn't be able to control his subordinates one by one. I'll leave these corpses of your Void universe to you. Recover your strength to the Great Tao level as soon as possible so that you can prepare to attack the Belief universe. Wang Xian gave him all the corpses of the King of Void and the others. Also, don't let the Belief universe know that you've submitted to me. Yes, it's the Dragon King. The King of Void replied immediately. Looking at his own corpses, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief.
Ao Tsangtian's strength was about the same as his, but now it had completely dissipated.
At least he was still alive. Moreover, the Dragon King gave the corpse to him so that he could quickly recover to the Great Tao level. Not to mention other things, he would still be the king of the Void universe in the future.
He was just below one person and above tens of thousands of others.
It was acceptable. Dragon King, can I go back now?
Prophet Hong looked at Wang Xian and asked.
Sure. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be like this. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and said to Prophet Hong. I will. Prophet Hong cupped his hands and left with his grandson. You should go back too. Gather your subordinates first. Then, come to the 9 origin universe to look for me alone.
Wang Xian instructed the King of Void.
It's the Dragon King.
The King of Void nodded and left. Next, it's time to believe in the universe.
Wang Xian mumbled. After getting rid of the problem of Ao Tsangtian and the King of Void, especially after subduing the King of Void, everything became much simpler. After the King of Void dealt with the matters under him, Wang Xian would allow him to recover his strength to the Great Tao level within the Primal Chaos Stone. At that time, he could start a war. With Mo Sha and the King of Void, the two of them would be able to fight against the 2 Great Tao level kings of the gods in the belief universe. He would be able to kill them with ease. Before I make my move, I should make a trip to the belief universe in person. I need to understand everything first.
Wang Xian thought to himself.
After all, the belief universe occupied 3 powerful universes. Since he wanted to destroy them, he had to be fully prepared. With this thought in mind, he moved and flew rapidly towards the direction of the belief universe. While Wang Xian was heading towards the belief universe, he was located in the main universe of the belief universe, in an extremely huge temple in the sky.
There were 27 seats in this temple. On each seat there was a vast figure. As they sat on it, the illusory image of hundreds of millions of believers appeared behind them, making them look holy and majestic. It settled then. The 4 palaces of Foshan Palace's New World Palace have provoked the Dragon King. Take out a portion of the believers and raise the sacred king of all gods of the sacred palace to the Great Tao level. The king of all gods of the sacred palace will have to fulfill some of his foster father's duties. If the Dragon King comes to invade us, the 2 seniors from the God Palace and the king of all gods of the sacred palace will be enough to resist him. In the palace, an old man opened his mouth and said faintly,
Yes, the current situation of the Dragon Palace is that there are at most 20 heaven origin blessed realm existences. With our strength, we can resist him. It's very likely that the Dragon King will not invade us. Invading us is an irrational act, and it will also bring disaster to them.
The 2 kings of the gods also spoke faintly.
No matter what, once there is a special situation, all the experts will gather on the main universe's side. The kings of the gods discussed and discussed. There was not much panic on their faces. They were not in the Tsang Heaven universe, nor were they in the Void universe. They were powerful enough. If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dares to invade our belief universe, we will make him pay the price. The king of the gods, Sheng Xinyang, said with a face full of killing intent.
Sheng Xinyang, they had several disputes with the Dragon King in the Starry Universe.
In the end, they suffered a great loss at the hands of the Dragon King.
This is a universe occupied by the belief universe. It used to be called the Gaza universe. A few hundred years later, Wang Xian came to the front of a universe and looked inside.
The Gaza universe was a universe that had just been occupied by the belief universe God Palace. Wang Xian entered this universe and flew towards the interior of the universe. A few years later, he came to a planet. When he saw this planet, he was shocked by the scenes on the planet.
On the planet, all the living beings were dressed in white. They were kneeling in front of the idols and praying continuously.
There were also some living beings who were sitting cross-legged in front of the idols.
Waves of power of faith entered their bodies into the idols. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he was filled with astonishment. He hovered there and watched quietly.
For a few months, apart from their basic life, these creatures spent the rest of their time cultivating and praying.
Waves of power of faith were transmitted into the idol.
Their expressions were numb like machines.
When Wang Xian found a relatively strong creature on this planet, he immediately used his soul-absorbing power.
Following that, all the information about this creature appeared in his mind. These people have all been brainwashed. They have given everything they have to that so-called God.
They have lost all the rest of their family ties. God is everything to them.
Wang Xian mumbled. This kind of control was a little terrifying. It was comparable to a massacre.
He took a deep look at this planet and continued flying towards the interior of the universe.
When he arrived at the other planets, it was still the same situation. This kind of mind control is also very terrifying. Wang Xian thought to himself, It was comparable to the actions of some powerhouses in the evil sequence universe.
Buzz buzz.
Just as Wang Xian was surveying this planet and heading towards another universe occupied by the belief universe, he suddenly received a message.
The message was sent by Prophet Hong. When he received this message, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
The message sent by Prophet Hong was that there was a heavenly Yuan creator from the Gaza universe who came to ask him to divine the future of the Gaza universe. Divination, how to save the Gaza universe.
This was a very interesting thing. After Prophet Hong received this message, he immediately sent it to Wang Xian.
This was because the Gaza universe was currently occupied by the belief universe, and the Dragon King was currently planning to use the belief universe. Prophet Hong felt that he could inform the Dragon King. After witnessing the terrifying strength of the Dragon King, Prophet Hong felt that it was beneficial to befriend him. Let them wait for my information in the land of origin. Wang Xian replied to Prophet Hong.
Prophet Hong, please inform us if there is still hope for our Gaza universe.
At the same time, in the land of origin, two women who looked almost identical stood in Prophet Hong's courtyard. They looked at Prophet Hong with a sorrowful expression and couldn't help but ask again. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Coincidentally, your Gaza universe has a chance of survival. However, I can't tell you about this. I told that person and he told you to wait in the land of origin.
Prophet Hong looked at them and said, The two women were slightly stunned and their faces were full of astonishment.
The two women looked at Prophet Hong with surprise and surprise, their eyes filled with anticipation. I can't tell you the details. Prophet Hong shook his head. You can wait in the land of origin for now. That person has already replied to my message. Prophet Hong, this. The two women opened their mouths, wanting to ask more questions. As long as you discuss with that person, you can save your people.
Prophet Hong said, I can't say anything else.
It's Prophet Hong. Thank you, Prophet Hong. The two women nodded and looked at each other. After taking out the reward, they left. Wang Xian came to the second universe of the belief universe and took a stroll there. There are no powerhouses in the heaven's origin manifestation in the entire universe. It's possible that they are all in the main universe and gathered in the main universe. What are they doing?
Is it to prevent me from invading?
Wang Xian smiled. Then, he flew towards the main universe of the belief universe. 1,000 years later, Wang Xian arrived at the main universe of the belief universe. After entering the main universe, Wang Xian concealed his aura.
The power of chaos turns everything into chaos. Can the power of chaos imitate the power of belief?
No, it's not an imitation. Can it be converted into the power of belief?
Wang Xian mumbled and used the power of chaos to analyze the power of belief. However, after his research, he was able to convert it.
The power of faith was a very special type of energy. It was different from metal, wood, water, fire, and so on. They had a strong power of faith and a strong soul power.
The soul essence of all living beings in the universe was the same. There were very few universes that specialized in cultivating the soul.
Even for the netherworld race, they mainly used the darkness attribute and the soul as support. This was because the attack power of the soul was much weaker.
On the other hand, the power of faith could be understood as a special type of soul power.
The power of chaos contained all the energy, so it naturally contained the power of the soul.
Under the cover of the power of chaos, the power of faith emanated from Wang Xian's body. It really works. Can it be converted into the power of divination?
If I were to completely fuse with the primal chaos stone, would I be able to control the power of chaos and convert it into any kind of power? Or could it be that my attacks contain all kinds of energy? Life, death, mystery, and other effects. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. He sensed the fusion between himself and the primal chaos stone. 13% and 77% needed to be fused.
The speed of the fusion was too fast. The last time he only managed to fuse 10% rapidly due to his breakthrough. If he could not achieve another breakthrough, it would take him at least tens of billions of years to fuse with it.
He thought to himself. However, there was nothing he could do about it. It was too difficult for Wang Xian to achieve a breakthrough now. This was equivalent to his main body of 9 attributes breaking through to the heaven's origin blessed realm. Perhaps I don't need to use 9 attributes to achieve a breakthrough. If I can fuse the spatial attribute into my main body, I might be able to achieve a breakthrough as well. Wang Xian was thinking. He could no longer achieve a breakthrough after devouring the resources. The next breakthrough required him to think, comprehend, and find his own path. The difficulty had undoubtedly increased by a lot. However, Wang Xian did not think too much at this moment. He flew towards the center rapidly with the strength of the gods in the universe. In the next 10,000 years, Wang Xian was searching for all kinds of information.
After 10,000 years, Wang Xian went through the entire belief universe. He also went through all the 24 palaces. He had a comprehensive understanding of the strength of the belief universe. It was stronger than he had imagined.
Because according to his investigation, there were not 2 but 3 great Tao existences in the belief universe. This was something he didn't know before. Even the gods in the belief universe didn't know that there were 3 great Tao existences in their universe.
On the surface, there were only 2.
In addition, there were 8 great Tao experts in the belief universe. This wasn't a small number, because the Dragon Palace only had 6 combat strength in the control level. The belief universe had 2 more than the Dragon Palace. As for the number of beginner-level fighters in the belief universe, it was 16. There were 27 Heavenly Yuan creator-level fighters in total.
This number was right. They are very powerful, but the good thing is that after the King of Void submitted, 2 of his 5 subordinates are still alive, which can make up for the gap between the master-level fighters. In addition, I can behead them before they have time to react. This battle can be fought.
Wang Xian assessed the strength of both parties. In terms of the number of Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm, the Dragon Palace could reach 33.
When the time came, he could call for TNC and reach 34.
34 versus 27. They had the advantage in numbers. The most important thing was that he was there. Wang Xian pondered in his heart. Soon after, he recalled what Prophet Hong had mentioned. He summoned an Lai over and instantly arrived at the land of origin. After sending a message to Prophet Hong, he received a reply from Prophet Hong very quickly. Not long after, when he arrived at Prophet Hong's residence, he sensed that there were 2 powerhouses inside.
However, he was slightly disappointed after sensing a little.
Dragon King. Seeing that Wang Xian had arrived, Prophet Hong cupped his hands at Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the 2 women. At this moment, the 2 women were sizing up Wang Xian as well. The 2 women were existences at the Heaven's Origin creation level. Naturally, their looks were impeccable. There was also an air of superiority about them.
In addition, their looks were similar. They should be sisters, which added to their charm. At this moment, the 2 of them were also filled with curiosity.
You are the powerhouses of the Gaza universe? Your strength is a little weak. Is there only the 2 of you in the Gaza universe now? Wang Xian asked the 2 women. Our father and elders were completely wiped out by the powerhouses who believed in the universe. We only managed to escape with the help of our father and elders. I heard from Prophet Hong that you can help us return to the Gaza universe and help us save the disciples of our universe.
A woman said with a sorrowful and expectant look on her face. I am prepared to make a move against the belief universe. Although you are not strong, you can join us. However, after I destroy the Gaza universe, I will take away all the treasures and resources of the Gaza universe. In addition, I will also take the quota for the Gaza universe.
You have to understand this.
Wang Xian looked at them and said directly,
What?
You want to take action against the belief universe?
When the 2 women heard Wang Xian's words, they were shocked. The Gaza universe had a deep understanding of the strength of the belief universe.
Just the power of a palace had destroyed them. They did not even dare to think of attacking the belief universe.
Since the Dragon King wants to attack the belief universe, he naturally has the ability. At the side, Prophet Hong saw the shock and disbelief on the 2 women's faces. He spoke slowly. He has the ability?
The 2 women were slightly shocked.
Although they could not see clearly the depth of Wang Xian, they had no choice but to believe the words of Prophet Hong. One had to know that as one of the 3 great prophets who divined the universe. The things he knew far exceeded their imagination.
Moreover, Prophet Hong did not have to lie to them. Since I am prepared to make a move against the belief universe, I have this ability and confidence. Wang Xian said, "Follow me back to the Dragon Palace first. When the time comes, I will bring you straight to the belief universe."
The strength of these two women was in the initial stage of the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. However, they were comparable to veteran experts who had just entered the Blessed Realm. Although they were not very strong, having two more existences in the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm was still a considerable strength. "All right." The two women looked at each other and nodded. There was no need for the Dragon King to lie to them.
There was also no need for Prophet Hong to lie to them.
After all, with their strength, Prophet Hong could kill them if he wanted to do anything to them. "Let's go."
Wang Xian called and lie over and enveloped them before disappearing instantly.
The universe around the land of origin will not be peaceful anymore.
Prophet Hong muttered as he watched Wang Xian and the rest leave.
He knew that a true king might be born in their area. A powerhouse with terrifying strength. "Dragon King, is this the universe you're in?"
When the two women arrived at the Dragon Palace, they looked around in shock. The current Dragon Palace had too many powerful treasures and resources. All these treasures were gathered here in the Dragon Palace, causing the energy in the surroundings to be abnormally majestic and terrifying.
Even though they were in the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, they were still extremely shocked.
These resources, even if they were to gather all the resources in their universe, weren't they just SOSO?
"Yes." Wang Xian nodded and called Prime Minister Gue over.
Prime Minister Gue, prepare a residence for the two of them later.
Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gue before asking, "Where are the King of Void and the others?"
Dragon King, according to your instructions, the King of Void has entered the space of the Primal Chaos Stone to recover his strength. His 5 subordinates have been arranged to recover at the side. We have taken out some resources so that their strength is almost restored to its peak.
Prime Minister Gui reported. Wang Xian nodded.
The King of Void was completely subdued by him and allowed him to enter the space of the Primal Chaos Stone to cultivate.
As for his subordinates, Wang Xian did not allow them to enter the space to cultivate.
After all, the Primal Chaos Stone was such a precious treasure. Wang Xian would not let him know about someone whom he could not trust 100%.
"And Lai, go to the Six Paths universe and call Tianxi over. Tell him to prepare for a big battle." Wang Xian looked at Enlai, who was beside him, and instructed him. Then, he continued to look at Prime Minister Gue. "Call all the experts of the Dragon Palace over. Tell the other disciples to prepare for the battle as well. It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded. His eyes were glowing with a fiery glow.
The experts and disciples of the Dragon Palace had been preparing for the big battle in the belief universe.
"All of you wait here." Wang Xian instructed the two women from the Gaza universe before teleporting to the Primal Chaos Stone. In the space of the Primal Chaos Stone, he could sense that the King of Void was recovering his strength.
At the moment, his strength had yet to recover to the level of the Great Tao.
After all, he had been killed by Wang Xian consecutively and suffered a lot of damage. Although Wang Xian had already given him his corpse, it would still take some time for him to fully recover. However, he was about to recover to his peak. After all, in the space of the Primal Chaos Stone, the time ratio was different. "King of Void, bring your subordinates to the Dragon King's palace."
Wang Xian spoke to the King of Void inside.
The King of Void opened his eyes immediately when he heard Wang Xian's voice. Then, he replied respectfully, "It's the Dragon King. How long will it take for you to return to your peak?"
Wang Xian looked at him and asked,
"Dragon King, you should be able to return to your peak after cultivating in this space for about 1,000,000 years. The King of Void spoke. "All right." Wang Xian nodded. "Dragon King, all the experts from the Dragon Palace have arrived." At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's report came over.
Wang Xian gestured to the King of Void and then came to the Dragon King's hall.
The King of Void immediately brought his subordinates to the Dragon King's hall.
Sitting on the dragon throne in the Dragon King's hall, Wang Xian swept his gaze down. "Greetings, Dragon King."
In the Dragon King's palace, Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan, and the rest of the 21 experts from the Dragon Palace had arrived. At the side, the King of Void led his 5 subordinates and bowed respectfully.
At this moment, the 5 subordinates of the King of Void had mixed feelings in their hearts. Back then, they could even suppress the entire 9 Origin universe. But now they had submitted to the Dragon King's underlings. However, their boss had submitted, and with the Dragon King's terrifying strength, he had the ability to kill them completely. So be it. At least it would be safer to follow a chaos-level powerhouse in the future, right? They comforted themselves in their hearts. The 5 of them were very loyal to the Void King. If their king submitted, they would submit as well. At this moment, the 2 women from the Gaza universe were the most shocked. They sensed the powerful existences around them, and their faces were filled with shock. The powerhouses from the Dragon Palace did not hide their strength. They could sense that there were at least 1 or 2 great Tao-level existences present. However, a great Tao-level powerhouse was also worshipping the Dragon King. What realm was this Dragon King at? Sensing the surrounding powerhouses, perhaps they really had the strength to fight against the belief universe. Mem, other than Qingyu and Xiaolan, they are all here. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at them. You all know what happened this time. The next target of our Dragon Palace, the belief universe, will take action 10,000 years later. I have investigated the strength of the belief universe. There are a total of 27 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses and 3 Great Tao-level existences. On our side, including the 2 helpers from the Gaza universe, the King of Void and the rest have a total of 36 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. This is a huge battle. At that time, we will launch a surprise attack. I will try my best to kill as many of their Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses as possible. Wang Xian sat on the Dragon Throne and shared some information about the belief universe to all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. Then he told them about the plan again. Following that, he showed the map of the belief universe and the location of the 24 palaces. The belief universe was not weak. The Dragon Palace could not be careless in their actions this time. They had to fight with all their might. Wang Xian naturally had to discuss these aspects with the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. The greatest advantage of the Dragon Palace was the existence of Inflate. It could allow them to launch a sneak attack in an instant. This was very important. Otherwise, if all the experts of the belief universe were to gather together, the Dragon Palace would not be able to break through them at all. Therefore, the first attack was very important. One had to kill at least 2 existences at the Great Tao level. Of course, it was also possible to kill 5 or 6 existences at the control level. Foster father. Just as Wang Xian and the rest started their discussion, Tianci was brought over by Inflate. He shouted in excitement. His gaze swept across the powerhouses in the Dragon King's hall, and he was also shocked. Yes, there's a big battle this time. Tianci, you should train well. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at Tianci. Then they continued their discussion on the battle plan. Next, I will continue to investigate the situation in the belief universe. Shadowless, inform me when your strength has recovered to the Great Tao level. Once you have recovered, we will take action immediately. Finally, Wang Xian spoke. It's the Dragon King. The King of the Void was called Shadowless. He replied respectfully. Wang Xian nodded and ordered the group of Dragon Palace powerhouses to get ready. The 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts from the Gaza universe ended the meeting after a period of shock. The Dragon King and the rest might really be able to completely destroy the belief universe. At that time, we will be able to deal with our people. Now that their minds are completely controlled, they are like walking corpses. They finally have a chance to be freed. The 2 women were talking excitedly. Time passed day by day. During this period of time, Wang Xian often went to the belief universe to investigate some situations. He set up a devil spirit altar not far away from each palace in the belief universe. This could make the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace attack directly. Dragon King, we found some sneaky guys around the Dragon Palace. After investigation, they were sent by the belief universe. However, on this day, Wang Xian received a message from Prime Minister Gue. When he saw this message, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the last time I killed Ao Tsangtian and the rest, I killed 4 masters of the belief universe. This made them even more cautious. Wang Xian mumbled. The Void Shadow will only need about 1,000 years to return to the Great Tao level. At that time, we can take action. We can't make too many preparations for the belief universe. Wang Xian pondered in his heart.
That's right. Ever since Wang Xian exterminated the King of the Void and the rest of the Proud Heaven once again.
The 4 control-level powerhouses from the belief universe had a bad premonition in their hearts.
They had a feeling that the Dragon King would take action against their belief universe.
They immediately passed this news to the powerhouses from the Shen-Yi Palace and the other palaces.
This made the belief universe on high alert. One by one, the powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation were stationed in the universe.
Even the powerhouses who had left did not leave too far away. They could return in an instant. In addition, they had also made a series of preparations.
They had set up defensive formations at the center of the entire belief universe.
Once a powerhouse of the heaven's origin manifestation appeared at the center of their belief universe, they would be able to sense it instantly. However, what they did not know was that Wang Xian had seen all these defenses and arrangements of the belief universe.
During this period of time, he had been in the belief universe.
The array formation and defenses of the belief universe could not sense Wang Xian's existence at all.
This made him have some plans in his heart. Dragon King. The King of Void Strength has recovered.
1,000 years had passed. On this day, Prime Minister Gui's message was sent.
When Wang Xian heard it, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then we can make our move now.
He mumbled and confirmed all the plans again.
Then he came to the position of the One God Palace.
Currently, he believed in the 24 palaces of the universe. Other than the Holy Palace, which had an existence at the level of Great Tao.
The other 2 existences at the level of Great Tao were all in the Holy Palace.
Furthermore, according to Wang Xian's senses, these 2 existences at the level of Great Tao were all in the Holy Palace.
Since Wang Xian had chosen to launch a sneak attack, he would first attack with their strongest expert. He would first attack the Holy Palace. Then, he would kill his way to the Holy Palace.
I have to finish the battle as soon as possible. I can't let them react in time. Regardless of whether they can be resurrected or not, I have to kill them once. Wang Xian's eyes focused. At this moment, he contacted Prime Minister Gui.
After receiving the reply, Wang Xian gave the order to attack.
At the same time, he instantly unleashed all of his strength. His dragon eyes locked onto the 2 great Tao-level powerhouses in the Divine One Palace. Roar! Wang Xian instantly transformed into his divine dragon body. At the spot between his brows, the heaven's origin golden pupil emitted a golden glow. The void disk emitted a terrifying aura as it headed straight for the 2 powerhouses. The strongest attack.
Die! Wang Xian roared furiously and opened his dragon mouth. All kinds of terrifying energies were mixed together. Metal would water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness.
Not only that, there were also mutated frost, corroded darkness, and pale light.
All kinds of fusion and mutated energy were directed towards that direction. This attack could be said to be Wang Xian using all of his strength. In the Divine One Palace, 2 great Tao-level powerhouses were cultivating in the 2 halls on the left and right respectively.
This calamity had just arrived and they had already occupied an entire universe. Now, they were also digesting the additional power of faith. They were cultivating. However, the moment Wang Xian made his move, the 2 great Tao-level powerhouses opened their eyes and revealed a shocked expression.
What? How is this possible? The entire center of the universe of faith has been completely sealed off. Why are there heaven origin level powerhouses appearing?
Their eyes widened instantly as they felt this terrifying energy. Their faces revealed a look of astonishment.
Chaos level.
This was definitely the power of chaos level.
They didn't have time to think about anything else. The 2 of them immediately released their strongest defense. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
The terrifying energy instantly covered the entire space of the God Palace. The entire space was in a state of purgatory under the attack of Wang Xian.
Everything that had life was wiped out.
Under the charge of all kinds of energy, the gods died instantly.
The 2 Tao-level experts from the God One Palace in the left and right Great Hall felt this destructive energy and revealed a trace of fear and despair on their faces. A primal chaos level attack.
The Dragon King had really attacked. This was something that they did not wish to see. The energy landed on his defense and it quickly collapsed. He's going to die. One of the great Tao experts from the One God Palace roared in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. The defense in front of him was easily broken. His life force was rapidly increasing.
Buzz.
However, in another part of the One God Palace, another great Tao expert's body flickered slightly. A door condensed from the power of faith appeared in front of him and blocked in front of him. He immediately entered the door and dodged this fatal attack. One died, and the other dodged his own attack. Wang Xian sensed this scene and was not surprised at all. Although he was attacking at close range now, it was very difficult for the other party to escape. However, as a powerful force that occupied 3 universes, they would always have some powerful trump cards.
For example, they would be able to avoid treasures that were almost invincible. They would be able to resist all attacks.
They would also have treasures that could revive them in an instant. It was possible for such an expert to possess such treasures. Buzz. Wang Xian's body moved and flew in instantly. He flew out immediately after collecting the great Tao-level corpse. Dragon King. At this moment, and Lai rushed over.
Wang Xian nodded his head. They teleported and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were on the planet where the Holy Palace was located.
The Holy Palace was not too far away from their location. Wang Xian sensed the aura of the powerhouse in the Holy Palace. His body moved and he flew over immediately. He didn't chase after the powerhouse from the One God Palace.
He didn't massacre anyone in the One God Palace either.
He immediately came to the Holy Palace.
He locked onto the aura and charged straight at it. Beep, 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 beep.
At the same time, a rapid and ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded in the Holy Palace.
It was the sound of an alarm.
This alarm would only sound when the Holy Palace was under a huge attack.
That Dragon King has really invaded, damn it.
Below the sacred palace, the King of Holy Pantheon looked at the light screen in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. On this light screen, there were more than 30 black light spots. How did they suddenly attack the center of the belief universe? More than 30 heaven origin creation level powerhouses were in big trouble. Damn it! Damn it! The King of Holy Pantheon was a little shocked and angry. Because of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the 24 palaces had made a lot of arrangements at the center of the belief universe. Once a heaven origin creation level powerhouse got close to these arrangements, they would be able to detect it.
But now more than 30 heaven origin creation level existences had suddenly appeared and entered their interior.
Only then did they realize it. This made them both shocked and angry. Not good.
However, at this moment he felt a terrifying aura locking onto him.
This made his pupils slightly shrink. This is. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ever since he broke through to the heaven origin blessed realm, this was the first time he felt an aura that made him tremble.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Chaos level.
His pupils contracted slightly as he growled in a low voice. Roar.
At this moment, Wang Xian rushed over. When the King of the Holy Pantheon sensed Wang Xian rushing over, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a treasure and wanted to escape. Crack, crack.
However, in the next moment, a stream of energy landed on it and directly destroyed the treasure in front of him. Ignore the attack of space.
The King of the Holy Pantheon's heart sank as he growled in a low voice. Bang! At this moment, he saw a terrifying dragon claw heading towards him.
All beings are invincible, transcending.
The King of the Holy Pantheon waved his arm and a circle appeared above his head. The dragon claw carried a terrifying energy as it passed through his body. However, he wasn't injured at all.
Pierce. Between Wang Xian's brows, the heaven's origin golden eye emitted a blazing golden light as it attacked the King of the Holy Pantheon. What? The King of the Holy Pantheon sensed a terrifying energy coming in front of him and his expression changed drastically.
He was currently in a state of transcendence and was able to avoid all attacks. Why were there still attacks that could lock onto him? The ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Looking at the golden eye between Wang Xian's brows, the King of the Holy Pantheon looked extremely embarrassed. Out of all the treasures, the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was the strongest.
With his powerful treasures and skills, he could be in the state of transcendence. However, there were also powerful treasures that could restrain him. Bam! The heaven's origin golden eyes penetrated his body and caused the king of all gods to die instantly. Buzz. When Wuxia saw that he was killed, he took out the divination lamp and began to perform divination immediately. Wuxia would not pursue the two great Tao experts from the Divine One Palace. However, he wanted to pursue and kill the experts from the Divine Sacred Palace. He's revived. He's not far away. Through the information obtained from the divination lamp, Wuxia immediately charged towards a direction. Damn it, this Dragon King's strength is too terrifying. We have to gather together to be able to fight him. At this moment, the resurrected king of the Holy Pantheon roared with a face full of shock and anger. The first thing he did was to take out a treasure and crush it instantly. The next moment, his body disappeared. Ha! When Wuxia rushed over, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that they were prepared to escape. Are they gathered together? I wonder how many Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses Emosha and the rest have killed. Wuxia thought to himself. When he made his move, all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were sent to the palaces of the 20 palaces in the belief universe by Enlai and the rest. The demonic Void King and the others were sent to the two powerful palaces. They chased after the control-level experts. The other experts of the Dragon Palace were also sent to the palaces in groups of 3 or 4. They wanted to kill them. The 35 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts were divided into 10 small teams and attacked the 10 palaces. What the Dragon Palace wanted to do was to quickly reduce the number of its members and believe in the strength of the universe. At least half of their powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin Realm would be killed. Boom! 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 At this moment, at the center of the belief universe, a sudden war broke out. Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Palace, Decree Palace, 9 Stars Palace, Nether Heavenly Palace, Radiant Sun Palace, Amy Mountain Palace, and the rest of the palaces were suddenly subjected to a terrifying attack. Not far away from the 24 palaces of the belief universe. Suddenly, Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses appeared. After they appeared, they quickly attacked the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses in the palace. Every initial Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouse would be attacked by at least 4 people of the same level. A sudden attack. A sudden attack. The Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses in the palace had no time to react. A terrifying power covered them. Apart from these Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, 10 of the palaces were also attacked by the Ruler Realm experts. In front of each palace, at least 20 peak Ruler Realm experts suddenly appeared, along with hundreds of thousands of other Ruler Realm experts. They quickly killed the gods. It was 3 or 4 times more powerful than a palace. This sudden attack caught the gods and the King of Gods, who believed in the universe, completely unprepared. Oh no, we can't resist it at all. We're doomed. Oh no, this is a space elemental expert. Isn't this the King of Void? Why did he suddenly attack? Why are they together with the Dragon King? Oh no, run. Gather at the Divine One Palace immediately. In an instant, when the 10 palaces' expert disciples saw the sudden attack of the Dragon Palace's expert disciples, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They wanted to escape. Before this, they had already made a plan. If the Dragon Palace's Dragon King launched a sneak attack, they would immediately gather together and deal with or even kill the Dragon King. However, even though they were prepared, when the sudden attack arrived, it was still somewhat difficult for them to resist. Most importantly, it was too sudden. It directly appeared in their nest and directly charged towards them, not giving them any time to react. One king of the gods was quickly killed. However, each king of the gods had their own means of resurrection. After they were resurrected, they immediately teleported to the God Palace. Kill all the gods in the belief universe and kill them. The power of the King of the Gods will naturally decrease. Kiki. At the 9-Star Palace, Missouri Shah roared with a gloomy face after killing the King of the Gods in the control level of the 9-Star Palace. He stared at the gods in the 9-Star Palace and immediately killed them. The disciples of the Dragon Palace didn't have a good impression of the belief universe. Not only did the two sides fight and kill each other in the starry universe back then,
During the calamity, the belief universe crazily occupied one universe after another and enslaved the souls of the living beings in other universes, which made the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace not have a good impression at all.
This kind of behavior was no different from the evil sequence camp. In addition, the belief universe, their cultivation method was to use the power of belief. It was to gather the power of countless believers. The gods in each palace all worshipped the king of the gods in their own palaces. Killing these gods was equivalent to weakening the power of the king of the gods.
If all the believers of the king of the gods were killed, then the king of the gods realm would fall to a terrifying level. It would drop to a level where anyone could easily kill him. Therefore, killing the gods who believed in the universe was an important part of the plan.
The king of Pantheon could be resurrected. After they were resurrected, it was very likely that they would retain their realm. However, if they were to kill their believers wantonly, their strength would definitely drop.
In the Divine Sacred Palace, after Wuxia had killed the king of Pantheon in the Divine Sacred Palace, he began to slaughter the gods in the Divine Sacred Palace. Under his telepathic perception, there were more than 300,000 gods in the Holy Palace. The Holy Palace was in existence second only to the one Palace of Gods.
Their number of gods was also second only to the one Palace of Gods.
More than 300,000 gods were located around the Holy Palace of Gods. Wuxia's body churned as waves of energy filled with deathly stillness swept towards them.
As the energy swept past, all the gods were instantly killed. Run, run, run.
There's an enemy invasion, there's an enemy invasion. Where's the king of the gods?
Oh my god, what happened?
Run quickly. What a terrifying energy. It's not something we can withstand. Run, run, run.
Countless gods roared in despair as they fled in all directions. However, with their speed, how could they escape Wuxia's attack?
On the planet where the Divine Palace was located, the hundreds of planets around were all destroyed by Wuxia easily. All the gods were wiped out. Now, it was too easy for Wuxia to wipe out an expert in the ruler realm with his strength. It was as easy as squashing an ant. Hee hee. Wuxia's cold dragon eyes swept across and revealed a faint smile.
These corpses of the gods of the universe were the most precious treasures for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to cultivate.
Just these corpses were a terrifying amount of resources.
The corpses of the King of Gods of the Great Tao level were a rare cultivation treasure for Wuxia's void dragon body. After Wuxia had killed all the gods around the Divine Sacred Palace, the divination lamp appeared in front of him.
Are they all gathered together? At the Divine Palace?
Wuxia looked at the information displayed on the divination lamp. His eyes sparkled.
He took out the communication stone plate and sent a message. The Dragon King and the rest have invaded. Our heavenly imperial palace has suffered a terrifying attack. I was surrounded and killed by 4 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses. Damn it, they have invaded our belief universe. I've been killed too. Damn it. How did they suddenly appear in our palace? How did they do it?
Could it be that we have spies from the Dragon Palace here?
What exactly happened? According to the information from the formation we set up, more than 30 heavenly Kismet realm experts have invaded. Have you been attacked? Didn't you guys suffer an attack? We have suffered an attack here. The strength of the other party is extremely terrifying. The gods in my palace are being massacred by them. Quickly go and help.
At the same time, in the void crack beside the God Palace,
the kings of the gods who believed in the universe quickly arrived here. Some of the kings of the gods had expressions of shock. Some of the kings of the gods were terrified and angry. Some of them were pale and had just been resurrected. In the 24 palaces, 10 palaces had been attacked. They had been attacked. This caused them to suffer heavy losses. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, 2 Great Tao experts from the One God Palace, the Great Tao existences from the Sacred Palace, also appeared. Their expressions were also abnormally awkward. When the kings of the gods who believed in the universe saw the arrival of 2 Great Tao existences from God One Palace, they hurriedly asked. The gods who believed in the universe also had solemn expressions.
That Dragon King is very powerful. We were all ambushed by him and couldn't resist at all. I had a true treasure to escape, but Hong Tian was killed. Fortunately, I had a true treasure to recover.
The great Tao realm expert who was called Senior God 1 replied with a dark face. Senior God 1, you were also ambushed by that Dragon King?
You couldn't fight back.
His words shocked the surrounding kings of all gods. His strength is very terrifying. In a one-on-one situation, I didn't have the strength to fight back at all. I was also killed instantly.
The Sacred Palace's Sacred King of all gods said from the side.
What? Sacred Palace Master was also killed by that Dragon King? This Dragon Palace's attack was definitely premeditated. It was definitely planned. He directly attacked more than a dozen of our palaces and wantonly ambushed us. How did they do it? That Dragon Palace's Dragon King is a primal chaos-level existence. He might have powerful treasures that we don't know about and could bring his subordinates here. Around them, the 24 palace masters and the kings of the gods in the belief universe said in shock and anger.
What we need to do now is to fight back,
the Sacred Palace Master said with a cold face.
However, just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed.
Not good. He suddenly cried out in surprise, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. My strength is going to decrease. My strength is going to decrease. That Dragon Palace Dragon King is crazily slaughtering the gods of my sacred palace.
There was a trace of fear in the Sacred Palace Master's voice. Their strength came from the beliefs of their believers. However, once a large number of believers died, their strength would naturally decrease.
Now, the Sacred Palace Master felt that his realm was loosening.
He felt that his strength was going to fall to the control level?
What? His words caused all the kings of the gods to be slightly shocked.
Not good, my strength has decreased. My strength has also decreased. The gods of our decree palace have been massacred. I have now fallen from the control level to the beginner level. If I let them continue to kill like this, my strength will become lower and lower.
At this moment, the Decree Palace Master at the side suddenly cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with fear. No, we must retaliate. Our strength comes from our believers. If our believers are killed, our realm will drop. We must stop the Dragon Palace and the others. A palace master who believed in the universe said with a grave expression. The expressions of God, one palace master and the others changed slightly. Retaliate.
Immediately retaliate.
The divine one palace master waved his arm, and a picture appeared in front of everyone. In the picture was the position of more than 30 experts of the Dragon Palace. We'll use the teleportation array to rush over one by one and destroy them. At this moment, the divine one palace master sensed that his realm had decreased, and he said with a ferocious expression.
He had just broken through to the great Tao realm not long ago, and now his realm had decreased. This made him extremely angry, and his heart was filled with a fierce killing intent.
Wait! Look! They are rushing toward us. At this moment, the light spots representing the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts were rapidly gathering in the picture. Finally, they appeared not far away from them. All the experts of the Dragon Palace are coming. They can lock onto our position. One of the kings of the gods narrowed his eyes and said, Damn it! They dare to attack us? One of the kings of the gods roared angrily.
I was killed by the King of the Void. That King of the Void is now on the same side as the Dragon King.
At this time, a control-level king of the gods said with a solemn face. What? Isn't the Void universe the mortal enemy of the Nine Origin universe? Moreover, the Nine Origin universe has invaded the Void universe, and the Void King has been killed by the Dragon King and the others several times. How can they be in cahoots now?
It should be that the Void King has been subdued by the Dragon King. Oh no, there are two great Tao existences in the Dragon Palace now, and the strength of the Sacred Palace Master has decreased again. It's over. Our strength has fallen to the peak of the Pantheon realm. Oh no. My strength has also decreased. I used to be comparable to the old King of Pantheon, but now I'm almost the same as when I just broke through. What should we do now?
Are we still their match?
In the Hall of the Void Crack, the scene instantly became chaotic.
The gods who believed in the universe showed a hint of panic on their faces. The Void King of the Void universe and the Dragon King were in cahoots. Now, the strength of the palace masters of the 24 palaces had decreased.
One of them had even fallen to the realm of the gods.
Under this situation, they were at a disadvantage. Everyone shut up and get ready to fight. We still have 26 kings of the gods here. If we join hands to defend, we can still hold them off.
In addition, have all your subordinates gather at the one god palace's side. It shouldn't be a problem for us to hold them off with all our strength.
When the one god palace master saw this situation, his gaze focused as he shouted loudly, "Yes!" All the kings of the gods were slightly stunned before they immediately nodded. This wasn't the time to panic. They were still very powerful. Even if the Dragon Palace was very powerful, as long as they joined forces, it wasn't impossible for them to resist.
They're almost here. Go out and face the enemy.
Palace Master Shini looked at the information on the array and waved his arm. Their enormous palace appeared in reality.
Fight. So what if they're at the primal chaos realm?
We have so many experts and we can totally resist them.
That's right. If you want to kill us, you need at least 5 to 6 experts at the primal chaos level to attack together.
The kings of the Pantheon clenched their fists tightly and looked forward. Boom, 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 boom,
boom, boom.
At this moment, at the position in front of them, a group of Dragon Palace's experts' disciples, led by Wang Xian, flew over quickly. Kiki. This is going to be a tough battle. We can have a good battle now. Mo Sha stared ahead. Now, they could already see the position of the king of all gods in the universe. They could already sense their existence. There are 26 heaven origin powerhouses. One of them is lacking in the aura of the Great Tao level and 2 of them are lacking in the aura of the control level. It seems that killing their subordinates has a huge impact on their strength. Wang Xian stared ahead as he sensed their strength. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. In the void beside the God Palace, Wang Xian led 35 heaven origin creator powerhouses to the front. They floated there and stared at the kings of the gods who believed in the universe. 26 kings of the gods. At this moment, they came out of the palace led by the God Palace's God Palace Master and the rest.
They stared at Wang Xian and the rest. Their expressions were unsightly and filled with anger and hatred.
When Wang Xian saw them coming out, his face revealed a mocking expression. Although the strength of the belief universe was very powerful, they had a fatal flaw. That was, the improvement of their strength depended on the power of their belief. They relied on countless believers to increase their strength. They could not be like the powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation in other universes. If they encountered a strong enemy, they could escape immediately.
Once they escaped, they had to bring their believers and their subordinates.
Otherwise, once their subordinates were killed, their realms would naturally decrease. This was also the reason why Wang Xian and the rest did not escape when they chased after them.
That was because they could not escape.
Once they escaped, it would mean a crushing defeat. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I believe in the universe and have nothing against you. I asked you to lead your subordinates to kill our way here and slaughter our gods.
Palace Master Shini stared at Wang Xian and said with a gloomy expression,
You should be clear about the grudges between us.
Wang Xian looked at him and said with a smile,
Just a little bit of grudges and you are allowed to invade our belief universe?
Do you really think that our belief universe is so easy to bully?
Dragon King, if you guys leave now, we can pretend that nothing has happened in our belief universe. The Shun-Yi Palace Master said as he sized up Wang Xian and the rest with a sullen face.
He could sense the strength of the experts from the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King's forceful killing of them. This made the Divine One Palace Master and the others very fearful. They didn't want to fight this battle if it wasn't necessary.
If you believe in the universe, how could our Gaza universe provoke you?
You invaded our Gaza universe, massacred our family members, and killed our disciples. Now the Dragon Palace invaded you and you say such words? You are really despicable and shameless.
The 2 women from the Gaza universe retorted angrily when they heard the words of the Divine One Palace Master. They had witnessed the powerful strength of the Dragon Palace.
Naturally, they hoped that the Dragon Palace would completely destroy them.
If that was the case, they would be able to return to the Gaza universe and save their people. The words of the 2 women from the Gaza universe caused the faces of the kings of gods who believed in the universe to sink. If we really want to fight, we believe in the universe. We are not afraid of you. The Holy Palace Master glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with a cold expression and growled in a low voice, "Then let's fight."
Wang Xian stared at them and said indifferently,
Kill them all." Upon hearing Wang Xian's order, Mo Sha roared with laughter.
Without any hesitation, he took the lead and charged at the kings of the gods who believed in the universe.
Buzz! The Void King followed closely behind.
Kill, destroy them.
Kill!
All the experts from the Dragon Palace had powerful killing intent in their eyes as they charged towards them.
Fight! Defend!
The expression of the first God Palace Master changed drastically as he immediately roared loudly.
Attack together! Be careful of that Dragon King! The great Tao Elder beside the first God Palace Master also roared loudly with a solemn expression. Buzz! 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 They waved their arms and waves of powerful energy engulfed Mo Sha and the rest. The 26 kings of the gods mobilized the power of faith in their bodies to form a terrifying attack. Wang Xian stood there quietly as he watched the battle that had already erupted. His eyes flickered. Currently, there were 2 Tao-level existences in the belief universe.
There were 8 people at the control level. The rest were all at the beginner level.
On the Dragon Palace's side, there were 2 people at the Great Tao level and 9 people at the control level. However, in the belief universe, the powerhouse at the control level was a powerhouse whose realm had fallen from the Great Tao level. His current strength was equivalent to 2 existences at the control level. Other than that, the Dragon Palace had 10 more powerhouses at the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm than them. Even though Wang Xian didn't make a move, he still had 9 more powerhouses. Since he didn't make a move, the Dragon Palace's strength was slightly stronger than theirs. In this battle, the Dragon Palace was already in an advantageous position. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sounds of collision could be heard from the front. Wang Xian looked over.
The attacks of the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace and the attacks of the kings of the gods of the universe collided with each other in a terrifying manner. The entire void shook violently. This was the collision of more than 50 powerhouses of the heaven's origin realm. Space was torn apart. The energy fluctuations here even caused the nearby planets to be destroyed instantly.
This collision did not determine the victor.
Lock onto your opponent and attack.
Mo Sha stared at God One Palace Master and roared as he charged over. The King of Void and the others also locked onto the kings of the gods and attacked.
You're courting death.
God One Palace Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his arm and a pagoda that was emitting light appeared in front of him. The pagoda emitted light, and light phantoms and faith phantoms attacked Mo Sha. The rest of the kings of the gods also went to meet the experts of the Dragon Palace. However, although they were meeting the attacks of the experts of the Dragon Palace, they didn't scatter. They remained in the same formation. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! Violent collisions sounded. All kinds of energies were wreaking havoc. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them one by one. The Palace Master of the Shini Palace possessed a light-attributed ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
It was normal for a powerful universe like the belief universe to possess ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
After all, the strength of this universe was too strong. There's more than one.
At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a king of belief who was at the control level. He also took out a heaven's origin creation treasure.
This heaven's origin creation treasure was of the water attribute.
2 heaven's origin creation treasures. Not bad, not bad. The heaven's origin creation treasure that I can control now is already at its limit. However, it can bring great improvement to the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian mumbled.
He took out the lamp of divination and immediately began to divine the weaknesses of the kings of the gods. He divined the best timing and target of his attack.
Very soon, information was transmitted from the lamp of divination. Wang Xian smiled and disappeared into the shadows. That Dragon King has disappeared. Be careful. Wang Xian, who had been on high alert since the beginning, immediately warned loudly when he saw Wang Xian disappearing. It's too late. When Palace Master Shin Yi reminded him, Wang Xian had already teleported to a certain location. His gaze was locked onto a control-level powerhouse. When the king of all gods of the belief universe was fighting, layers of barriers enveloped them. The power of belief was used to defend. Furthermore, this layer of defense was superimposed by all the powerhouses.
It was to prevent them from being broken one by one.
However, it was obvious that they had underestimated Wang Xian's strength. Wang Xian appeared in front of a control-level expert who worshipped the gods. His heaven's origin golden eye erupted with a terrifying energy.
It directly penetrated the defense in front of him.
Following that, the void disk ignored the attack of space and instantly landed on his body. No! In just an instant, the control-level powerhouse was killed by the terrifying power of space. Before he died, he let out a miserable scream.
What?
Come closer together. Don't scatter. Come closer. Not good. The defense we spread around can be penetrated by the Dragon King. Be careful. The Dragon King is very powerful. Senior Palace Master Shin Yi, what should we do? The Dragon King has made his move. Wang Xian made his move and instantly killed a king of Pantheon who was at the control level. This caused the pupils of the other kings of Pantheon to constrict slightly. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Although they were fighting against the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace just now, there was an energy defense between them. It was to prevent the Dragon King from attacking them. They were not stupid. Naturally, they would take the Dragon King's combat strength into consideration.
However, Wang Xian's instant attack still caused them to lose a control-level existence. This was a little terrifying.
Defend. Don't attack. Defend with all your might.
The master of the first god palace roared loudly. Buzz!
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 At the next moment, they did not hesitate at all and went all out to defend.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom! Boom! All the attacks from the experts of the Dragon Palace landed on their defenses but did not break through them.
Although the strength of the king of the gods who worshipped the universe was slightly weaker than Wang Xian and the rest.
However, if they went all out to defend, it would still be extremely difficult to break through them. When they broke through one layer of their defense, the other experts would set up another layer. With such an endless defense, even if Wang Xian was added in, he wouldn't be able to break through it directly. Do they only know how to cower? This is not a good choice. Wang Xian stared at their defense with a cold look in his eyes. He channeled his energy into his golden eyes and a terrifying golden ray shot toward them. Let me do it. The expression of Palace Master Shin changed slightly when he saw the golden ray.
He roared and channeled all the power of faith into the pagoda of light in his hand.
The pagoda of light formed a powerful defense.
Wang Xian's attack penetrated the defense of the king of the gods of faith. However, when it landed on the defense of the ultimate treasure of heaven's origin, it failed to break it. Attack 1 point. Let's see how long they can defend.
When Wang Xian saw that his attack was blocked, his expression did not change. After all, the strength of the king of the gods was much weaker than Wang Xian and the rest.
They could defend for a year, 2 years, or even 10 to 100 years. However, could they defend for thousands of years?
They could not defend. There would be times when their energy would be depleted. If they didn't defend, it would be easier for Wang Xian to chase after them and kill them one by one if they escaped.
Yes, the experts from the Dragon Palace replied.
They followed Wang Xian and launched a terrifying attack at the same time.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
The sound of tremors rang out continuously. The king of the gods of faith was enveloped by the power of faith. Each and every one of them looked extremely embarrassed. I'll cast a defense, and all of you will inject the power of belief into my body. All of us cultivate the power of belief, so we can make our defense stronger and more terrifying. This is our advantage. The attacks caused the bodies of the first god Palace Master and the others to tremble violently. At this moment, his gaze focused as he roared loudly. Protection of the gods.
Absorb the faith.
Palace Master Shin Yi roared furiously. He slowly pressed his palms together. A huge shadow formed from the power of faith slowly enveloped them. When all the kings of the gods saw this scene, their gazes focused. All the power of faith was injected into Palace Master Shin Yi's body. The huge shadow began to materialize. It formed an incomparably vast defense.
Ha! When Wang Xian saw this defense, his eyes focused slightly.
He waved his dragon claws. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous huge claw marks appeared on the body of the shadow, but they were quickly restored. This defense is very strong.
Wang Xian looked at this defense and his eyes focused slightly. The greatest advantage of the belief universe is that their energy is the power of faith. Furthermore, this kind of power has a fusion and stacking effect.
This was the huge advantage of the kings of the belief universe.
They were able to better merge the powers of all the powerhouses together. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to hunt alone. Even if Wang Xian joined forces with all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, they would still be able to break through with great strength.
Prime Minister Gui, get in line to bring the disciples of the Dragon Palace over. Then, go to the belief universe to hunt down the gods and weaken their strength.
Wang Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gui.
Since they were going to fight a protracted war, Wang Xian would fight a protracted war with them. The power of faith had their strengths. However, it also had a fatal weakness. That was, as long as their believers were killed, their strength would naturally be reduced. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately and followed him out of the battlefield.
Wang Xian stared at the giant formed from the power of faith in front of him and opened his dragon mouth.
Boom! Boom! A terrifying dragon breath attacked the giant formed from the power of faith. The giant trembled violently, but he still managed to withstand his attack. Alright, our power of faith has a strong fusion ability. We can totally retaliate.
Sacred Palace Master's gaze focused as he roared loudly.
If we want to fuse all of our powers into one to attack, the difficulty will increase by 100 times. Divine One Palace Master spoke. If they could really stack their powers together, then their belief universe would be invincible.
After all, an individual's power was an individual's.
If they wanted to perfectly fuse them together, it would be difficult. It was fine to defend as long as energy was injected into it. As for attacking, it required everyone to perform the exact same actions at the same time. There couldn't be the slightest difference. This was very difficult. After all, there was still a gap in strength between them. However, even if we can't perfectly fuse them together, we can still launch a counterattack. God One Palace Master said loudly. Next, listen to my orders. The Palace Master of Shinny stared at the experts of the Dragon Palace in front of him with a cold expression. He stared at Wang Xian and the rest. He roared loudly.
Following that, the huge shadow that was surrounding them slowly raised its arm.
A long spear appeared on the palm of the shadow. The long spear stabbed directly at Wang Xian's location. Dong!
A muffled sound was heard.
The long spear carried a terrifying energy as it pointed towards Wang Xian. The entire space emitted a muffled sound. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that they had started to counterattack. Be careful, he reminded them. Following that, his golden pupils emitted a golden glow as he charged towards them. Boom! The sound of collision rang out. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that the golden ray was directly devoured by their attack.
That powerful energy was still attacking him.
When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately dodged to the side. The terrifying energy spear pierced through the void and disappeared into the starry sky. This move was extremely powerful. It was extremely terrifying. The destructive power far surpassed Wang Xian's full-strength attack. Even Wang Xian couldn't withstand this attack.
However, their attacks had a huge flaw.
That was, their attacks were very clumsy. It was very easy to dodge.
Even those at the control level could dodge their attacks.
What they are cultivating is the power of faith. It's easy for them to fuse all their powers together. The power that they can unleash is very powerful.
I still need to pay attention to it. As they continue to fuse, their proficiency will increase by a lot. On the other hand, the Dragon Palace can't do what they are doing.
Wang Xian looked at the attacks of the kings of the gods of faith and thought to himself, Buzz. His body trembled slightly as the body of the Void Dragon flew out from his body. Following that, the body of the Void Dragon took the Void Disc and the Void Dragon Pool and flew into the distance. The Void Dragon, the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, and the Void Dragon Pool. Their combat strength was already close to the level of Great Tao. 2 mastery levels and 2 beginner levels. Now that the king of all gods who believed in the universe had merged his belief into one, it was extremely difficult for him to break through the defense and attacks unleashed by him. In that case, he had to destroy their people quickly in order to reduce their strength. Wang Xian separated the body of the Void Divine Dragon and went to hunt down the gods who believed in the 24 temples of the universe. He took out the communication stone plate and contacted Enlai with the body of the Void Divine Dragon, asking him to teleport over. During these tens of thousands of years, Wang Xian had a comprehensive understanding of the belief universe. The location of the 24 palaces and the teleportation formation there were all in Wang Xian's mind. Furthermore, Wang Xian had set up a large number of devil spirit altars in the belief universe. There were hundreds of devil spirit altars. Now, Prime Minister Gui had led the disciples of the Dragon Palace to hunt down the gods in the belief universe. However, their speed might be too slow. Wang Xian was prepared to take action personally. Under the lead of Enlai, Wang Xian arrived in front of a palace very quickly. He looked in front of him. This was the Foshan Palace. It was one of the more powerful palaces among the 24 palaces in the belief universe. The head of the Foshan Palace was one of the 4 powerhouses who had mingled with Ao Tsangtian and the rest. At this moment, all the gods in the Buddha Mountain Palace were quickly gathering. The Buddha Mountain Palace was very far away from the One God Palace. However, even from such a great distance, one could still see the terrifying might coming from the One God Palace. That's right. Even if they were here, they could clearly sense the battle between more than 60 heaven origin creation realm experts. That destructive energy caused all the gods and disciples in the belief universe to be filled with shock. Quick! Quick! Gather all the gods and head to the Divine One Palace. A powerful enemy has invaded our belief universe. Right now, our supreme gods are desperately resisting. Our Lord has ordered us to head to the Divine One Palace. Just what kind of enemy dares to invade our belief universe? My God, the power coming from the Divine One Palace is so terrifying. If we go there, won't we be instantly killed? We will go to a secret realm of the First God Palace. The supreme gods will naturally have plans for us there. The gods spoke one after another, their faces filled with shock. They believed that the universe was so strong that they had always been the ones invading other universes. Now they were actually attacked. This made them feel incredulous. How strong were the enemies exactly? Are they all gathering together? Perfect timing. Wang Xian looked at the gods in the Foshan Palace and smiled. He teleported continuously and arrived at the center of the gods. The disk of nothingness floated directly in the sky. Numerous spatial blades attacked the hundreds of thousands of gods. The sudden attack made the gods unable to react in time. The space blades killed all the gods one by one. Under the terrifying speed, they didn't even have time to scream. Buzz! Wang Xian looked at the large number of corpses around him. With a wave of his arm, he kept all of them. Go to Enlai's palace. Wang Xian teleported to Enlai's side and instructed. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded immediately. At the same time, on the battlefield beside the god's palace, 26 kings of the gods gathered together. An extremely huge giant formed from the power of faith enveloped them. The huge giant of faith was fighting against Wang Xian and the rest. They were not at a disadvantage when facing the experts from the Dragon Palace who were far stronger than them. However, at this moment, the expression of a king of the gods suddenly changed. This is bad. The believers of our Foshan Palace have been killed. Hundreds of thousands of believers of the gods have been killed. He cried out involuntarily. The power of faith in his body was draining rapidly. Their strength relied on the support of a large number of believers. If the believers died, their strength would naturally drop. In just a few seconds, his strength at the control level had dropped to the beginner level. The reason why he was able to remain at the beginner level was because of the heart of faith. The heart of faith was equivalent to a refined treasure. If their realm dropped, the quality of the heart of faith would not drop. Without the heart of faith, his current realm would be reduced to below the heaven's origin realm. This initial entry was equivalent to the weakest one.
There was some fear on his face.
Too many believers had been killed. It was impossible to recover from such a decrease in realm. What? The kings of the gods around them were shocked.
There were powerhouses from the Dragon Palace slaughtering their disciples.
Contact the disciples immediately and let them escape. Be careful of the experts from the Dragon Palace.
No, our disciples from the Buddha Mountain Palace were killed by a terrifying expert. They killed all the disciples in an instant. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. No one even noticed when they attacked.
An angry voice sounded on the battlefield.
The Foshan Palace master looked at the resurrected gods with an ugly expression and sent him a message. This made his face carry a trace of fear. The current situation was very bad for them.
If it wasn't good, they believed that the universe would be slowly devoured and destroyed.
Let all the disciples escape. Let all the disciples hide. God One Palace Master's expression changed greatly as he ordered all the kings of the gods.
If there are powerful existences chasing after us, how can our disciples escape? It's too difficult. One of the kings of the gods couldn't help but say. They had suddenly fallen into an unsolvable situation. In front of them, a large number of experts from the Dragon Palace were besieging them.
They couldn't escape.
If they tried to escape, it would be the same as death. It would be the same as giving up on their belief in the universe. With the Dragon King's strength and ability, he could lock onto them and kill them one by one. However, if they continued to fight here, they wouldn't have any good results.
Once their believers were killed in large numbers, their strength would also decrease.
This situation was extremely disadvantageous to them.
Not good, our 8 Lives Palace has been attacked. A large number of powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace are slaughtering the gods of our 8 Lives Palace.
Not long after, another terrified voice sounded.
The king of gods of the 8 Lives Palace's face was filled with fear. They had also been attacked.
Powerful attack.
He could sense that his followers were being killed in a frenzy.
The number of believers was decreasing at a terrifying rate. Moreover, the number of believers was only decreasing at the pantheon level.
With the large number of believers dying, the power of faith in his body was also decreasing at a crazy rate. When the surrounding gods heard his words, their expressions sank.
No, we have to think of a way. Otherwise, we'll be finished. The palace master of the sacred palace roared with blood-red eyes. If this continues, we'll all die.
Palace Master God One's expression changed as he gritted his teeth. I have a way, but I don't know if you'll agree.
Senior Palace Master God One, at this point, if you still have a way, just say it. We'll definitely agree. A king who worshipped the gods shouted loudly. If you all believe in me, I will be able to reach the chaos level. At that time, I will also possess the strength of the chaos level. After this crisis, I will remove your faith. Palace Master Shin Yi pursed his lips and said,
What? His words caused all the kings of the gods to be slightly stunned. Their expressions started to change drastically. Everyone fell silent and did not reply.
They were doing their best to deal with Wang Xian and the rest's siege.
When the first God Palace Master saw this result, he was not surprised at all.
It was difficult for them to accept the fact that all the other kings of the gods believed in them. Once they believed in them, their lives would be in their hands. With just a thought, they could take away the lives of their believers.
In addition, none of the kings of the gods were 100% sure that the first God Palace Master would remove their faith.
They even felt that the first God Palace Master would not remove their faith 80% of the time. This was because it was impossible for the first God Palace Master to recover to the Great Tao level after coming into contact with faith after possessing the power of chaos. Therefore, the king of the gods did not agree to this suggestion.
When the Palace Master of the first god saw this result, he was not surprised. He focused on fighting against Wang Xian and the rest. Time passed by minute.
Oh no! My believers have been attacked. Not long after, a king of all gods who believed in the faith had a drastic change in expression. He shouted out involuntarily.
Everyone's heart sank. They were somewhat helpless.
Faced with this situation, they had no other way. My realm has dropped. Not long after, the king of Pantheon opened his mouth and said, I've dropped to the ruler realm.
As soon as he finished his sentence, there was no reply.
Time passed again. Not long after, The realm of the king of Pantheon had dropped again.
His believers had been killed. With the teleportation from Enlai, Wuxia hunted down the Pantheon one by one. It was too fast.
A large number of gods died at his hands. In just a few short hours, he killed millions of gods.
One had to know that these gods were all existences at the ruler realm. Prime Minister Gui and the disciples of the Dragon Palace were also hunting down the gods who believed in them.
The entire belief universe was in chaos. In their communication devices, all of them were filled with tragic messages. Everyone, believe in me and I will take revenge. Also, I will definitely come into contact with your beliefs. I swear on my life.
This is our only chance. Otherwise, our belief universe will be destroyed and disappear completely. Believe in me, this is the only way.
Everyone, believe in me.
God One Palace Master roared loudly at this moment, his eyes filled with a cold expression. He swept his gaze across all the kings of the gods who believed in him and roared loudly. All right, I'm willing to believe in Lord God One Palace Master.
Another great Tao existence from God One Palace gritted his teeth and spoke first. I also agree. Even if it's to help Senior God One Palace Master, it's better than letting the enemy destroy us. God One Palace Master, after I believe in you, I hope that you can ruthlessly kill those fellows from the Dragon Palace and make them pay the price. A king of gods gritted his teeth and shouted. He agreed. Rather than being destroyed by the Dragon Palace, it was better for them to believe in one God Palace Master and make him reach the primal chaos realm, making the Dragon Palace pay the price.
Okay, if I accept your belief, I will protect you and make the Dragon Palace pay the price.
The first God Palace Master responded loudly, his eyes slowly shining. Okay, I'm willing. I'm willing too. First God Palace Master, we can believe in you, but the other party has been besieging us. We need some time to prepare, and you also need some time to prepare.
The kings who believed in the gods were helpless. They gritted their teeth and agreed.
I have treasures. Let's go and escape from here. When Palace Master Shin Yi saw that all the kings of the gods agreed, his gaze focused. He immediately took out an escape treasure. A scroll appeared in front of him. The scroll emitted light and enveloped all the kings of the gods.
Buzz!
In the next moment, their figures disappeared immediately. They escaped. Wuxia did not hear the conversation of the kings of the gods.
When he saw their sudden escape, Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly.
Nether Dragon's pursuit. With a wave of his arm, he immediately began his pursuit. The more than 20 kings of the gods in the belief universe instantly left.
They appeared in a secret realm in the belief universe.
The kings of the gods looked at God One Palace Master with a hint of determination on their faces.
God One Palace Master, let's start quickly. The Dragon King and the others should be coming soon.
One of the kings of the gods said in a deep voice. Ha! Palace Master Shin was about to nod when he sensed the sudden appearance of the black hole at the side. His expression changed drastically.
Oh no, they are chasing us. Run! Palace Master Shin roared loudly. The scroll in his hand emitted light again.
The light enveloped all the kings of the gods once again.
Buzz!
When Wuxia and the rest came out of the black hole, they saw that the kings of the gods who believed in the universe had disappeared again. Can we escape? Wuxia said faintly and used the netherworld dragon to pursue them again.
They had the remnant power of wind and thunder left behind by Wuxia, so they could not escape.
Buzz. More than 20 kings of the gods who believed in the universe were teleported to a faraway place once again. However, what made them nervous was that the black hole appeared once again. This caused their expressions to change drastically. Palace Master Shin, this won't do. What method does the other party have to lock onto us?
We must first remove this lock.
Sacred Palace Master roared loudly.
Continue to escape. After escaping to another place, immediately use the unsullied faith to block your own karma.
Palace Master Shin said in a deep voice.
He activated the scroll once again.
The scroll emitted light and slowly began to collapse.
He was only going to use it one last time.
Wang! Everyone, use it together. When they escaped again, Palace Master Shin roared loudly. They immediately used the secret technique of the power of faith, unsullied faith, and did not touch karma. This technique could block all tracking and locking. Even if the three diviners who divine the universe work together, they would not be able to divine their information. Which one of you still has a treasure for escaping? Hurry up and take it out. I only have a treasure for escaping alone.
After performing the secret technique, the Divine One Palace Master asked loudly, I have it. Don't resist.
The Divine Palace Master took out a treasure for escaping. Light enveloped everyone before he left once again. At the same time, Wang Xian was in pursuit.
He didn't quite understand what the plan was for the kings of the gods who believed in the universe to escape. However, every time they left together, he frowned slightly.
It should not be as simple as escaping. I can't lock onto them anymore?
The wind and thunder powers that were attached to them have also disappeared. When he activated the Netherworld Dragon's pursuit for the third time, Wang Xian frowned slightly.
He could not lock onto them anymore.
Masha, Shadowless Void, can you lock onto their location?
Wang Xian asked Masha and Shadowless Void and took out the divination lamp.
I can't sense them. They must have used some kind of method to block their own aura.
The King of Void shook his head and frowned. Masha also shook his head.
Wang Xian used the divination lamp to check but didn't get any information. The divination lamp also lost its effect.
It seems like it's not that easy to destroy the universe of faith. Wang Xian mumbled as he swept his gaze across all his subordinates. Since they have escaped, let's go and slaughter their believers. With their believers dead, their strength will naturally be reduced. By then, we will be able to lock onto them. It's the Dragon King.
We will listen to your orders, Dragon King.
The group of experts from the Dragon Palace immediately responded. There's no more pursuit. This place is extremely remote. As long as the Dragon King cannot teleport to us, it will take at least a few months, or even a few years, or even more than 10 years for him to arrive here.
There's plenty of time. It's enough to allow the Lord of the First God Palace to achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, in a corner of the belief universe, the group of kings of the gods heaved a heavy sigh of relief when they saw that the Dragon King did not pursue them. At this moment, the power of their belief was still fused together. Because only in this way could their secret techniques block the detection and lock-on of the chaos level.
Then let's begin. The First God Palace Master took a deep breath and said. At this moment, he was a little excited, although the Dragon Palace had invaded his belief universe. But for him, this might be the opportunity to step into the chaos level. The primal chaos realm, this realm, was once a realm that he did not dare to imagine. Now he had great hopes of stepping into it. All right, let's begin. Senior God One Palace Master, I hope that you will do as you say. From now on, we will trust you unconditionally. The kings of the gods looked at God One Palace Master and said solemnly.
Palace Master Shini nodded.
The kings of the gods looked at each other and slowly walked to the front of Palace Master Shini. They knelt on the ground and prostrated. There was a circle of light behind Palace Master Shini. In the circle of light, there were the shadows of countless believers. These believers prostrated, knelt, and prayed.
Holy voices came from the circle of light, making people want to worship.
Lord God One Palace Master, I, the Palace Master of the Sacred Palace, will worship you as my master. I am willing to give up my life, my strength, and my faith to become your most devout believer. I will remember your name and praise your name. Lord God One Palace Master, I, the Palace Master of the Sun Glory Palace, Saint Tianyang, will worship you as my master. I am willing to give up my life, my strength, and my faith to become your most devout believer. I will remember your name and praise your name.
Lord Shini Palace Master, I.
The kings of the gods prostrated in front of Shini Palace Master and swore.
At the same time, the power of faith and the power of life were injected into Shini Palace Master's body.
Shini Palace Master stood there, his eyes full of excitement and excitement. He could feel the unparalleled power of faith surging into his body. He could feel that his strength was increasing at a terrifying speed. Boom!
The power of faith rushed into the starry sky, forming terrifying heaven and earth phenomena.
The phantom of the First God Palace Master slowly stood in the universe, incomparably huge.
The kings of the gods believed in the first god palace master and would offer up their power of faith.
The amount offered would be half of their own power of faith.
The aura of the first palace master of the gods was rising.
The aura of the other kings of the gods was indeed decreasing. This process of worship would last for a few days.
After a few days, the first palace master of the gods would definitely step into the chaos level. At the same time in the belief universe,
Wang Xian suddenly looked in a direction and revealed a surprised expression. He could clearly sense that there was a terrifying energy fluctuation of faith.
This energy fluctuation was different from the gathering of the kings of the gods. It carried an inexplicable pressure. What a powerful power of faith. This is the energy released by the kings of the gods. No one can do it except for them. What are they doing there? Are they trying to attract us? I don't know. It's a bit strange. They just escaped. How could they release such a huge amount of energy?
The powerful aura that suddenly erupted from the belief universe made the experts of the Dragon Palace look surprised. They looked over and began to discuss. Dragon King, something's not right. The kings of the gods seem to be attracting us over. But the distance is a little far. It'll take us at least a few years to get there.
Mo Sha looked in that direction. His eyes were sparkling. It's a little strange. There's no need for them to attract us over. Wang Xian looked into the distance and said, furthermore, this force of faith is a little strange.
There was a hint of pressure in the force of faith.
This pressure did not originate from the force of faith itself.
Instead, it was a kind of pressure on the realm. This was somewhat similar to when Wang Xian had his breakthrough.
According to my understanding, the advancement of the realm of faith in the universe requires a sufficient amount of power of faith and a sufficient number of believers. Of course, this is also related to the level of the believers. A strong believer will contribute a stronger power of faith. After they have a sufficient amount of power of faith, they only need to temper their heart of faith. This will allow their heart of faith to perfectly control all the energy and believers.
The tempering of the heart of faith mainly requires the power of faith. What if the kings of the gods who believe in the universe concentrated all the power of faith on a great Tao-level powerhouse? Wang Xian looked at the powerful energy in that direction and pondered in his heart. He had a guess. This guess was not a good thing for them.
If that was the case, it would be a huge problem for the Dragon Palace.
If the belief in the universe really gave birth to a chaos-level existence, it would be impossible for the Dragon Palace to kill a chaos-level existence. Even if Wang Xian was powerful now, it would be difficult to kill him together with the experts of the Dragon Palace. Let's rush over immediately, Wang Xian said decisively. He looked in that direction, took out the map, and checked it.
He was near the location where a demonic altar was teleported to. It wouldn't take long to get there. Enlai, let's go.
Wang Xian called Enlai over and transmitted all the information into his mind.
It's the Dragon King.
Enlai nodded. At the next moment, he led Wang Xian and the rest and teleported in that direction.
Let's go.
After being teleported to a certain location, Wang Xian looked in that direction and ordered all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, should we investigate it carefully to prevent them from laying a trap there?
The King of Void looked at Wang Xian and said,
No, we have to rush over as soon as possible. If I'm not wrong, the King of all gods who believes in the universe wants to create a chaos-level existence. Wang Xian shook his head solemnly. With a wave of his arm, energy enveloped all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace and brought them away quickly.
What?
They want to create a chaos-level existence.
When the King of Void heard that, he was slightly shocked. Is it so easy to create a chaos-level existence?
If they focus all their faith on one great Tao-level existence, it might not be possible. Wang Xian replied. This? It seems that we have really forced them into a desperate situation. If the King of Pantheon believes in a powerhouse, it is equivalent to them becoming the slave and follower of that powerhouse. They have to obey the orders of the people they believe in. Moreover, they need to contribute their own strength. Once they believe in other experts, their own strength will be greatly reduced. Mo Sha knew more about the cultivation methods of the belief universe.
After he heard it, he was a little shocked and continued, however, the current situation is indeed the best choice for them. Dragon King, we cannot let them break through.
Yes, we can't let him break through. Once he breaks through, It will be a huge problem. Wang Xian nodded his head.
He stared at the energy in front of him as his eyes sparkled.
The energy there was extremely huge. In addition, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger.
It won't be that fast if I want to break through to the realm of chaos. I only need a day to get there. I can make it in time.
Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew over quickly. A day later, Wang Xian and the rest arrived in front of the massive energy.
Wang Xian stared ahead with his dragon eyes. He could vaguely see the palace master of the first god palace floating in the void.
In front of him, a group of kings who believed in the gods knelt below him and offered their strength. Attack.
This time, even if we are injured, we have to kill them. Let's not waste time with them. Kill them.
Wang Xian stared at them and ordered the experts of the Dragon Palace. The strength of the belief universe was too strong. Now, they actually wanted to create chaos with belief. This was something that Wang Xian did not expect. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to launch a fierce attack. Even if it was a serious injury, he would not hesitate.
It's the Dragon King. The experts of the Dragon Palace also realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded their heads heavily.
Kill! Wang Xian had already recalled the body of the Void Divine Dragon. He stared at the Divine One Palace Master in front of him and flew over quickly. Buzz! The void disk was suspended in the air and emitted a terrifying energy. Boom! Following that, before the Divine One Palace Master and the rest could react, an extremely terrifying energy attacked the King of all gods who was kneeling in the air. He did not attack the Divine One Palace Master who was floating there. Currently, the strength of this Divine One Palace Master had increased.
Wang Xian might not be able to kill him if he attacked him from such a long distance. As long as the other kings of all gods were killed first, it would also greatly weaken their strength.
The void disk ignored the attacks from space and landed on the bodies of the kings of all gods who were kneeling.
With Wang Xian's strength, he could sense them from such a long distance. They could not sense him. Furthermore, the disk of nothingness ignored the attacks of space, causing the kings of the gods to have no time to react.
This was especially so for the kings of the gods. Due to their belief in the first palace master of the gods, their strength had been reduced.
Under such circumstances, there were 5 kings who had just entered the heavenly Yuan realm of creation who believed in the gods, but they did not have time to react. In the void of the belief universe, God One Palace Master hovered high in the air, his face filled with excitement, anticipation, and excitement. From his point of view, he was about to break through to the primal chaos realm. He was about to step into a powerful realm. However, at this moment, a sudden crisis enveloped his heart. Soon after, he saw a terrifying energy attack. The 5 kings of the gods who were kneeling in front of him didn't have time to react before they were killed by the terrifying energy. At the side, the other kings of the gods had a drastic change in expression and hurriedly hid to the side. How is this possible? How did they rush over so quickly? How could they be so fast? One of the kings of the gods shouted in horror. They had been teleported here far away from their previous location. It would take a year or 2 for even primal chaos existences to get here. And it wouldn't take a year or 2. They should be able to complete their faith within a few days. They would be able to raise the first God Palace Master to the primal chaos level. But now, the Dragon King and the others had actually killed their way over so quickly. This caused the kings of the gods who believed in the universe to be extremely shocked and furious. Damn Dragon King! The first God Palace Master looked at his 5 future subordinates being killed in an instant. His side's strength had been reduced once again, and he was also extremely shocked and furious. But at the same time, his heart was filled with anger. He was about to break through to the chaos level. Now, the Dragon King had ruined his plan. Roar! HMPH, are you trying to create a chaos-level existence? I will not let you succeed. Wang Xian stared at them coldly and flew over at a terrifying speed. The disk of nothingness on his body condensed a huge amount of energy again. An incomparably sharp disk was formed and slashed towards them. Defend! When Palace Master Shini saw this, he immediately roared angrily and stared at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes. Buzz! His body shook and condensed a huge phantom again. Under the power of faith, the phantom slowly began to materialize. Numerous kings of gods came to his surroundings and injected a huge amount of power of faith into him. The powerful faith giants gathered again and blocked Wang Xian's attack. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Mo Sha and the rest who were at the back also charged over and roared loudly. Wang Xian stared at the giant formed by the faith power. He waved his huge dragon tail and swept it out. You're courting death. We are united. We are not afraid of you. Palace Master Shin Yi shouted sternly. He controlled the giant of faith and waved his huge fist to meet Wang Xian's dragon tail. Boom! A terrifying collision caused Wang Xian's body to be sent flying. Some blood oozed out from his dragon scales. The giant of faith was only slightly dimmer. When the king of the gods of faith infused his power of faith again, he recovered immediately. Attack them! We can't let them escape. Wang Xian also shouted loudly. This time, his dragon horn emitted light. Two streams of terrifying energy attacked the king of all gods once again. Kill! Mo Sha and the rest who had arrived also released powerful attacks that landed on the giant of faith. Think of a way to leave this place. When my strength breaks through, I will be able to deal with them and fight against them. Seeing that this attack was even fiercer than before, the Divine One Palace Master ordered with an embarrassed expression. It's Lord Divine One Palace Master. The kings of the gods immediately responded. Now, if they wanted to fight against the Dragon King and the others, they had to give birth to an existence at the primal chaos level. Otherwise, they would be finished. However, they couldn't run too far away from this place in an instant. For example, they could use treasures to escape to the origin energy and then make the first God Palace Master make a complete breakthrough. This was not feasible. Because once they were far away from the belief universe, the Dragon Palace could completely slaughter their believers. After wiping out all their believers, their strength would immediately decrease. At that time, even if the first God Palace Master broke through to the primal chaos level, it would be temporary. Before long, he would fall down. This time, it won't be so easy for you to escape. Wang Xian's gaze was locked on them as he circulated the energy of the 10 attributes in his body. He charged at the giant of faith once again. He extended his dragon claw. The dragon claw enlarged as the energy gathered. He grabbed at the giant. Defend! Palace Master Shinyi's expression changed drastically. A shield condensed on the giant's arm as he tried to defend against the dragon claw. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xian's dragon claw landed on the shield and was completely blocked. However, even though he was blocked, Wang Xian continued to bombard the shield. He unleashed all his firepower and unleashed all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. At the back, Mo Sha and the rest were bombarding the giant of faith with all their might. This attack was 10 times more violent than before. Palace Master Shinyi, this won't do. We have to keep infusing the power of faith. Once we stop, we'll be attacked by an earth-shattering attack. At that time, even if we can escape, more than half of us will die. Sacred Palace Master looked at this violent attack with an ugly expression. Under the continuous attacks, cracks gradually appeared on the belief giant that was formed. Not good. When the Divine One Palace Master saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The 5 kings of the gods were killed by Wang Xian, causing the belief giant formed by them to be slightly weaker. Coupled with the violent attacks from Wang Xian and the rest, cracks appeared on the belief giant. Boom! 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 Roar! Roar! When Wang Xian saw cracks appearing on the giant of faith, his attacks became even more violent. All kinds of energy landed on it. Dragon claws, dragon might, and dragon breath. All kinds of attacks continued to bombard the giant of faith. Let's break out and escape immediately. Who has an area of effect escape treasure? Faced with such violent attacks, the expression of the palace master of the first god was a little solemn. Some of the kings of the gods had turned pale due to the continuous infusion of the power of faith. I have it. One of the kings of the gods responded immediately. All right, listen to my orders. I'll unleash my power first, then I'll escape immediately. Palace Master Shinyi transmitted his voice and focused his gaze. The fury of faith, the eye of divine might. He roared wildly and the giant of faith's closed eyes slowly opened. Inside, waves of power of faith began to gather and attacked Wang Xian, Mo Sha, and the rest. That terrifying attack made Wang Xian a little fearful. Take it head on. When Wang Xian saw the attack, his eyes were filled with a cold expression. His golden eyes were also infused with a terrifying energy. He attacked Shen Yi and the rest who were at the center of the giant of faith. As for the celestial giant's attack, Wang Xian was prepared to take it head on. What? The celestial giant's expression changed completely when he saw Wang Xian's desperate exchange of injuries. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying collision sound rang out in the void. Wang Xian's body resisted the giant's attack head-on. Similarly, Wang Xian's attack landed on the giant's body. Bang! The powerful attack force caused Wang Xian's body to fly backward. A large amount of blood oozed out from his body. There was also a large amount of dragon blood oozing out from the dragon's mouth. Wang Xian was injured after receiving this attack. The ancestral tree in his body emitted a powerful energy glow to heal his injuries. Boom! In front of him, the huge giant of faith suffered a powerful attack from Wang Xian and was directly penetrated through a huge hole. The powerful energy impact caused the faces of the kings of the gods to turn pale. They were filled with fear. Attack! Boom! 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 At this moment, Mo Sha's and the others' voices sounded. Then they exploded with all their strength and attacked the giant's cave entrance. Block! Block! The expression of the first God Palace Master changed drastically when he saw the scene, and he shouted sternly. He didn't expect that the Dragon King would risk getting injured to stop them. This was to prevent him from breaking through. Boom! Boom! Before he could think, a huge amount of energy charged at him again. The kings of the gods turned pale and revealed terrified expressions. Their faces were pale as they poured in powerful energy to resist the attacks of the experts from the Dragon Palace. However, the belief giants who had already broken through a hole couldn't perfectly help them resist this attack. Under the powerful energy impact, the expressions of all the kings of gods changed dramatically. Pooh! Instantly, more than 10 kings of gods spat out blood. No, Lord God, One Palace Master, we have to escape. Otherwise, we're finished. One of the kings of gods said in fear. Find a chance to escape. God One Palace Master immediately replied. They had to escape immediately. Otherwise, if they continued to be entangled like this, they wouldn't be a match for the other party at all. You want to escape? It won't be so easy. Let's decide the outcome here. Wang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the first God Palace Master and the rest. Roar, roar! He growled in a low voice and instantly unleashed all his strength. He attacked the giant of faith once again. Assist the Dragon King. Mo Sha and the rest, who were at the back, immediately shouted when they saw him. Following that, they surrounded Wang Xian with streams of defensive power. They reinforced Wang Xian's defense. That Dragon King is attacking again. Defend! Seeing Wang Xian attacking again, the kings of the gods roared loudly. This time, they chose to defend instead of attacking. Boom! 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 However, their defense was in the face of Wang Xian's continuous violent attacks. Cracks appeared once again at the hole that had just been mended. Attack! We will attack with our full strength when the other party is defending. We will assist the Dragon King when the other party is attacking. Mo Sha also ordered loudly at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of terrifying attacks smashed towards the faith giant. The entire space seemed to be a terrifying apocalypse. Within a few million light years, everything was deathly silent. Any living being that approached would be killed by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Palace Head Chen Yuan, can you use your area of effect escape treasure and bring us away? Upon seeing such a violent attack, the expression of Palace Master Shini changed drastically as he shouted. No, Palace Master Shini. The area of effect escape treasure needs to envelop all of you. However, you cannot resist and cannot use any attacks during the period of being enveloped. Palace Master Chen Yuan replied with an embarrassed expression. This kind of escape treasure that could lead everyone to escape required some conditions.
Just like how Enlai led Wang Xian and the rest to teleport, they could not put up any resistance first. When they released their attacks, it represented a form of resistance. Under such circumstances, an area of effect attack would not be successful.
Damn it! We have to stop the Dragon King's violent attack. Otherwise, we will be finished.
The sacred palace master roared with his eyes wide open. You want to kill us? If you want to kill us, even if you are at the level of chaos, you will have to pay a terrible price. The holy palace master roared with a face full of killing intent. Attack the Dragon King. He controlled the Giant of Faith.
The Giant of Faith emitted a terrifying energy from its mouth and shot toward Wang Xian.
Assist the Dragon King.
Mo Sha and the others at the back saw the scene. Immediately, streams of energy covered Wang Xian's surroundings. Roar!
When Wang Xian saw this attack, he didn't resist at all. He also opened his dragon mouth and prepared a terrifying attack. Roar! Roar! An attack that contained all kinds of energy attacked the body of the Giant of Faith. His attack missed the opponent's attack. Similarly, he exchanged injuries for injuries.
However, this time, Mo Sha and the rest set up layers of defense in front of Wang Xian.
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom! Boom! Boom! The sound of collision rang out once again.
Wang Xian's dragon breath penetrated the Giant of Faith once again. The kings of the gods trembled violently and spat out a large amount of blood again. Their power of faith was channeled crazily into the Giant of Faith.
Boom!
In front of Wang Xian, the blow from the Giant of Faith shattered the layers of defense in front of Wang Xian.
Once again, his body couldn't help but fly backward. However, this time it didn't cause too much damage to Wang Xian.
The defense of Mo Sha and the rest was of great use. Attack!
The group of experts from the Dragon Palace quickly launched the second round of attacks. All kinds of powerful heaven's origin force attacked the entrance of the Giant of Faith's cave.
The faces of the kings of gods turned pale. Some of them started bleeding from their eyes, ears, and noses.
The believers behind them started to collapse and dissipate.
Kill!
Wang Xian flew over again and attacked the giant continuously.
Fight! It was a complete fight.
Wang Xian's attacks caused the kings of gods to have no time to rest. Next, it was a competition of endurance. It was a competition of vitality. Wang Xian did not allow them to escape.
And if the kings of the gods wanted to escape, they had to exhaust Wang Xian's energy.
Kill, let's fight it out with them. Our belief universe is invincible. Palace Master Shini and the rest had obviously realized this as well. They roared with murderous intent. They were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. Although they cherished their lives, they did not hesitate when it was time to fight.
Kill! Only by killing could they kill their way out. So what if they were existences at the chaos level?
All right. Wang Xian could feel their murderous intent. A strong desire to fight shot out from his eyes. Kill! A terrifying battle broke out. The kings of the gods who believed in the universe saw that they had no way to escape.
They saw that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was going to fight them to the death.
Their faces were filled with determination. Kill! There was no way to escape. The battle between the kings of the gods was exactly what Wang Xian wanted.
After breaking through to the primal chaos realm, this was the first time he was able to have such a satisfying battle.
A great battle broke out.
The great battle continued.
The only advantage of the kings of the gods who believed in the universe was that they had the power of faith, allowing them to fuse and battle more.
On the other hand, Wang Xian and the rest had the advantage. They had a strong advantage.
The intense collision continued in the belief universe. All the experts were giving it their all.
Wang Xian also unleashed all his strength.
The great battle continued day by day.
Not good, my strength has dropped. The gods of our Qianyuan palace are being hunted crazily. My realm has dropped.
A few years later, on the side of the king of the gods, the Qianyuan palace master shouted in horror.
His words made all the kings of the gods' expressions sink.
But they couldn't do anything about it.
The Dragon Palace and the others were completely suppressing them. They had to maintain their peak combat strength at all times.
Order all the gods to escape immediately. Don't gather together and don't be killed by the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Palace Master Shin ordered with an ugly expression. Yes. The kings of the gods immediately replied. The battle continued. However, in the belief universe, Prime Minister Gue led the disciples of the Dragon Palace and chased after the gods one by one.
With the power of the Dragon Palace, the gods couldn't resist at all. Our king of the gods is completely restrained by the experts of the Dragon Palace. A terrible battle is happening in the center. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. We have to escape separately.
Hiss! How can a force in the universe be so powerful? How is this possible?
The power of the battle coming from the center is too terrifying.
Believe in our king of the gods. They will definitely expel the Dragon Palace. The entire belief universe was boiling.
Countless gods began to flee frantically.
The terrifying battle coming from the center shocked everyone. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the aura that made them almost despair. It was too terrifying.
The gods of the belief universe were fleeing in different directions, which indeed reduced the hunting speed of the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
However, they continued to hunt down the gods one by one.
Every year, many gods died at the hands of the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
The belief universe was engulfed by war. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years.
At the center of the battlefield, the war continued. The endurance of a powerhouse in the heavens' origin realm was extremely terrifying.
The intensity of this war was at its maximum. The attack power was at its maximum.
The violent attacks continued without any reduction.
The injuries on Wang Xian's body gradually increased. However, these injuries were not fatal or serious.
Compared to Wang Xian, the kings of Pantheon were much more miserable. Out of the 20 kings of Pantheon, less than half of them had their strength reduced during this period of time. Now, all of their faces were extremely pale. They felt like they were at the end of their rope.
The battle had been going on for more than 9,000 years. The continuous battle for nearly 10,000 years had weakened their power of faith by a lot. Their bodies were trembling, and there was a hint of despair on their faces. At this moment, the experts from the Dragon Palace surrounded them. Every attack caused their bodies to tremble violently. From time to time, some kings of the gods spat out blood.
After fighting for nearly 10,000 years, Wang Xian and the rest did not give the kings of gods any chance to escape. There was only one possibility for them to escape, and that was to escape one by one.
It was impossible for them to escape as a whole.
They could not attack at all times.
At this moment, the first god palace master suddenly spat out a large amount of fresh blood.
Not good, my realm has dropped. Many of the gods of my first god palace are being massacred.
The first god palace master roared in fear.
At this moment, he was truly panicking.
Previously, he had already absorbed the power of faith of the kings of the gods, and his strength had reached 2 great Tao realms. But now, his strength had once again returned to a great Tao realm.
His strength had decreased rapidly.
Furthermore, he had a bad premonition about the current situation. He was probably done for. Lord God One Palace Master, I can't hold on any longer. The power of faith in my body has been exhausted. At this moment, another piece of bad news came. Lord God One Palace Master, I can't hold on any longer either. The energy in my body can only hold on for a few more hours at most. I'm also running out of energy. The early stage kings of the gods couldn't hold on any longer. After fighting for close to 10,000 years, their energy was running out. Die! A total of 10 early stage kings of the gods roared in fear. Their words made everyone's heart sink. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The massive belief giant started to shrink and its energy started to thin out.
Their strength is decreasing rapidly. Let's kill them all in one go. Wang Xian sensed the change in the giant of faith and shouted loudly.
Boom!
He waved his dragon claw. This time, he easily broke through the giant of faith's defense.
Following the depletion of the energy of the nearly 10 newly entered king of Pantheon, the giant of faith could no longer resist Wang Xian. Kill them, kill them. Mo Sha and the rest had excited looks in their eyes as they charged forward.
Cracks appeared on the belief giants' bodies as cracks appeared one after another.
Mo Sha and the kings of the void charged forward and approached the kings of the gods. Boom!
Wang Xian opened his huge dragon mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, directly crushing the head of the belief giants.
The giant of faith had collapsed. It's over.
When the kings of gods saw the experts of the Dragon Palace attacking, their faces were filled with despair.
Wang Xian's golden eyes locked onto the king of gods. A terrifying ray of light shot towards him. Thump. The king of gods sensed the attack and wanted to order the kings of gods to join hands to block it. However, at this moment, every king of the gods suffered a terrifying attack.
They couldn't care about anything else.
Faced with the terrifying golden rays, the first god palace master couldn't resist at all. His body was directly penetrated and his life force dissipated. At this point, the first god palace master, who believed in the universe supreme master, was completely destroyed.
What awaited them next was the pursuit of Wang Xian.
Ah! 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 Screams could be heard, but this time, the ones who were screaming were the godly monarchs from the belief universe. The 20 godly monarchs, after losing the protection of the belief giants, were facing death. In less than a minute, they were killed. We finally killed them. These guys are too difficult to deal with. Seeing the kings of the gods killed, Mo Shah and the others heaved a sigh of relief and said, in the Dragon Palace, the experts who had just made a breakthrough looked extremely weak at this moment.
Although they could relax and recover during the battle for tens of thousands of years, the energy in their bodies was almost exhausted after such a long time. This is only the beginning. Next, we will start to hunt them down.
Wang Xian smiled faintly, although it was inevitable to destroy a group of kings of the gods. However, Wang Xian heaved a heavy sigh of relief when he saw this scene.
However, what followed was also a very troublesome matter. That was to hunt down the kings of the gods who believed in the universe. More than 20 kings of the gods wanted to kill them completely.
You guys go and hunt down the gods who believed in the universe. Leave the hunting to Mo Shah and me. Wang Xian instructed the group of Dragon Palace experts.
Mo Shah had a way to lock onto the kings of the gods. However, he could only lock onto those who were weak and those who were close. If they were too far away, there was nothing he could do.
Wang Xian took out the lamp of divination and immediately divined the position of the first god palace master. The first god palace master was the one whom Wang Xian wanted to kill first. After all, he had almost broken through to the chaos level.
It's the Dragon King.
The group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Buzz. The kings of the gods who believed in the gods would not be able to escape the lock of the lamp of divination if they did not gather together and use the method of faith shield together. Through the corpse of the Shun-Yi Palace Master, the location of his resurrection was quickly locked.
Enlai, follow me next.
Wang Xian called Enlai over and instructed him.
It's the Dragon King.
Enlai nodded. Go to this location. Wang Xian took out a map and instructed him. Enlai nodded and teleported away immediately with him.
The next moment, Wang Xian appeared in another piece of starry sky.
Following the instructions of the divination lamp, he quickly chased after Palace Master Shun-Yi. At the same time, Palace Master Shun-Yi, who had just been resurrected, was covered in cold sweat.
In this body, he still possessed the strength of a great Tao.
However, his face was still extremely pale. I should have been locked onto by the Dragon King by now. I have to escape. Far away. Where can I escape from his pursuit?
A chaos-level existence?
The first god palace master's heart was beating violently as he kept thinking. I have to escape from the Dragon King's pursuit.
I have to escape.
The evil sequence camp is extremely chaotic and far away from here. Only by escaping there can I hide.
The eyes of the first god palace master were slightly red. He did not hesitate and directly fled into the distance.
Wang. However, when he flew for less than 10 days, a terrifying aura enveloped him. Sensing this familiar aura, the expression of the first god palace master changed drastically. Not good. There is a secret teleportation array set up by the Dragon King in the belief universe. Otherwise, even with his primal chaos level strength, he would not be able to capture me so quickly. The Divine One Palace Master was shocked and furious. Die! However, at this moment, a voice entered his mind. Following that, a terrifying spatial power enveloped his entire body in an instant and wiped him out. After wiping him out, Wang Xian took out the lamp of divination and performed another divination. Has my strength decreased? The place of resurrection this time is actually in the land of origin. Hee. Wang Xian looked at this piece of information and smiled. Wang Xian could also rush over to the land of origin in an instant. Moreover, the strength of the palace master Shani had been reduced to the level of control. Buzz.
Under the lead of Enlai, Wang Xian arrived at the land of origin in an instant. According to the divination lamp, Wang Xian rushed over quickly. Damn it, I was killed again. Is it safe to hide here now?
You shouldn't be safe. I have to escape. Escape.
At this moment, the newly resurrected palace master Shen Yi immediately began his escape. However, half a month later, Wang Xian's figure appeared in front of him in the chaotic void. When Palace Master Shen Yi saw Wang Xian's figure, his body trembled violently. His face was filled with despair.
Wang Xian did not say anything and destroyed it. After that, he took out the lamp of divination and continued his divination.
However, according to his divination, the place where Palace Master Shen Yi was resurrected was in another universe that was occupied by the belief universe. Let's go and lie. Let's go.
Wang Xian had made arrangements for the other two universes that were occupied by the belief universe. Since a war had broken out, it was impossible for him not to make these arrangements.
Wang Xian had made a lot of arrangements for the places where they might be resurrected.
He arrived at the universe where Shen Yi Palace Master was resurrected in an instant. Wang Xian went over to kill him.
A month later, he destroyed it again with ease. This time, the place where he resurrected was a piece of void in the chaos.
This time, the place where he was resurrected was very far away. As a result, it would take Wang Xian tens of thousands of years to hunt him down. Forget it. There's no need to kill him. After killing all the gods in the belief universe, the realm of the first god Palace Master will fall below the heaven's origin realm. At that time, he won't be able to survive in the chaos. Wang Xian mumbled. He returned to the belief universe and began to hunt down the second great Tao expert of the first god palace.
A year later, Wang Xian found the second great Tao expert of the first god palace who was hiding in a very secret place and killed him easily. The main reason was that when this great Tao expert worshipped the first god palace master, his realm had already dropped.
He was resurrected in the land of origin and his realm is still at the control level. It seems that all these powerhouses like to set up a resurrection point in the land of origin. Wang Xian thought to himself. He asked Enlai to bring him to the land of origin again. At the same time, the vice palace master of the first palace of God in the land of origin was filled with fear after he was resurrected in the land of origin.
Run. It's not safe here. We have to run. I wonder how father is now. Damn Dragon King.
Damn Dragon King. He was the biological son of the Divine One Palace Master. Otherwise, he would not have become the second great Tao existence in the Divine One Palace. The deputy palace master of the God Palace was fleeing in the land of origin with a face full of shock and anger.
He was preparing to escape into the boundless chaos from the place of resurrection.
The further the better.
He would run as far as he could.
He came out from a cave in the land of origin and flew in a direction far away.
When he didn't fly for long, he saw a powerful energy fluctuation ahead.
This caused his gaze to freeze. He didn't pay too much attention to it and continued flying forward. In front of him, there were more than 10 heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm experts surrounding and attacking a chaos behemoth. This group of experts was extremely powerful. There was even an existence at the Great Tao realm amongst them.
That chaos behemoth was completely unable to resist against such a group of people.
Even if it wanted to escape, it would find it hard to do so. This also made their attacks very easy.
The vice palace master of the Cosmos God Palace quickly flew over, attracting the attention of those experts.
One of the control-level experts felt that the vice palace master of the Cosmos God Palace was familiar. The vice palace master of the Cosmos God Palace?
He recognized him and raised his brows before shouting.
Belief in the deputy palace master of the Cosmos God Palace? Hong Ying. Do you know him? The great Tao realm expert in the middle asked with a face full of astonishment. The belief universe was a famous existence around the land of origin. There were 24 powerful palaces in the universe, and the number of heaven origin creation realm experts was terrifying.
Furthermore, they occupied 2 universes. Furthermore, the moment this calamity erupted, the belief universe's deity palace occupied another universe.
Their strength made all the powerful beings in the surrounding universes tremble in fear.
Facing the powerful beings that believed in the universe, the powerful beings in the other universes had to be careful too. Eh?
The deputy palace master of God looked over when he heard someone calling him. However, at this moment he was trying to escape, so he didn't care about it at all. Can you escape?
However, at this moment a voice that terrified him entered his ears. When he heard this voice, his body trembled violently.
No, save me.
With a face full of fear, he roared and flew toward the group of experts.
Wang Xian's figure appeared and looked at him indifferently.
What? In front of him, the more than 10 experts were stunned when they saw this sudden scene.
My friend, what grudge do you have with the deputy palace master of the God of Light?
Among the more than 10 people, the middle-aged man who was at the control level had a thoughtful look on his face before he asked.
Wang Xian ignored him when he heard his words. With a flash, he arrived in front of the deputy palace master of the God of Light. Bang!
He waved his arm and an extremely terrifying energy engulfed him.
No!
The deputy palace master of the deity let out a final roar in despair.
This? When the dozen of people saw that the deputy palace master of the deity was instantly killed, they were stunned. Their pupils contracted slightly. They knew that Wang Xian was in existence at the great Tao level. My friend, the one you killed was the son of the strongest force in the universe, the palace master of the deity palace.
The control-level powerhouse opened his mouth and couldn't help but continue. And then, Wang Xian kept the corpse of the deputy palace master of the God Palace and looked at the middle-aged man who was talking.
It's nothing. I'm just saying. The powerhouse was slightly stunned and shook his head. You talk too much nonsense. Do you know him? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him as he asked. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard Wang Xian's words. He didn't say anything else.
Wang Xian noticed that the middle-aged man didn't say anything. His eyes flickered and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. I'm asking you a question.
You said that I talk too much nonsense, so I won't say it anymore.
The middle-aged man frowned and said faintly,
Ha! All right. Then disappear from my sight. Wang Xian smiled coldly and his figure disappeared instantly. When they reacted, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man and placed his palm on his head. What? At the side, the great Tao expert only sensed it when Wang Xian appeared in front of them.
His pupils contracted slightly and a look of astonishment appeared on his face.
How could he be so fast? How could he appear in front of them before he could even sense himself? Bang! Wang Xian pressed his palm down and killed him directly. Wang Xian wiped his palm casually and kept the corpse.
Uncle Hao.
At the side, a young man exclaimed loudly. He stared at Wang Xian with anger on his face. Wang Xian looked at the young man and flicked his finger. Bam! A wave of energy penetrated the young man directly. It was still an instant kill. Wang Xian waved his arm and grabbed the young man's corpse and kept it.
This group of heaven origin creation realm powerhouses all had several lives. Therefore, Wang Xian had taken their lives as an offense to him. Wang Xian had killed 2 of them in an instant. This caused the breathing of the other heaven's origin powerhouses to stop for a moment. A look of fear appeared on their faces.
This senior, we didn't mean to offend you.
The pupils of the great Tao level powerhouse contracted slightly. He cupped his hands and said to Wang Xian. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The strength that Wang Xian displayed made him feel a little shocked.
A beginner-level expert at the snap of a finger level. An existence at the control level was instantly killed.
Although he was in existence at the great Tao level, he couldn't do it at all.
What made him even more shocked was that he couldn't sense the opponent's presence in front of him in advance.
What realm was this expert at to be so terrifying?
Wang Xian took a glance at him, moved his body and left instantly.
Wang Xian wouldn't show mercy if someone was courting death. If someone wasn't courting death, he had no interest in killing them. Even though Wang Xian could do it casually, even though their corpses were huge resources.
This was a matter of principle.
Wang Xian's silent departure shocked the powerhouse at the Great Dao realm again. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
Senior Tian Quan, what kind of existence is this powerhouse?
He. At the side, more than 10 other powerhouses widened their eyes when they saw Wang Xian leaving. They asked in shock.
I don't know. The other party's strength is extremely terrifying. I can't even sense his every move. If he wants to attack me, I might not be able to react in time. The great Dao expert called Tian Quan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "How is this possible?"
His words caused the surrounding experts to be extremely shocked. Senior Tian Quan was in existence at the Great Dao level.
However, when they thought of their two companions who had been killed, they also became slightly silent. They knew that Senior Tian Quan couldn't do it so casually.
The strength of the other party is at least comparable to 2 Great Dao realm experts or even stronger. Senior Tian Quan said slowly.
He saw that 2 of his companions were missing and sighed helplessly. The other party's strength was too strong, causing them to not dare to act rashly. That's right, that expert should know that he killed the Vice Palace Master of the Belief Cosmos God Palace. It seems that this expert also came from a powerful cosmos.
A heaven origin manifestation expert sighed. However, the Vice Palace Master of the Belief Cosmos God Palace is the biological son of the God Cosmos God Palace Master. His strength is very strong. I wonder if there will be a huge battle.
It's possible. It has been quite some time since the calamity arrived. All sorts of chaos will erupt one by one. Even though we are strong, we still have to be careful.
An old man said solemnly.
What happened just now shocked them greatly. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian was crazily hunting down the kings of the gods in the belief universe.
The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were also hunting down the gods in the belief universe and collecting the treasures in the belief universe.
Many treasures in the belief universe could assist the disciples of the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace in their cultivation. Furthermore, there was no requirement for attributes.
In addition, the belief universe was a powerful existence that occupied 3 universes. They had too many treasures.
It was completely incomparable to the Void universe and the Tsang Heaven universe. Under the pursuit of Wang Xian, under the death of the gods one by one, the number of kings of the gods in the belief universe was rapidly decreasing. In 5,000 years, out of the more than 20 kings of the gods who believed in the universe, 10 of them were completely destroyed by Wang Xian. The rest were still on the run. Wang Xian was still pursuing them.
Since he wanted to destroy the belief universe, he would completely destroy it.
In the other 5,000 years, the 5 disciples of the Dragon Palace who had already reached the breakthrough stage had also completed the breakthrough in the other 2 universes that were occupied by the belief universe. This instantly increased the number of heavenly Yuan-blessed realm experts in the Dragon Palace to 5. This increased the number of experts in the Dragon Palace to 32. This was even before the Dragon Palace absorbed the resources of the belief universe. At the same time, a piece of news from the land of origin suddenly caused all the experts in the universe to boil. The belief universe had been destroyed.
When this news spread out, it immediately caused a huge sensation and uproar.
In the vicinity of the land of origin, there were over 100 great beings of the universe active here. And out of these over 100 universes, the strength of the belief universe could be ranked in the top 3. However, it was such a powerful universe that had been destroyed.
This made all the experts feel incredulous. Is this for real?
Is this a joke? The belief universe was actually destroyed? Didn't they occupy another universe not long ago? How could it be destroyed?
Who could do it?
Yeah, the belief universe has more than 20 heaven origin creation realm experts. To destroy the belief universe is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All the major universes around the land of origin don't have the strength to do so, right? That's right. Is this true or false? All the powerhouses who saw this information asked in shock. They didn't believe it.
It can be 100% confirmed. When I passed by the belief universe, I could feel that the power of belief in the belief universe was decreasing crazily.
It was indeed destroyed. I know a palace master of the belief universe. I got a crazy piece of information from him. The one who destroyed them was the Dragon Palace of the 9 origin universe. That Dragon Palace's strength is extremely terrifying. There's also another piece of shocking news.
According to that palace master, that Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of primal chaos realm.
What?
The Nine Origin Universe's Dragon Palace destroyed the belief universe? Was it just a power in a single universe?
Combat power at the primal chaos level? How is this possible? There has never been a primal chaos level existence near our land of origin.
I am 100% sure that if you have the guts, you can go to the belief universe to take a look. The war should not have completely ended, but it is already at the end stage. The kings of the gods of the belief universe are rapidly dying.
Chaos level combat strength?
Is this real or fake?
It is simply unbelievable. However, if the belief universe is really destroyed, perhaps only chaos level existences can do it.
When the news spread one by one, all the experts near the land of origin were stunned.
Chaos level existences.
There were actually experts near the land of origin who had reached this realm.
This was too unbelievable.
At the same time, in a luxurious cave in the land of origin,
more than 10 experts were sitting inside.
These experts were the ones who had met Wuxia previously. At this moment, they were looking at the information in their communication devices. All of them opened their mouths and their faces were filled with shock.
There was also a hint of lingering fear.
They didn't have much doubt about this information,
because they had seen the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He was instantly killed.
His strength was unfathomable.
2 of their experts were instantly killed. At this moment, the faces of the 2 experts who had been killed turned pale again. That Dragon King, he won't continue to pursue us, right? One of the youths was tongue-tied as he spoke, his face deathly pale.
He was somewhat terrified.
They never would have thought that the expert they encountered last time, the expert they clashed with, was actually in existence at the primal chaos level.
He was actually the leader of the destruction of the belief universe. If they were to be held responsible, they would be completely finished.
Even if their universe wasn't weak, if they were to clash with a force that could destroy the belief universe, they would still end up dead. It shouldn't be. We didn't clash with him too much back then.
The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression somewhat absent-minded.
Time passed once again. During this period of time, the belief universe became the focus of attention around the land of origin. As time passed, more and more information about the destruction of the belief universe became available. The belief universe was indeed destroyed, and the one who attacked was indeed the Nine Origin Universe's Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King has the power of primal chaos, so it can be 100% confirmed. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King led more than 30 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses to destroy the belief universe, including the Void King of the Void Universe. Not long ago, the Void Universe was destroyed by the Nine Origin Universe, and the Void King of the Great Tao Realm was suspected to have submitted to the Dragon King. The strength of the Dragon Palace is extremely terrifying. They have the power to easily destroy a powerful universe. In addition, the Firmament Universe was destroyed not long ago by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Firmament Universe is also a powerful universe with a great Tao-level existence. When more and more information was dug out,
the other universe masters around the land of origin were even more shocked.
It was fine that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had the strength of the Chaos level. He actually led more than 30 heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses. That was more than 30 of them.
Which universe could resist such an invincible force?
Which universe could resist it? This power was so powerful that the Dragon King could destroy whichever universe he wanted to destroy.
It was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. It was so powerful that they couldn't even think of resisting it. Now, the power of the Dragon Palace was invincible. In the land of origin, it divined the bamboo forest that the universe occupied.
On this day, the powerful diviners of the universe were in a courtyard in front of a small wooden house. In front of a table in the middle, 3 old men were sitting there. They were the 3 great prophets of the divination universe. Prophet Hong, Prophet Fa, and no prophet.
There were also 5 heaven origin creation existences of the prophetic universe around them. The sky has changed, completely changed. Such a powerful existence has been born around our land of origin. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
The prophet sighed and looked at Prophet Hong. Old Hong, you've dealt with the Dragon King before. What do you think of him? He's very strong. He's really strong. It's not a problem for him to kill me in an instant. He gives me a feeling that he hasn't just stepped into the chaos level. He shouldn't be very weak among the chaos levels.
In addition, the Dragon King cannot be provoked. It's not just his strength. After some conflicts and negotiations with the Dragon King the last time, I can see that this Dragon King is someone who will take revenge. However, I have investigated the situation of the Void Universe and the Firmament Universe, and I can also conclude that these two universes were the first to offend the Dragon King before they were destroyed. However, in the Void Universe and the Song Heaven Universe, the Dragon Palace did not carry out a massacre. Instead, they took away the resources and killed the disciples of the top experts. They did not kill the ordinary creatures.
I also knew that the Dragon King wanted to destroy the belief universe in advance. However, I did not expect that they would destroy the belief universe in such a short time.
Prophet Hong spoke one by one. His face was full of emotion and shock. Thinking back, he had almost walked to the opposite side of the Dragon King.
Once he really walked to the opposite side, what awaited him might be a disaster.
Although the divination universe was strong, the belief universe was stronger.
They couldn't divine the strength of the Dragon Palace, but they could divine the strength of the belief universe.
Just now, the three prophets had divined the strength of the belief universe at its peak.
The result was that when the belief universe faced the Dragon Palace, there were 3 existences at the level of Great Tao. This shocked them again.
3 existences at the level of Great Tao and more than 20 people at the heavenly Yuan realm of creation.
This strength was much, much stronger than their divination of the universe. From the looks of it, the Dragon King's attack on the universe is at least much better than his belief in the universe.
The prophet said lightly.
That depends on whether the Dragon King is ambitious or not. After they destroy the belief universe, their strength will receive a huge increase. Besides, according to my investigation, the strength of the Dragon Palace experts has increased very quickly.
They must have other powerful heaven and earth fortunes. Prophet Hong said.
They didn't know what the future would be like. No matter what, he is the king of our region. It's better for us to show our goodwill by divining the universe. After the Dragon Palace completely destroys the universe of faith, we will go to the 9 Origin universe to visit the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Let's go and make friends with those treasures, the prophet suggested. His words were agreed by the prophets Hong and Fa. Now that it was the calamity, they had to curry favor with such a powerful force. Make friends with them. This way, if they accidentally offended the Dragon Palace in the future, they could also say a few words. In fact, it wasn't just divining the universe at this time.
The powerhouses of the heavenly Yuan creation in the other universes were also thinking about this matter.
That was, they had to visit the Dragon Palace in the 9 Origin universe in the future. They had to take the treasures and curry favor with the Dragon Palace.
They had to prevent the Dragon Palace from being ambitious enough to directly destroy their universe.
If they really wanted to attack them, then without the Dragon King's help, the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace alone would be able to destroy their universe. They had to curry favor with them.
It could also be said that it was a form of offering and paying protection fees.
I paid the protection fees and hoped that the Dragon King would not attack our universe.
At this moment, Wuxia did not know that the news of them destroying the belief universe had spread to the land of origin. At this moment, he was still pursuing the kings of the gods who believed in the universe.
However, the pursuit had come to an end. Basically, all the kings of the gods had been killed.
Even those who had escaped had their strength reduced to that of a ruler due to the death of a large number of believers.
They were in the boundless chaos and could not survive at all. Another 5,000 years passed.
On this day, Wuxia killed all the experts in the belief universe.
When he arrived at the center of the belief universe, a temporary palace built by the Dragon Palace was suspended in the sky.
Dragon King,
sensing Wuxia's arrival, Prime Minister Gue immediately flew over.
How is it?
Have you dealt with the situation in the 3 universes? Wuxia asked Prime Minister Gue with a smile.
The harvest of the Dragon Palace this time could be said to be unprecedented.
The resources of the 3 universes. A large number of faith hearts.
Dragon King, it will probably take a few thousand years before we can collect all the resources of the three universes.
Prime Minister Gue smiled. However, we have already collected all the resources of the Faith universe. All right, there's no rush. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He came to the position in the palace and took out 2 treasures with a flick of his palm.
2 ultimate treasures of Tianyuan.
These 2 treasures belonged to the Divine One Palace Master and the Divine Sacred Palace Master. In the entire universe, there were 2 ultimate treasures of Tianyuan.
Now, they belonged to the Dragon Palace. One was of the water attribute while the other was of the light attribute.
They were both attack type. With Wang Xian's current strength, he couldn't control so many ultimate treasures. Naturally, these 2 supreme treasures were given to the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace.
Just these 2 supreme treasures were equivalent to adding 6 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin creation who had just entered the beginner stage to the Dragon Palace.
There were also a few treasures that were comparable to the Void Dragon Pool. It had to be said that the belief universe was really rich. There were really many treasures. The only pity is that my strength cannot be improved. Wang Xian mumbled. After this, the Dragon Palace would have a qualitative leap.
Dragon King, all the resources have been collected.
Time passed day by day, and all the resources of the 3 universes had been collected by the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui reported this news excitedly. All right, since all the resources have been collected, let's return to the Dragon Palace. Next, we will digest these resources.
Wang Xian said with a smile.
Okay.
Prime Minister Gui nodded.
Following that, the army of the Dragon Palace quickly returned to the 9 Origin universe under the lead of Enlai. Roar! Roar! A large amount of resources and treasures were transported over. This made all the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace extremely excited.
That huge amount of resources was much more than the previous harvest.
Dragon King, these are the more precious resources that we obtained this time. Please take a look. Prime Minister Gue walked over, took out a list, and handed it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took it and looked at it carefully. The resources of the 3 universes, especially the resources obtained from the belief universe, some powerful treasures, and even possessed the ability to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Even the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm would be envious of the treasures. Among them, there were many resources that were of great benefit to the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. As for the treasures that were more precious to those in the ruler realm, there were simply too many of them.
Not bad, not bad. However, currently the most precious thing is still a large number of faith hearts. These faith powers are the most precious treasures to the disciples of the powerhouses in the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian smiled as he looked at the information about these resources. This time, the most precious thing was naturally a large number of faith hearts.
There were more than 60 faith hearts in the Heaven's Origin blessed realm.
They ranged from the initial stage to the Great Tao stage. As for the faith hearts in the Pantheon stage, there were around 2 million of them.
This was a huge resource for the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
Following that, with these resources, the strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace would increase tremendously. Distribute all the resources. Next, let the disciples of the Dragon Palace cultivate and improve. Wang Xian said, in addition, let's plant some renewable resources. It seems that we have to plan for the surroundings of the Dragon Palace. After obtaining the resources from the prideful universe, the Dragon Palace underwent a major transformation. This time, the Dragon Palace needed to undergo another transformation.
This was because the divine trees, herbs, and flowers were not one-time items.
They were all treasures that could produce divine fruits.
The number of divine trees and the like that they harvested this time was also terrifying.
Now, the Dragon Palace had a large area and was filled with treasures of the ruler realm. Now, the area had to be expanded by at least twice. In the future, he could easily smash a divine item of the ruler realm with a rock in the Dragon Palace.
The treasures and resources that were being fought over outside were everywhere in the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. In the following period of time, Wang Xian began to transform the Dragon Palace with great interest. The 9 Origin universe is up ahead. I'll contact the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor in the 9 Origin universe first. Since I know him, there will be some benefits. Now that the Dragon Palace is so powerful, the status of the 9 Origin universe will naturally be greatly enhanced. At the same time, not far from the 9 Origin universe, 7 figures were floating in the void. These were the experts who divine the universe. The 3 great prophets led the experts of their universe to the 9 Origin universe.
They wanted to come and visit the Dragon Palace and befriend the Dragon Palace. That's fine. I still have the Dragon King's contact information here. I'll inform the Dragon King in advance. Prophet Hong also said.
They didn't enter the 9 Origin universe rashly, but sent messages one after another. However, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, who was located at the Heavenly Path, was slightly stunned when he saw the message sent through a special method. He knew the prophet of law who believed in the universe.
He was stunned when he saw the message sent by the prophet of law.
What was going on? Their divination experts had come to the side of the 9 Origin universe and were going to visit the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?
The Shadow Demon Emperor was puzzled. The Shadow Demon Emperor didn't know the current situation of the Dragon Palace.
He didn't even know the strength of the Dragon Palace.
He had been staying at the Heavenly Path all this time.
However, now that the war between the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence camp was getting more and more intense, he was ready to leave. He was worried that there would be experts from the Evil Sequence faction ambushing this place. However, why would an expert from the divination universe pay a visit to the Dragon Palace? He immediately replied to the message and voiced his doubts.
However, he was stunned when he received another reply from the prophet.
His face was filled with disbelief. How was this possible?
Buzz.
Buzz. Buzz. In the domain of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was modifying it bit by bit.
The communication device vibrated. He took a look and revealed a surprised expression.
Oh? An expert who divines the universe actually came to visit. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. After he replied with a welcome, he immediately sent a route over.
Prime Minister Gui, a guest has arrived in our universe. Send someone to welcome him and show him some respect.
Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gui and sent him the location of the universe's powerhouses. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded and immediately summoned 5 divine dragons in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm to welcome him.
The Dragon King has sent us a message. He wants us to go over directly. There are disciples from the Dragon Palace to welcome us.
Outside the 9 Origin universe, Prophet Hong said, "Okay, let's go there directly."
The masters of the universe divination nodded and entered the 9 Origin universe with the 3 prophets as the leaders.
In order to deal with the catastrophe, many teleportation arrays were set up at the edge of the 9 Origin universe.
Prime Minister Gui and the others arrived at the edge of the 9 Origin universe through the teleportation arrays. It didn't take long for them to meet the masters of the divination universe. Masters of the divination universe, right?
Welcome, welcome. Prime Minister Gui went up to them and said to the 3 prophets with a smile.
Prime Minister Gui of the Dragon Palace, nice to meet you, nice to meet you.
The 3 prophets instantly divined the information of Prime Minister Gui, smiled and cupped their hands. We have long heard of the name of the Dragon Palace in the divination universe. We have long heard of the name of the Dragon King. Today, we are here to pay you a visit and offer some compliments. Sorry to disturb you.
Oh?
No. Everyone, come with us. Prime Minister Gui raised his eyebrows and gestured to them with his hand. The 3 prophets nodded and followed Prime Minister Gui and the others to the territory of the Dragon Palace through the teleportation array.
As soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, they were shocked by the magnificent energy and various resources around them. So many treasures, so many godly tree, godly grass, and godly flowers. They are everywhere.
Is this the headquarters of the Dragon Palace? Godly tree, godly grass at the ruler level can be seen everywhere. The energy contained in the surroundings is too powerful. This is simply a holy land for treasures. An ordinary cultivator can easily reach the ruler level here.
The masters of divination came to the territory of the Dragon Palace. They looked around with shock on their faces. There were treasures everywhere. At the very least, they were at the ruler realm.
Moreover, As they got closer to the depths of the Dragon Palace, they encountered more and more treasures. There were countless resources and treasures that could break through shackles and bloodlines. In this place, even if one did not cultivate, just by devouring these resources, one could bring a disciple to the peak of the ruler realm. There were too many good things. There were even many rare treasures. Dragon King. A group of experts from the divination universe have come to pay a visit. When he arrived at a spot in front of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui reported respectfully to Wang Xian, who was setting up the Dragon Palace not far away. Yes, let them come over. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked in the direction of Prime Minister Gui and the rest. Dragon King, sorry to bother you. Prophet Hong and the rest walked over to Wang Xian and bowed respectfully. It's always a pleasure to have friends from afar. Wang Xian smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the group. May I know why you are all here? Dragon King. We are here purely to pay a visit and send you some congratulatory gifts to congratulate you on destroying the universe of belief. Prophet Hong smiled as he spoke and moved his palm. He took out some treasures and said, "This is just a small gift. I hope that you will accept it. This is also our intention to divine the universe. In the future, if the Dragon Palace has any matters, you can invite us to divine the universe." Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He could sense the treasures sent by the divination universe. There were two treasures that were comparable to the Void Dragon Pool. One of them was a wood elemental treasure while the other was a round ball that was filled with divination power. I will accept it then. Everyone, follow me to the Dragon King's palace to have a seat. Wang Xian said faintly. Prime Minister Gui was smiling as he received the treasure from the divination universe. It's the Dragon King. The experts from the divination universe replied immediately. The Nine Origin universe is right in front of us. Let's go and visit it. At the same time, more than 10 experts outside the Nine Origin universe looked at the Nine Origin universe as they spoke. As soon as they finished speaking, they flew into the Nine Origin universe. At present, all the information about the Dragon Palace had been thoroughly spread around the land of origin. After seeing the powerful strength of the Dragon Palace, many powerhouses from the universe had begun to pay a visit. Divining the universe was just the first. Dragon King, now that your deeds and the deeds of the Dragon Palace have been spread around the land of origin, many powerhouses from the universe are talking about it. I reckon that it won't be long before more universes come to pay a visit to the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon King Hall, Prophet Hong and the rest said to Wang Xian, "Is that so? Then I'm honored." Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Dragon King, your deeds can be said to have amazed many experts. Prophet Hong and the rest nodded their heads and continued to speak. Wang Xian also chatted casually with them and hosted a banquet to entertain them. This is the Nine Origin universe? I didn't expect that this universe would give birth to an existence like the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I really don't know what kind of heaven and earth fortune that Dragon King obtained to rise so quickly. In the Nine Origin universe, more than 10 experts from the Lattice Object universe glanced at this universe and said faintly, "An existence at the primal chaos level. We must be respectful when we face the Dragon King next." The old man in the lead reminded them. They took out a treasure and flew toward the place with the strongest energy in the Nine Origin universe. The place with the strongest energy would naturally be the place where the Dragon Palace was located. There was no doubt. Another powerhouse in the heavenly Yuan creation realm has stepped into our Nine Origin universe. Report the news and go there immediately to take a look. At this moment, when the group of Heaven Origin creation realm experts stepped into the Nine Origin universe, the alert of the Nine Origin universe issued a reminder. From the beginning of the calamity, the army formed by a group of peak races immediately received the news, reported it, and rushed over. Not long ago, 7 Heaven Origin creation realm experts entered our Nine Origin universe, but they are guests of the Dragon Palace. Are they still guests of the Dragon Palace this time? An expert at the peak of the ruler realm from the demon race asked an expert from the Dragon Palace. I don't know, let me ask. The expert from the Dragon Palace shook his head and reported the news. Buzz. As they reported, they also teleported to the location of the dozen Heaven Origin creation realm experts. Halt! Who are you from? What are you doing in our Nine Origin universe?
Not long after, the Nine-Origin Universe's Guardian Legion rushed over. They saw more than a dozen figures in front of them and their eyes focused as they asked, "We are from the Lattice Object Universe. We are here to visit the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. We have no ill intentions." The heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses from the Lattice Object Universe were slightly stunned when they saw the Nine-Origin Universe's Guardian Legion, and they said politely, Visiting our Dragon King." The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace focused their eyes and then nodded. "Since you are visiting our Dragon Palace and our Dragon King, please follow us." Thank you for leading the way." The more than 10 Tianyuan creation realm powerhouses of the Lattice Object Universe immediately thanked them and followed the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace toward the direction of the Dragon Palace. Why are there so many powerhouses here to visit the Dragon King?
The powerhouses from other races looked surprised when they saw this scene. However, they soon received a message from the Dragon Palace.
Many powerhouses from other universes would enter the Nine-Origin Universe next, and they could just bring them directly to the Dragon Palace.
After the Nine-Origin Universe Guardian Army received this information, they were even more surprised.
At the moment, the disciples of the powerful beings from the other peak races in the Nine-Origin Universe didn't know about the Dragon Palace's battle records.
They didn't know about the Dragon King's strength. But this news couldn't be hidden for long.
After the Shadow Devil Emperor received this information, he had already rushed back to the Nine-Origin Universe.
In the Nine-Origin Universe, many experts from other universes came to visit. The Dragon Palace received experts from 4 universes in just 1,000 years. The experts from each universe sent precious treasures. Have you heard? The Dragon Palace has undergone earth-shaking changes. Oh my God! Have you gone to the Dragon Palace's territory?
It's full of divine trees and divine herbs in the ruler realm. Treasures in the ruler realm can be found everywhere.
Recently, there have been many powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan creation realm from other universes visiting the Dragon Palace. Each time, there are more than 5 powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan creation realm. Each of them is very powerful. What's going on? That's true. My grandfather is a powerhouse of the Guardian Legion. According to my grandfather, there are dozens of heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses visiting the Dragon King. Oh my God! Is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace so powerful now? The powerhouses from other universes are all visiting. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is undoubtedly powerful. However, to be able to make so many powerhouses from other universes visit, isn't this too powerful?
What exactly happened?
As time passed, a large number of heavenly Yuan-blessed realm powerhouses came to visit the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in their Nine-Origin Universe, which caused quite a stir in the mind of the Nine-Origin Universe. Some of the powerhouse's disciples who passed by the Dragon Palace also sensed the changes in the Dragon Palace, especially when they saw the treasures everywhere. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes.
This information caused countless disciples to talk about it.
Even later on, the Heaven's Origin Destinies in the Nine-Origin Universe also knew about this information.
They had many channels to understand the information, and when they got some information, they were immediately stunned.
The Dragon Palace actually destroyed a powerful universe in a short period of time, and also destroyed a powerful belief universe. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had the power of chaos?
The Elven Empress and the others were shocked by the news.
Chaos? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had reached the chaos level? This was unbelievable. The increase of the Dragon King's power was too terrifying. This is still the Dragon Palace? Thousands of years later, the experts of the Nine-Origin Universe came to the Dragon Palace. They looked at the huge amount of resources around the Dragon Palace, and their faces were filled with shock.
These resources were too awesome. Even their breathing quickened as they looked at them.
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, the Elven Empress, and everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
In a garden in front, Wuxia was chatting with a group of experts.
Wuxia sensed the arrival of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest and greeted them with a smile.
Dragon King, do you have any guests?
Sorry to bother you. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest looked at Wuxia and flew over immediately. They cupped their hands and looked at Wuxia. Beside Wuxia, there were Tianxi, Shu Qing, and a few other girls. as well as other powerhouses with the aura of the universe. There were a total of 7 to 8 powerhouses from the other universes. I won't disturb you.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head.
The powerhouses from the other universes beside him were all brought over by Tianxi. Some powerhouses from the other universes knew about the relationship between Tianxi from the Six Paths universe and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Hence, they used him to come to the Nine Origin universe to pay a visit.
Dragon King, we have already disturbed you for many days. We will go back first. We will meet again if we are fated to.
A few powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm cupped their hands at Wang Xian and left respectfully.
Wang Xian exchanged a few pleasantries with them and watched them leave.
Dragon King, I really didn't expect you to be able to grow to such a stage. Seeing the group of powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm leaving, the Elven Empress sighed emotionally at Wang Xian. I was just lucky. Wang Xian smiled humbly. This isn't just luck. If I'm lucky, I can become the king around the land of origin. The fallen shadow demon emperor shook his head.
They had witnessed the rise of the Dragon King. Although the rise of the Dragon King was very fast, they also understood that the Dragon King had come all the way here.
It was a tough journey, killing enemies and charging all the way here.
I'm afraid there won't be any other universes that dare to bully our Nine Origin universe in the future. Haha, the Hetian Saint said with a smile.
The rest of the experts also nodded with a smile. If you need any help in the future, just let me know directly. After all, we are from the same universe.
Wang Xian also smiled at them and continued, it just so happens that we can get some delicious food from other universes. Let's go and enjoy it together.
Haha, that's great. The fallen shadow demon emperor and the rest laughed and replied immediately. In the next few days, Wang Xian hosted the powerhouses from the Nine Origin universe. Dragon King, from the communication device in the land of origin, our Dragon Palace is completely famous. Hee hee. There are still many powerhouses who want to visit our Nine Origin universe. 5 days later, Prime Minister Gue said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face.
Okay.
Wang Xian nodded his head and appeared to be deep in thought.
Currently, the Dragon Palace was no longer short of resources.
However, for a long period of time, the Dragon Palace would be short of one thing. That was the quota for a breakthrough.
The quota was extremely scarce for the Dragon Palace. In the next 100 million years, with the resources in the Dragon Palace, at least 30 to 40 disciples who could make the breakthrough would be born.
However, this required 30 to 40 slots for the Heaven's Origin creation. A few slots might be easy to find, but 30 to 40 would be a problem. Unless one went to check the universe one by one. Once there were slots, they would occupy them directly. However, this would easily incur the wrath of the public.
It would cause the hostility of the many universes.
This was not what Wang Xian wanted to see, although the Dragon Palace was powerful enough. Next, we have to consider the spot for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to break through. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue lightly. Dragon King, I have been thinking about this issue recently. I have an idea.
Prime Minister Gue looked at Wang Xian and said, now that our Dragon Palace is powerful enough, can we form a force that belongs to our Dragon Palace like the Evil Sequence faction and the Justice Alliance? We don't need to be like them. We can use the powerful strength of our Dragon Palace to form a Dragon Palace Alliance. Anyone who joins the Dragon Palace Alliance will have to pay a quota of Heaven's Origin creation in the universe.
If they pay the quota, our Dragon Palace will protect them. When the apocalypse breaks out, as long as someone invades their universe, we will help them.
In addition, we can build a base camp in the land of origin. Members of the Dragon Palace Alliance can search for treasures and resources in the chaos together. In this way, in the long run, although they pay the quota for a breakthrough in the universe, they will be protected by us. In addition, they will be able to raise their strength in the universe and their own strength in peace.
Prime Minister Turtle spoke of his own plan. Dragon Palace Alliance?
Wang Xian listened to Prime Minister Gui's suggestion and raised his eyebrows slightly.
He felt that this was feasible. There were more than 100 universes around the land of origin. There were powerful universes with universes on the level of the Great Tao. However, there were more than a dozen of them. The rest were ordinary universes.
There were even existences like the sword and magic universes.
If they were to offer 2 or 3 universe slots in such a universe in exchange for the Calamity's safety, would they be willing to exchange? Of course they would. They were not even sure of their own safety, so the slots were not important to them. On the contrary, if the Dragon Palace could protect their safety, then they could at least guarantee their own safety.
Only when they were safe could they become stronger. If they paid 2 or 3 spots in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm in exchange for enough time to be safe.
During this time, they could completely rise from the beginner level to the control level.
Then it wouldn't be a loss at all.
Moreover, some weak universes didn't know if they would be destroyed. Once he was destroyed, the quota for his own universe would be taken away. Therefore, once this alliance was established, there would definitely be many weak universes willing to join the Dragon Palace. At that time, the Dragon Palace would be able to obtain a large number of quotas. The quota for the breakthrough of the disciples of the Dragon Palace would be sufficient.
All right, then let's make a detailed plan. Since we are going to do it, it won't be a simple game. Prepare the detailed rules, the location of the exchange, and some other benefits.
Wang Xian nodded and looked at Prime Minister Gui. Just like the Justice Alliance, establish a complete system and rules. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded. I will plan the rules in detail as soon as possible. Wang Xian nodded. Although the Dragon Palace was slightly different from the Justice Alliance, there were many things that could be used as a reference.
Communication devices were the most basic.
Next was the communication platform.
The experts of the universe within the Dragon Palace Alliance could communicate and trade, and the Dragon Palace would be the guarantor.
The experts of the Dragon Palace Alliance were forbidden from fighting, and they could explore treasures together. The experts of the Dragon Palace Alliance could enjoy the base in the land of origin, and the Dragon Palace would guarantee their safety.
Wait.
The establishment of the Dragon Palace would bring great benefits to the Dragon Palace.
Oh right, more than 100 million years have passed. I wonder how the war between the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction is going. Is there a winner or a loser?
I hope the Justice Alliance can hold on. Prime Minister Gui went to plan the matters of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Wang Xian sat there and muttered. However, he didn't have any information on the Justice Alliance at the moment. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and gave up on the idea of going there to take a look.
Although it was said that it would be quick if he went there to take a look since there was an lie.
He came to the front of the space of the Primal Chaos Stone and looked inside. Now that he had a large amount of resources, he naturally had to nurture the disciples of the Dragon Palace well.
With a lot of resources, they could open the Primal Chaos Stone space and let the disciples of the Dragon Palace cultivate in it.
With the support of the Heart of Faith, the disciples of the Dragon Palace would improve at a terrifying speed. After 100 times of time and a lot of resources, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be greatly changed in 100 million years.
Of course, there was a prerequisite that the Dragon Palace had enough spots to break through. Dragon King, the basic plan has been taken care of. Please take a look.
An hour later, Prime Minister Gui walked over and spoke to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded. He took over Prime Minister Gui's plan and read it in detail. Very good. Next, we will build a base in the land of origin. Also, we will release this information on the communication device in the land of origin.
Yes.
Also, Dragon King, I suggest that we can build a large base in the land of origin. A solid base. This will also show the strength of our Dragon Palace Alliance. The land of origin is relatively more stable. It shouldn't be a problem to build a base there. Prime Minister Gui nodded and continued his suggestion. All right.
Wang Xian nodded and replied. He pondered for a moment and said, go and invite the 12 ancestral witches over. We have enough resources here. When the time comes, let the 12 ancestral witches set up more formations there. It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui replied one by one. Greetings, Dragon King.
Not long after, the 12 ancestral witches came to the Dragon Palace and greeted Wang Xian respectfully.
Although Wang Xian was a junior with his current strength, the 12 ancestral warlocks had no choice but to be respectful. There's no need to be polite. Prime Minister Gui has already informed you of the situation, right? Are you free? Wang Xian waved his hand at them with a smile and asked. Dragon King, it's just a small matter. Of course, it's not a problem, the 12 ancestral warlocks said with a smile.
All right, since that's the case, let's begin immediately. I'll explain the base that I'm going to build to all of you. After that, I'll choose the materials and resources that I need. Wuxia said to the 12 ancestral witches. He explained the basic situation of the base that he was going to build. When the 12 ancestral witches heard that, they were astonished. The base that the Dragon King needed to build was not small.
After the 12 ancestral witches had set up some formations, Wuxia got in line to bring them to the land of origin.
In the following period of time, Wuxia picked a good location in the land of origin.
After everything was confirmed, his eyes flickered slightly. Next, I have to announce this news.
Wuxia thought to himself.
Currently, there was only one way to announce this news. It was through the communication device in the land of origin. As long as it was sent out, all the powerhouses would be able to receive it. Wuxia took out the communication device and immediately edited a message. Today I, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, have established the Dragon Palace Alliance in the land of origin. All the universes can join. The condition for joining is 1/3 of the quota for the heavens origin creation in the universe. Joining the Dragon Palace Alliance will allow you to enjoy the permanent protection of the Dragon Palace during the Cataclysm. If you are invaded during the Cataclysm, the Dragon Palace will take action to resolve it. If you become a member of the Dragon Palace Alliance, you will have the right to reside in the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance in the land of origins. You will also have the right to trade and the right to trade under the protection of the Dragon Palace.
Joining the Dragon Palace will allow you to better communicate with other powerhouses and improve your strength. Those who are interested can contact the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. After editing the information, Wuxia showed a satisfied expression on his face and sent it out.
Looking to the side, Wuxia started to build the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance. It was easy to build the base. The most difficult part was to set up powerful formations.
It was enough to get the help of the 12 ancestral witches.
With the strength of the 12 ancestral witches' control level, it was enough to set up a control level formation here. The main source of deterrence came from the Dragon Palace itself. When Wuxia started to build the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance, on the communication device of the powerhouses in the land of origin, Wuxia's message caused a huge sensation. Currently, the most famous and sensational news around the land of origin was about the Dragon Palace.
It was about the Dragon King.
Now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace suddenly sent such a message through the communication device, which shocked countless masters. At present, many masters of the universe were preparing to go to the 9 origin universe. But they received this message.
And is this really the message that the Dragon King sent?
The Dragon Palace wants to establish a Dragon Palace Alliance. This?
No way. Joining the Dragon Palace Alliance requires 1/3 of the breakthrough quota in the universe, and the price is so high? For a powerful universe, the price may seem high, but for a weak universe, this is completely acceptable. You have to know that as long as you join the Dragon Palace, you will be protected by the Dragon Palace during the Cataclysm, and not just once, but also during the next Cataclysm.
This is definitely a good thing for the weak universe. The Dragon King wants to establish a Dragon Palace Alliance? It's a good thing for our universe. There's nothing we can't accept. If we join the Dragon Palace Alliance, we won't have to worry about the safety of the universe. Who dares to bully us if we join the Dragon Palace Alliance? That's right. Not only will we not have to worry about it every day, but we'll also be able to do business in the Alliance after we join the Dragon Palace. We'll be able to cultivate in peace and communicate with each other. This will bring great benefits to our strength.
The price we have to pay is worth it. It's worth it, it's worth it. We want to join the Dragon Palace, and I want to join the Dragon Palace.
All the experts' eyes lit up when they saw this message. For some weak universes, joining the Dragon Palace Alliance in exchange for protection was a huge gain. Many universe experts were scared during the calamity. They were afraid that other universes would invade.
Now, as long as they joined the Dragon Palace, everything would be settled. With the current strength and prestige of the Dragon Palace and the strength of the Dragon King, who would dare to bully them? Join immediately. Some powerhouses immediately contacted the message left by Wuxia.
They contacted Prime Minister Gue, who was in charge of this matter.
Dragon King, in just a few hours, there are already 4 universes that are willing to join our Dragon Palace Alliance. They are willing to give up 1/3 of their universe's quota.
After a few hours, Prime Minister Gue suddenly sent a message to Wang Xian and reported to him.
Ha!
When Wang Xian, who was building the base of the Dragon Palace, received this message, he was pleasantly surprised. In such a short period of time, there are already 4 universes that have agreed? A smile appeared on his face. In one universe, there were at least 6 or more powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm that could be born. If there were more, there would be 10. In other words, a universe could provide 2 to 3 slots for the Dragon Palace. 4 universes were willing to join the Dragon Palace Alliance, which meant there would be around 10 slots.
Moreover, this was just the beginning.
If there were 20 to 30 universes willing to join the Dragon Palace Alliance, the Dragon Palace could increase the number of slots by nearly 100.
This was enough for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to use. Prime Minister Gue, you are sending a message saying that the universes that are willing to join the Dragon Palace Alliance can come to the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance in the Land of Origin. All the universes that are willing to join can have a palace here.
Wang Xian sent a message to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied.
Soon, there was another message about the Dragon Palace in the communication device of the Land of Origin.
All the Universe Masters who have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance can head to the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance in the Land of Origin. The Dragon King is building a base. Members of the Dragon Palace Alliance can have a safe palace in the base.
After this message was sent, some of the masters in the Land of Origin flew toward the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance according to the addresses on the communication device. Regardless of whether they were interested in joining the Dragon Palace Alliance or not,
they were all filled with curiosity. That Dragon King really wants to establish the Dragon Palace Alliance here. This is an imitation of the Righteous Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction. However, this Dragon King really has the ability to establish a Dragon Palace Alliance. After all, he is a chaos-level existence. Not long after, a few figures not far away from the Dragon Palace Alliance base looked over and said, "This is not good news for us. Once those weak universes join the Dragon Palace Alliance, if we want to attack those weak universes again, we have to consider the Dragon Palace. There's nothing we can do about it. The situation here has been changed. The birth of primal chaos existences will definitely have a huge impact on our region." A few experts shook their heads and discussed in low voices. The establishment of the Dragon Palace Alliance was a good thing for those weak universes. But for those powerful universes, it wasn't a good thing. Because those powerful universes still wanted to obtain some benefits from those weak universes during the calamity. Now that the Dragon Palace Alliance had been established, they had no choice but to dismiss this idea.
They could already imagine that in the future a large number of weak universes would join the Dragon Palace Alliance. With the Dragon Palace Dragon King leading them, they would be a powerful force.
No matter what, we can't provoke the Dragon Palace Alliance in the future.
A powerhouse said slowly. Their universe wasn't weak and there were many powerhouses. Naturally, they wouldn't take out 1/3 of the quota to join the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Furthermore, their universe didn't have so many slots.
The rise of the Dragon Palace Alliance was already without a doubt. As time passed, more and more universe warriors knew about the establishment of the Dragon Palace Alliance. And more warriors wanted to join the Dragon Palace Alliance.
1,000 years later, a large number of warriors from other universes came to the front of the Dragon Palace Alliance base. Is this the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance? The Dragon Palace Dragon King personally built it, and there's even a 9 Origin Universe Array Master that can be compared to a control-level Array Master. The power contained within the Palace of the Alliance is extremely powerful.
In the future, there will be warriors of the Dragon Palace here, and even the Dragon King himself will oversee this place. In the future, we will also be very safe here.
Do you know how many universes have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance?
A few decades ago, there were already more than 30 universes, right? I don't know, but the Dragon Palace Alliance base will be completed soon. When the time comes, the Dragon King will let everyone gather together. Just ask Prime Minister Gue of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui is very easy to talk to, but I heard from Prime Minister Gui that soon Prime Minister Gui will announce it in the communication device in the land of origin.
The Dragon Palace Alliance base in the land of origin had been built for 1,000 years.
This was mainly because it took a longer time to set up the array.
It was easy for the 12 ancestral warlocks to set up an ordinary array, but it would be difficult to set up an array that could resist a control-level array, especially when one array was connected to another. This caused the entire Dragon Palace Alliance base to take thousands of years to set up. Dragon King, the setup is complete. There are too many resources in your Dragon Palace. The defense in this base is dozens of times stronger than our Magus lineage. On this day, the 12 ancestral wizards set up the last array formation and spoke to Wang Xian with a smile.
There were enough powerful materials in the Dragon Palace.
This allowed the 12 ancestral warlocks to set up 12 large formations.
When these 12 large formations were activated, they were able to fight against 5 to 6 control-level existences. The 12 large formations were interconnected, and there were other small-scale formations as well.
There were other kinds of spirit-gathering formations. The level of spiritual energy inside was comparable to some powerful paradises. Sorry to trouble everyone.
Wang Xian smiled and said, "The remaining materials will be your gifts." Haha, it's our honor.
The 12 ancestral witches shook their heads politely with a happy expression on their faces. The remaining materials were a huge treasure to them. They could raise the defense of the 12 ancestral witches by 2 levels. After the construction of the Dragon Palace Alliance base was completed, Wang Xian hovered in the air and scanned the area. The entire Dragon Palace Alliance base didn't take up a large area. Of course, it wasn't small either. It had a circumference of more than 10,000 kilometers. In the center was the main hall of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Behind the main hall was the palace where Wang Xian lived. In the front was the trading hall. There was also a sparring ground built with spatial attributes. This sparring ground was sufficient to support the masters of the control level to spar in it.
The interior of the entire hall of the Dragon Palace Alliance was very beautiful and exquisite. At the back and on the left and right were the palaces where the masters lived. There were a total of 50 palaces for the masters of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance to live in.
Prime Minister Gui, come to the Dragon Palace Alliance first. After 1,000 years, gather all the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance here and announce the official establishment. In addition, the Dragon Palace Alliance will hold its first trade conference. Therefore, the members can take out their unused treasures and trade. Wang Xian took out his communicator and sent a message to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Soon, Prime Minister Gui replied. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled as he watched. In the past 1,000 years, some of the powerhouses in the Dragon Palace had not been idle either. There was a universe that wanted to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. Immortal was also carrying out some exchanges and investigations. They would go to their universe to investigate how many spots in their universe for the creation of the heaven's origin.
Find out the basic situation of this universe and whether there are powerful enemies.
All of these need to be understood. After all, although the Dragon Palace was powerful, it was impossible to say that all the universes were protected.
Some who had powerful enemies would have to pay a higher price if they wanted the protection of the Dragon Palace. 1,000 years passed quickly again.
Recently, the land of origin was much more lively. A large number of experts from other universes had come here. Because of what they learned from the communicators, the Dragon Palace Alliance was about to be officially established.
The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance, the Dragon Palace, were about to be announced.
In front of the Dragon Palace Alliance base, it was even more lively at this moment.
Nearly 100 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts gathered together. They were all talking and discussing excitedly. Although there were only a few control-level powerhouses among these 100 powerhouses, the gathering of 100 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses was still very impressive.
Everyone, come in. Our Dragon King has arrived. Prime Minister Gui flew out of the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance and said to them with a smile.
The Dragon King is here? It's Prime Minister Gui. The eyes of nearly 100 heavenly yuan creator-level powerhouses lit up, and they immediately followed Prime Minister Gue into the Dragon Palace Alliance base. Everyone, this will be the Dragon Palace Alliance base in the future. All members can come and go as they please.
It's safe inside. Under the condition of self-defense, it can withstand the simultaneous attack of 6 control-level powerhouses. At that time, everyone will have a separate palace, and you can modify the interior of the palace yourself. After you join the Dragon Palace Alliance, we will protect you to a certain extent. Of course, that is if you don't provoke others. Prime Minister Gue led the way and said to them one by one, Prime Minister Gue, we will definitely abide by the rules of the Alliance. Powerhouse said immediately. Prime Minister Gue nodded and led them to the main hall. At this moment, in the main hall of the Dragon Palace Alliance, more than 20 experts from the Dragon Palace had arrived. Among them, the King of Void was also called over by Wuxia.
Currently, there were not many experts at the beginner level or above in the Dragon Palace. Hence, the King of Void was here to support them.
After all, the King of Void was also under Wuxia's control.
The King of Void and Mo Sha sat on the left and right. The rest of the experts from the Dragon Palace, as well as TNC and the rest who came to join in the fun, sat at the back. Wuxia sat at the front and looked at the group of Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses with a smile on his face.
95. 37 universes. 95 Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses.
On average, there were less than 3 Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses in one universe. Among the various universes, their strength was considered relatively weak.
It was normal for such a weak universe to be in a group of universes. There were more than 100 universes around the land of origin, and there were 37 universes of such level. It was very reasonable.
Greetings, Dragon King. The 95 powerhouses of Tianyuan looked at Wuxia in front of them with respect in their eyes.
They immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "An existence at the level of chaos. Such an existence could instantly kill them. Everyone, please take a seat. You're welcome." Wuxia waved his hand at them. I'm very happy that all of you are able to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. I'm very happy that all of you can trust me.
It's our honor to be able to join the Dragon Palace Alliance and receive your protection, Dragon King.
An old man said with a smile.
It's mutually beneficial. Since all of you have paid the quota of the Heaven's Origin, our Dragon Palace will have to fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. Everyone, don't worry.
All the universes and members who join the Dragon Palace Alliance will enjoy the protection of the Dragon Palace forever.
I also hope that in the future, all of you will become stronger and stronger. Our Dragon Palace Alliance will become stronger and stronger.
However, I also believe that with the establishment of our Dragon Palace Alliance, more than 100 Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses will spar, help each other, and exchange ideas. All of you will become stronger and stronger as well.
The future of the Dragon Palace Alliance will not be inferior to the other alliances. Wuxia looked at them with his eyes gleaming.
It's the Dragon King. When the powerhouses from the 37 universes heard Wuxia's words, a hint of excitement appeared in their eyes. They had considered carefully before joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. Joining the Dragon Palace Alliance would bring them more benefits than just protecting them. Just as the Dragon King had said, they could spar and interact with the other members of the Dragon Palace Alliance after joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. This would bring great benefits to their own strength.
In addition, this would allow them to have enough strength to train and search for treasures.
They didn't have to stay in the universe and be afraid of the invasion of other universes. As long as their strength increased, the number of slots they would lose wouldn't matter anymore.
Since everyone is a member of the Dragon Palace Alliance, let's get to know each other.
Wuxia smiled and said to them,
"It's the Dragon King. Let me go first." An old man nodded with a smile and began to introduce himself.
Following that, the powerhouses from the 37 universes introduced themselves one by one. Following that, Wuxia held the first trade fair of the Dragon Palace Alliance. After the trade fair, another banquet was held. It could be considered as a celebration banquet for the establishment of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
This made all the masters of the universe smile. It made them feel that it was worth it to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. the Dragon Palace Alliance was officially established. At the same time, the Dragon Palace also released this information on the communication device in the land of origin. It announced the establishment of the Dragon Palace Alliance. It also announced all the universes that had joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. This was also to tell all the powerhouses in the other universes. These universes were under the protection of the Dragon Palace. If they dared to invade them, they would be going against the Dragon Palace. There are actually 37 universes that have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. Doesn't that mean that more than 100 Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm powerhouses have joined them? It's about the same. The conditions for joining the Dragon Palace Alliance are very attractive to the weaker universes. With the protection of the Dragon Palace during the catastrophe, who would dare to invade them with the protection of the Dragon Palace Dragon King? Now that they have formed an alliance, even without the Dragon King's help, if anyone invades the universes of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance, wouldn't the Dragon King be able to send dozens of Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses to destroy the invading universes with just a word? This is not a good thing for those powerful universes. Some of the stronger universes have disciples who want to break through to these weaker universes. Now that they have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance, it will be difficult for them to get a spot to break through again. The birth of a king-level expert will definitely change the situation here. The birth of the Dragon Palace Alliance is equivalent to the establishment of a behemoth. I hope the Dragon Palace Alliance won't invade other universes. In the communication device, the experts of the other universes were discussing. Some of the experts couldn't help but feel worried. Right now, the Dragon Palace and the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance had more than 100 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. This power was too terrifying in the land of origin. Could easily sweep through any universe. However, no matter how worried these universe powerhouses were, the Dragon Palace Alliance had been completely established. No powerhouse dared to provoke the Dragon Palace Alliance. Time passed day by day. After the Dragon Palace established the Dragon Palace Alliance, it had completely stabilized. This time, the Dragon Palace had obtained 92 spots in the Heavenly Yuan realm from the Dragon Palace Alliance. This allowed the Dragon Palace to not have to worry about the spots for a long time. Time passed bit by bit. With large amounts of resources and faith, the Dragon Palace could produce 1 or 2 experts in the Heavenly Yuan realm every few million years. This made the Dragon Palace's strength continuously increase. Hundreds of millions of years passed smoothly once again. During these hundreds of millions of years, the Dragon Palace added 42 Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm experts. But this time, hundreds of millions of years had passed, and the resources in the Dragon Palace weren't completely used up. There was still about a quarter left. This also made the number of experts in the Dragon Palace reach 74. One force had more than 70 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. This was a terrifying number. One had to know that there were only 95 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts in the 37 universes of the Dragon Palace Alliance. It was terrifying to think that one Dragon Palace had 74 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. Time passed again and 20 million years passed in a flash. A total of 120 million years had passed, and all the resources of the Dragon Palace had been used up again. Of course, these resources didn't include the divine trees and divine trees that could be regenerated. At this point, the Dragon Palace had another 10 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. The Dragon Palace had a total of 52 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. Apart from these 52 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts who had just broken through. During this period, the Dragon Palace also added 5 Masters of the Control level. You know, this time the Heart of Faith, but there is the level of the road. The Heart of Faith at the level of the Great Tao plus more than 10 billion years of practice. Let the Dragon Palace North Frost they completely reach the control level. In addition, the Dragon Palace of the 2 Tianyuan realm of the treasure, the North Frost holds the water attribute of the treasure. There was also a light-type supreme treasure that belonged to the leader of the Dragon Palace's light divine dragon. At the moment, their supreme treasures were comparable to 2 control-level existences. Their strength was not weak even in the various universes. The Dragon Palace's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. There were 84 Heavenly Yuan realm powerhouses. If this force were to deal with the former belief universe, it would sweep away everything. In a few years, it would be able to completely eliminate the belief universe.
In addition, among the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace who had a breakthrough this time, Guan Shuqing and the other girls were included. The dragon queens of the Dragon Palace had all reached the heaven's origin realm. Boom, 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 boom. In a new dragon field of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the combat strength of the dragon field with a smile on his face.
In the front, more than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace were engaged in a chaotic battle.
They were sparring. The experts of the Dragon Palace were improving very quickly. One of the most important points was that the experts of the Dragon Palace could spar and fight together.
This allowed their experience to improve rapidly.
Little Xian, the strength of our Dragon Palace is getting stronger and stronger. With so many heaven origin creation realm experts, can we be considered invincible? At this moment, Guan Shuqing and the other girls flew over and looked at him with a smile. You said that the Dragon Palace is almost invincible. Are we also pregnant with some babies? Huh?
Invincible?
Hee. There's still some distance to be made. Wang Xian looked at them and chuckled. However, if you want babies, it's not impossible. After all, we have already stabilized. Xiao Xian, I want a girl. I want a little dragon girl. I want a boy. I want a little prince. Hee. When Wang Xian said he wanted a child, the group of girls became excited.
They had been following Wang Xian for hundreds of millions of years. Now, their strength had already reached the heaven's origin realm.
In addition, the Dragon Palace's current strength was already strong enough. Naturally, wanting children had become one of their thoughts. Wang Xian also felt that he could have some small babies.
However, at their level, the birth of a child was not that simple.
In order to have a child with higher potential and a better body, it would require a long time of nurturing.
Wang Xian began his child-making operation.
Buzz buzz.
Buzz buzz.
However, a sudden message came 1,000,000 years later.
Dragon King, Dragon King.
In the back garden of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was accompanying a group of girls.
Prime Minister Gui suddenly rushed over and shouted at Wang Xian. His voice sounded anxious.
Ha!
Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the anxious Prime Minister Gui. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's the matter, Prime Minister Gui?"
Dragon Palace. A member of the Dragon Palace Alliance has encountered an incident and was invaded, Prime Minister Gui said. Oh, is that so?
There are actually experts from other universes who dared to invade a member of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Wang Xian had a look of surprise on his face as well. He was extremely astonished. This was not a small matter to the Dragon Palace Alliance. This was the first universe to be invaded. It would have a big impact on the Dragon Palace Alliance.
If it was not handled properly, it would affect the reputation of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
There are devil altars in every universe. I'll make a trip there myself, Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui. Dragon King, I'll go with you.
Prime Minister Gui said the powerhouse who was invaded by the universe is not in his universe but in the land of origin. We can bring them there. This is the first time something like this has happened. Our Dragon Palace has to handle it properly.
All right, call and lie over. We'll make a trip to the Dragon Palace Alliance before heading to that universe. Wang Xian nodded his head. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately and retreated. Xiao Xian, we are so powerful yet the other party dares to provoke us. Did the other party come prepared? Lan Qingyue spoke from the side.
I don't think so. Wang Xian shook his head. The universe and the chaos is as numerous as the stars. Other than the surroundings of the land of origin, the powerhouses from other places are unaware of the existence of the Dragon Palace Alliance. It is very likely that they are powerhouses from the distant universe.
Yes, be careful.
Lan Qingyue and the rest nodded.
Hee, don't worry. Do you still need to worry about your husband's strength?
Wang Xian smiled.
It had been so long since Wang Xian had fused with the Primal Chaos Stone. It had already reached 20%. However, it would take at least a few billion years for the complete fusion to be completed. Wang Xian had no idea what would happen after the complete fusion.
However, he believed that he would be able to achieve a significant increase in his strength when that time came.
Dragon King.
Not long after, Prime Minister Gui and Enlai rushed over. All right, let's go.
Wang Xian nodded.
Buzz.
Enlai moved and brought them to the main hall of the Dragon Palace Alliance in the Land of Origin. Carefree Universe. Carefree Universe. Carefree Universe.
Prime Minister Turtle shouted as they flew out of the main hall of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
At the same time, in the palaces around the Dragon Palace Alliance,
almost all the experts here flew over.
The news that a universe had been invaded had spread throughout the Dragon Palace Alliance. This was the first time something had happened to the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance. All the members hoped that the Dragon Palace could help them resolve this matter.
Prime Minister Gui.
Two middle-aged men flew over quickly from the front. When they saw Wang Xian's figure, their faces lit up again. Sir Dragon King, you're here too. I'll settle this matter for you guys personally. I'd like to see which reckless person dares to provoke our Dragon Palace Alliance. Wang Xian nodded at them and said, Thank you, Dragon King. The two of them thanked him immediately.
Let's go, we will go there directly.
Prime Minister Gui said to them. Yes. The two of them nodded and came to the front.
Buzz. The next moment, they moved and disappeared.
When they reappeared, they were already in the Carefree Universe.
The Shaoya universe was a relatively weak universe.
There were not many powerful disciples in the universe. The place where they teleported was the center of the Shaoyao universe. Dragon King, the intruders are in the north of our universe. A large number of intruders are slaughtering the living beings in our universe.
Wan Xiao pointed in a direction and reported to Wang Xian with a gloomy face. Hurry over through the teleportation formation. Wang Xian nodded. He couldn't sense the location of the intruders due to the distance.
Yes. Wan Xiaoyao and the rest responded immediately. They came to the teleportation formation and rushed over with Wang Xian and the rest.
After more than a dozen transmissions, they arrived in front of a planet in the Shaoya universe.
Dragon King, it's ahead. That's the northern kingdom of our Shaoyao universe. We can't continue to teleport. If we do, we might enter the center of the enemy. Wan Xiaoyao pointed to the north and continued to report. I can sense it. Let's go and take a look. I want to see which universe it is.
Wang Xian's gaze froze. He could sense the thick bloody scent coming from the north.
It was not just the scent of blood. There was also an evil scent. Let's go.
His body moved and energy enveloped Prime Minister Gui and the rest.
Following that, he flew over at a terrifying speed. Buzz buzz.
Buzz buzz.
With their continuous teleportation, Wang Xian appeared in front of the universes after more than 10 hours. Roar, roar, roar.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Roar. As soon as they arrived at this area, a series of roars could be heard. All kinds of voices filled the entire space.
Damn this guy.
Wan Xiaoyao and the others looked ahead, their eyes red and filled with anger.
In front of them was a large area of life planets, and at this moment on the life planets, a large number of demons were crazily devouring the living beings.
All the living beings had faces full of fear and despair. However, facing these demons, they didn't have the ability to resist. This group of demons were all huge and incomparably ferocious.
Their entire bodies were dark and blood red, emitting a bloodthirsty aura.
At this moment, in the air, there was a figure with blood-red wings. The figure with a bat-like head was floating in the air. His blood-red eyes were staring at the surroundings, and he was laughing with his mouth wide open.
Who are you people?
How dare you come to our carefree universe to wreak havoc? You're courting death. Wan Xiaoyao and the rest stared at the demon with blood-red wings in the sky. Their eyes revealed a cold killing intent.
The demon with blood-red wings looked at Wang Xian and the rest. His eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust.
The heaven's origin of this universe? He stared at them. His blood-red eyes slowly emitted a glow. Are you inviting helpers?
Let me experience your strength. He.
Voila! The eyes of the demon with blood-red wings emitted a bloodthirsty glow. He flapped his wings and slashed a bloody scar. Then he charged toward Wang Xian and the rest. The terrifying aura and the overwhelming bloody smell assaulted them.
All kinds of negative energy surged over.
Even an ordinary Heaven's Origin powerhouse would probably feel dizzy under this negative energy.
Control level, you're courting death.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a cold expression as he watched the demonic god charging at them. Buzz.
He waved his arm and a surge of energy directly restrained his body.
What?
The demon god was instantly restrained by the terrifying energy.
Feeling that his entire body could not move, his blood-red eyes looked at Wang Xian, who was reaching out his hand to grab at him. His face revealed a look of horror and shock. This is impossible. He roared loudly and wanted to break free. Bang! However, in the next moment, his body arrived in front of Wang Xian.
Wang Xian's arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed his body. He stared at him coldly.
What universe are you guys from? As he spoke, he gestured to Wan Xiaoyao and the rest. All of you die. You killed the disciples of our universe. Die, die, die.
Wan Xiaoyao and the rest moved their bodies and attacked all the demons in front of them. These demons were at the level of the weak ones, and the strong ones had already reached the Overlord realm. However, they were still not enough to face the existence of the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm.
You can't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm from the Evil Sequence faction. If you kill me, our Evil Sequence faction will not let you off. The demonic god with blood-red wings stared at Wang Xian. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Xian's body and shouted out involuntarily, "Evil Sequence faction?" Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. How did the guy from the Evil Sequence faction end up here?
Isn't the Evil Sequence faction having a big battle with the Justice Alliance?
I think you are an imposter, right? Wang Xian exerted force with his palm, causing his body to begin to transform. Ah! The blood-red-winged demon god let out a blood-curdling scream. I am an expert from the Evil Sequence faction. Our battle with the Justice Alliance has ended.
You have just ended and you want to invade our universe? Wang Xian's gaze turned cold as he stared at him coldly.
The deathly silent energy began to surge into his body.
If you dare to kill me, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely.
The blood-red-winged demon god let out a miserable cry. Wang Xian ignored him and slowly extinguished his life force. Whoosh! He waved his arm and grabbed at a demon who was at the peak of the Dominator realm. That demon was instantly caught by Wang Xian. Soul Catcher.
The Soul Catcher's power was unleashed and streams of information entered Wang Xian's mind.
Ha! From the information obtained from this demon, they were indeed the universe of the Evil Sequence faction. The war between the Evil Sequence faction and the Justice Alliance had indeed ended.
It could also be said that both sides had temporarily stopped fighting. Both sides had been fighting for more than 100 million years.
There were 100 to 200 deaths and injuries among the Heaven creation level powerhouses. There were even more deaths and injuries among disciples of their level. Overall, the Evil Sequence faction had the upper hand.
As for the Justice Alliance, they had suffered heavy losses.
During the period of the truce, both sides had stopped fighting. And now, the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence faction had decided to invade other universes to recover their strength. Yes, the Evil Sequence faction had decided to attack other universes while the Justice Alliance was recuperating. During this period, the Justice Alliance would not make a move against them. In addition, this war between the Evil Sequence faction and the Justice Alliance had let all the universes know that joining the Justice Alliance did not mean safety.
There was still the risk of death, and there was still the risk of being invaded. Now, many universe masters from the Evil Sequence alignment camp had set their sights on the space in the land of origin.
They were not the only ones who had invaded the Carefree universe. In another place, there was a demon god at the control level leading his disciples to slaughter and devour living beings. Their race's cultivation method. As long as they devoured a large number of living beings, their strength would be enhanced. It was a cruel race that fed on other living beings. Prime Minister Gue, I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the other side. There are 2 experts at the control level who have invaded the Carefree universe. There's another one in that direction. I'll go and kill it, Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue. His body moved and he flew in that direction quickly. 3 days later, Wang Xian arrived in another void. However, when he arrived, all that was left was a broken planet. All the demons had escaped. They must have received a message from another place. However, can you guys escape? Wang Xian took out the lamp of divination and divined the auras of these demons. He realized that these demons had yet to escape from the carefree universe.
Wang Xian flew over quickly and pursued them at a terrifying speed. 10 days later, Wang Xian arrived at a piece of void space and saw a large number of demons flying out of the carefree universe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons, and they were exuding a terrifying aura. The leader was a powerful demon god with a pair of demon horns and a mouth that occupied half of its head. Bright red blood was flowing from his body. His triangular pupils were filled with a cold aura.
He had a long snake tail.
Since you are here, you should stay here forever. You dare to invade the universe of the Dragon Palace Alliance? Die!
Wang Xian's cold voice that was filled with killing intent enveloped all the demons.
Following that, the space around them began to tremble.
Waves of terrifying spatial energy sliced through their bodies.
Oh no, they are chasing us?
When the demon god with the snake tail heard Wang Xian's voice and sensed the changes in the surrounding space, his expression changed drastically. Not long after his companion died, he received a message.
Without hesitation, he led his subordinates and prepared to leave. However, he did not expect to be caught and locked onto so quickly.
He moved his hand and took out a treasure. Without any hesitation, he crushed it. He wanted to escape. Boom! Boom! The expert with the snake tail had yet to crush the escape treasure in his hand. An extremely terrifying aura landed on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. He revealed a terrified expression. What level of expert is this? I can't even escape. His eyes were filled with fear. The next time we invade the universe, let's see who is guarding it. Die! Wang Xian's figure flashed and appeared above his head. His heaven's origin golden eyes shone directly at him.
The terrifying energy landed directly on his body and penetrated through his body. In the surrounding area, all the demons and devils saw their demon god being killed. Fear and despair appeared on their faces.
Boom! Wang Xian's body shook and a wave of energy swept across the surroundings. The powerful energy killed all the demons. Wang Xian watched this scene calmly and collected all the corpses.
Following that, his body moved and flew towards Prime Minister Gui and the rest.
10 days later, Wang Xian met Prime Minister Gui and the rest.
Dragon King, thank you for your help.
Wan Xiaoyao and the rest looked at Wang Xian and thanked him respectfully.
This time, there were 2 control-level existences among the invading demons. If there was no Dragon King and if they did not join the Dragon Palace Alliance, they would be doomed.
Their carefree universe would be completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Now, they were glad that they had joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. You are welcome. You are part of the Dragon Palace Alliance. The Dragon Palace will naturally protect you. Wang Xian shook his head lightly and said, We still have to thank the Dragon King. It's our fortune to be able to join the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Wan Xiaoyao and the rest were sincerely grateful.
Wang Xian waved his hand and said, All of you can handle the matters here. If there's anything else, contact Prime Minister Gui.
It's the Dragon King. Wan Xiaoyao and the rest nodded.
Let's go.
Wang Xian gestured to Prime Minister Gui before calling and lie over.
Prime Minister Gui, adjust the war situation between the Evil Alignment Camp and the Justice Alliance. Let's see what the situation is like now.
After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking to Prime Minister Gui.
Now that there were experts from the Evil Alignment Camp coming over, it was obvious that something had happened.
Wang Xian needed to know more about it. He also needed to know more about the Dragon Palace Alliance. After all, the Dragon Palace was no longer a single faction. Instead, it had a large number of members. He needed to know more about the powerful forces in the outside world.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded. I'll send the powerhouses to the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction now. Yes, from the Justice Alliance, you just need to understand the situation through the Justice Alliance's Tianyuan communicator. The Evil Sequence camp should have a corresponding communicator too. Let me get some for you when the time comes.
Wuxia instructed them one by one.
Prime Minister Gue nodded his head.
The experts from the evil sequence camp have come to the land of origin. I hope they don't have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I'm afraid a war will break out. Wuxia muttered to himself when he saw Prime Minister Gue leaving. However, if the evil sequence faction really had ulterior motives, Wuxia wouldn't be worried.
At worst, a war would break out. If he was forced into a corner, Wuxia would form an alliance with the Justice Alliance. He believed that the evil sequence faction wouldn't dare to rashly provoke the Dragon Palace Alliance.
However, at the same time it was located in a dark and chaotic void.
An enormous mountain range was floating in the chaos domain.
It was a magical mountain range with endless peaks. The entire mountain range exuded a violent and chaotic aura. Within the endless mountain range, there were large amounts of living beings roaring and cultivating.
This was the base camp of the evil sequence faction. It was also a special region of chaos like the Land of Origin and the Berserk region. Compared to the Land of Origin and the Berserk region, this place was almost completely occupied by the powerhouses of the evil sequence faction.
Above a mountain peak, two newly resurrected demon gods gathered together, their expressions unsightly.
They had just experienced a great battle with the Justice Alliance over 100 million years ago, and now they wanted to recover some of their vitality and see if they could increase the strength of their disciples.
In the end, they came to a weak universe but were killed by an unknown expert.
They had already known about the carefree universe in advance. There were only two existences that had just entered the Tianyuan blessed realm in the entire universe. But in the end, such a terrifying existence suddenly appeared.
An existence that could instantly kill them.
They believed that even an ordinary great Tao existence wouldn't be able to do so.
Even in the evil sequence faction, there were not many who could kill them in an instant. Damn it, we got off on the wrong foot. Send this information to the communicator and ask about the situation.
Most of the evil sequence faction fought for themselves.
Even in the Great War against the Justice Alliance, with chaos-level existences supervising the battle, the evil sequence faction champions could not be as united as the Justice Alliance. Fortunately, their evil sequence faction was strong enough.
Now, they were in a truce with the Justice Alliance.
And their war against the Justice Alliance this time had a special meaning. The war was to tell all the universes that joining the Justice Alliance might not necessarily be safe. It was to prevent the Justice Alliance from becoming stronger and stronger.
And that was indeed the case in this battle. As for the losses of the evil sequence faction and their disciples, they didn't care. Because within the evil sequence faction, as long as they had enough blood food, they could quickly increase their strength. Greedy snake?
You were hunted down by the strong in the Land of Origin? You provoked the powerful universe there?
When Greedy Snake and the others sent the message to the group chat of the evil sequence faction, a powerhouse immediately asked in surprise. Yes. An unknown powerhouse instantly killed us.
Greedy Snake immediately replied.
I've received a piece of news. A powerful alliance called the Dragon Palace Alliance has been born in the Land of Origin. It's said that the leader of the Dragon Palace Alliance has the power of chaos. The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance are all weak universes in the Land of Origin.
This Dragon Palace Alliance has more than 100 heavenly fate powerhouses.
That's not important. What's important is the existence at the primal chaos level. It's hard to imagine that such a powerful existence has been born in the Land of Origin. I wonder what kind of fortune it has obtained. Soon, a message appeared in the group.
This message caused quite a stir. A primal chaos existence has been born in a small Land of Origin?
How is this possible? I'm going to lead my subordinates to invade the Land of Origin. Dragon Palace Alliance?
A chaos-level being?
That's troublesome. Then shouldn't we pay attention to the universes around the Land of Origin? Those weak universes can't be invaded.
In the group, some experts from the evil sequence faction couldn't help but discuss.
The powerhouses of the evil sequence faction had their own plans. Now, their plan was to invade the universe in the Land of Origin.
To increase their strength with the food of the universe in the Land of Origin.
But now, a Dragon Palace Alliance and a chaos-level existence suddenly appeared in the Land of Origin. This had a huge impact on their plans.
Provoking a chaos-level existence was definitely not a wise choice. even if their evil sequence faction was powerful enough.
In the group chat of the evil sequence faction, a large number of powerhouses were discussing. However, a few months later, in the group chat, an important powerhouse of the evil sequence alliance issued an order.
Search for blood food in the land of origin, avoid the power of the Dragon Palace Alliance, and do not provoke the leader of the Dragon Palace Alliance, the Dragon Palace Dragon King. Do not provoke the powerful universe power of the Nine Origin universe. When this news was released, it shocked many experts of the evil sequence alliance. So, this Dragon Palace Alliance Dragon King really has the power of chaos? Has it been completely verified?
An existence of the primal chaos level. It's too difficult to advance in this realm. I really don't know what kind of powerful serendipity the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace obtained to be so powerful.
The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance are all those weak universes. Doesn't this mean that if we want to invade next, we have to face those powerful universes? There are also some weak universes that have not joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. This requires us to search for them ourselves. In addition, the divination universe in the land of origin seems to be very powerful.
There are 3 existences at the level of Great Tao, and they also possess divination powers. They should not be provoked. In the group chat, some powerhouses from the evil sequence camp were discussing and sharing information one by one. Wang Xian didn't know about the information from the evil sequence camp. With the appearance of the evil sequence camp, the carefree universe was invaded. In less than a month, the news of the Dragon King killing all the intruders had caused quite a stir in the Dragon Palace Alliance and the land of origin. Especially in the Dragon Palace Alliance, all the members were very excited when they received the news. The situation in the carefree universe had shown all the members the great benefits of joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. All the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance knew that without the protection of the Dragon Palace and the help of the Dragon Palace, the carefree universe would be completely doomed.
With the strength of the carefree universe, it was impossible for it to resist this disaster.
It seems that joining the Dragon Palace Alliance is a wise choice. It's good to have the Dragon Palace as our backer. At least in the future, we won't have to worry about the safety of the universe. We can cultivate properly.
That's right, joining the Dragon Palace is indeed much easier now. In the past, we were always on edge during the calamity, but now it's much better. Hee hee.
The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance couldn't help but laugh as they chatted. Was it the invasion of the evil sequence camp? Joining the Dragon Palace Alliance is indeed a great benefit to the weak universe. At the land of origin, some experts muttered when they heard the news.
This Dragon King is a man of his word. It's a blessing for the weak universe.
In the land of origin, in the bamboo forest occupied by the divination universe, the 2 divination prophets were playing chess and talking with smiles on their faces.
Are the invaders from the evil sequence camp?
Is the war between them and the Justice Alliance over? Prophet Hong said with a smile. It's over. Those guys from the evil sequence camp are like vermin. Wherever they go, there will be blood. Sigh, it would be great if we could destroy them. The prophet on the other side sighed.
It's already considered good if they don't invade other universes. Destroying them?
That's impossible.
Prophet Hong shook his head.
Wang. At this moment, the 2 prophets suddenly felt something. They were slightly stunned and looked at each other. At the same time, they closed their eyes slightly and began to divine. We're in big trouble. There's going to be a bloodbath in the land of origin. After a long time, they opened their eyes, and their expressions were solemn.
They had divined that the many universes in the land of origin would face a disaster.
It's caused by the evil sequence alignment. Prophet Hong was slightly silent.
It's already good enough that we can protect ourselves. The prophet shook his head helplessly. Such a huge entity like the evil sequence faction was not something that they could stop.
It was not something that they could interfere with. They could only watch. Time passed day by day.
Wang Xian did not bring him to the Dragon Palace during this period of time. Instead, he came to the land of origin, the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Dragon King, I have obtained some information from the Justice Alliance. Not long after, Prime Minister Gue rushed over and reported to Wang Xian. What information? Tell me.
Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King, according to the information obtained by the disciples of the Dragon Palace, the war between the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction has ended. This time, the Justice Alliance has suffered a lot of damage. Dozens of universes have been attacked by the Evil Sequence experts. Countless disciples have been killed or injured. Prime Minister GUI reported, in addition, the Justice Alliance is currently taking a truce and rest. I estimate that they will recuperate for a period of time.
In addition, the Justice Alliance has always been on the passive side. The Evil Sequence faction has not invaded them, and they have always been on the defensive. According to my understanding, the Evil Sequence faction is much stronger than the Justice Alliance, but the Justice Alliance is more united.
Prime Minister GUI reported one by one. He also shared his analysis. Over at the Evil Sequence camp, they are waging war. It feels like they are using war to nourish themselves. As long as the outcome of the war is not too tragic, they will become stronger and stronger.
Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard Prime Minister Gui's words. This was because most of the universe in the Evil Sequence camp used blood and souls to increase their strength. This also resulted in them becoming stronger and stronger as they fought. The stronger they were, the more they fought. It was somewhat similar to the Dragon Palace.
But the Dragon Palace could directly convert resources into strength in the past.
But now it couldn't. However, the Dragon Palace also had a supreme treasure like the Primal Chaos, which could also quickly convert resources into strength.
The Justice Alliance is resting and reorganizing. The Evil Sequence faction might start a war here in the land of origin because they can fight to nourish the war, but the Justice Alliance can't do that.
I hope the Evil Sequence camp doesn't provoke us. Otherwise, we will play with them. We can support the war with war. The Dragon Palace can do that too. Wang Xian mumbled. Time passed day by day.
It had been 1,000,000 years since the carefree universe was invaded. During these 1,000,000 years, the surroundings of the land of origin were calm and peaceful.
Dragon King, according to our investigation in the Evil Sequence camp, they are preparing to target some neutral universes. The land of origin is one of their targets. According to the investigation, there are about 170 to 180 universes in the Evil Sequence faction. The powerhouses of the Evil Sequence faction are all stronger than them. Every universe has at least a master-level existence. Their overall strength is much stronger than the Justice Alliance. According to our speculation, there will be victories around the land of origin, and many universes will be invaded. 1,000,000 years later, the Dragon Palace conducted a survey on the Evil Sequence faction. They obtained a piece of information.
When Wang Xian received this information, he was a little surprised.
There were 170 to 80 universes in the Evil Sequence faction. Each universe had a control-level power. This was a very powerful power. One had to know that each universe had a control-level existence. There were 170 to 80 universes. This was 170 to 80 control-level existences. And a chaos-level existence was only equivalent to 9 control-level existences.
Overall, the experts of the Evil Sequence faction were still very powerful. However, there was one point. Chaos-level existences were more mobile and stronger individually. The Evil Sequence faction's champions lacked unity and they wouldn't rashly provoke a chaos-level existence.
That was because once they provoked a chaos-level existence,
a champion of this level could fight if they wanted to.
If they wanted to escape, they couldn't stop them. They could advance and retreat at will. A champion of this level, even a top-tier champion of the Evil Sequence faction, didn't want to provoke them.
Especially when they had an enemy like the Justice Alliance. The experts of the Evil Sequence faction are indeed stronger.
Wang Xian mumbled as he listened to the information reported by his subordinate. They were indeed very strong. If the experts of the Evil Sequence faction were to join forces, even if Wang Xian were to meet them, he wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Fortunately, the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence camp were not united. After the Dragon Palace obtained the information on the strength of the Evil Sequence camp, in less than 100,000 years, a universe in the land of origin was attacked by the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence camp. Dragon King, the Azure universe, was attacked by the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence camp. There are 6 powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan Blessed realm in the Azure universe. However, There are more than a dozen powerhouses of the evil sequence camp who invaded the Azure universe. The Azure universe is no match for them. Now, the living beings in the Azure universe have been massacred by the powerhouses from the evil sequence faction. There are countless casualties. Due to the invasion of the evil sequence faction, the Dragon Palace paid special attention to the evil sequence faction. 100,000 years later, Prime Minister Gue received a message and reported it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian received the message and nodded slightly.
Wang Xian wasn't surprised by this situation.
According to the information obtained by the Dragon Palace, the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence Alliance had set their target at the place of origin. As long as they don't invade the Dragon Palace Alliance, the Dragon Palace Alliance will not participate in it.
Wang Xian said.
The Evil Sequence Alliance was too powerful. Moreover, there were chaos-level existences in the Evil Sequence Alliance. Although the Dragon Palace Alliance was not weak, there was still a considerable gap between them and the Evil Sequence Alignment Camp.
As long as the Evil Sequence Alignment Camp did not provoke the Dragon Palace Alliance, Wang Xian would not provoke the Evil Sequence Alignment Camp either. Time continued to pass.
It had been 500 to 600 million years since the Cataclysm outbreak.
Currently, it was still in the early stages of the Cataclysm outbreak. However, as time passed, more and more universes around the Land of Origin were being attacked by the powerhouses from the Evil Sequence faction. More than a dozen universes were being attacked. Countless lives were being slaughtered.
Dragon King, there are already 14 universes that have been attacked by the Evil Sequence faction. Fortunately, the universes in the Dragon Palace Alliance have not been attacked. Prime Minister GUI reported the information about the Evil Sequence faction in real time.
Wang Xian nodded slightly when he received the information. The experts from the Evil Sequence faction did not invade the universe of the Dragon Palace Alliance. They must have investigated and deliberately did not attack the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
It should be. After all, you are in charge of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Even the powerful Evil Sequence faction has to consider your strength. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile on his face. Yes, no matter what, we have to be prepared. Tell all the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance to come to the Dragon Palace Alliance for a discussion. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, Wang Xian had to be fully prepared to fight against the Evil Sequence faction. If the Evil Sequence faction really dared to invade the universe of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance, then the entire Dragon Palace Alliance would have to move. At the moment, the Dragon Palace Alliance wasn't weak. There were more than 90 Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm experts in the entire Dragon Palace Alliance, and with the strength of the Dragon Palace, there were around 190 of them.
190 Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm experts were much weaker than the Evil Sequence faction. However, they had to consider the consequences of becoming enemies with the Dragon Palace Alliance. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. I'll inform all the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance now.
Wang Xian nodded. Very soon, every member of the Dragon Palace Alliance received Prime Minister Gue's message.
When they received the message, they immediately rushed towards the Dragon Palace Alliance. They had some understanding of the recent situation of the universe around the Land of Origin. After all, more than a dozen universes had been invaded, so it was impossible for them not to have received this information.
Moreover, the universes that had been invaded weren't very weak.
After a few decades, all the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance had arrived at the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Recently, the area around the Land of Origin hasn't been peaceful. Many powerful universes have been invaded, and the powerful warriors of the Evil Sequence camp haven't been able to resist at all. Countless creatures have been killed, and it's extremely miserable. Yes, I know that. Many universes that are stronger than us have been attacked. Almost all the creatures of more than a dozen universes have been killed. It's too miserable.
Those guys from the Evil Sequence camp are too cruel. They feed on ordinary creatures and strengthen themselves by eating them. It's too detestable.
The Evil Sequence faction is still too powerful. I heard that they just had a huge war with the Justice Alliance, and they're currently in a truce period. The Evil Sequence faction likes to invade weak universes, but this time, other than the Carefree universe being invaded, none of our other universes have been invaded. According to the style of the Evil Sequence faction, they would first slaughter the weaker universes. We were not invaded because we are members of the Dragon Palace Alliance. After all, the Dragon King is a chaos-level existence. Even the evil sequence faction does not want to provoke a chaos-level existence. Indeed, it is all thanks to the Dragon King that so many universes of ours were not invaded. The evil sequence faction definitely knows about our situation here. Haha, it is all thanks to us joining the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Damn you, Dragon King. The last time the Carefree universe was invaded, the Dragon King personally took action and took care of them in less than a month. The experts of the evil sequence faction also have to consider the consequences of going against us, Dragon King. Indeed, this time, the Dragon King summoned us to talk about the evil sequence faction.
Haha, I'm glad we joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. If we didn't, I'm sure that at least half of our universes have been invaded by the evil sequence faction. In the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance, the members gathered together and chatted with each other with smiles.
Now, they had experienced the benefits of joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. Now, they had witnessed the situation in the universe around the land of origin.
In this situation, they hadn't been invaded because of the Dragon King. It was their wisest choice to join the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Everyone, let's gather.
At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle's voice echoed in everyone's ears.
When the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance heard it, they immediately flew towards the main hall. Greetings, Dragon King. When they saw Wang Xian in front of them, more than 90 experts bowed respectfully. You're welcome. Take a seat. This time, I'm gathering everyone to have a simple chat. Wang Xian looked at all the experts and extended his hand with a smile on his face. Please speak, Dragon King. We will definitely cooperate with all of you.
An elder said with a smile on his face.
Hee, that's good. If there's anything, I'll just say it. Wang Xian nodded. Everyone should understand the current situation of the universe around the land of origin. The evil sequence faction is very strong. Fortunately, they didn't invade the universe of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance. However, we have to be prepared just in case. Everyone is now a member of the Dragon Palace Alliance. In my opinion, since we are members of the same alliance, we are friends with each other. If any members of the alliance were attacked by the evil sequence faction, we should be prepared to fight them. No matter what universe is attacked, we will do our best.
Wang Xian looked at them and spoke solemnly.
It's the Dragon King. I agree with your point of view. Our members are all weak universes. If we were to be attacked by the evil sequence camp, we should be united. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, there were experts who agreed and nodded heavily. I agree as well. We are weaker, so we should form a team to keep them warm. If the evil sequence camp were to invade us, we will let them know how powerful we are. The experts beside him also echoed. Everyone, don't worry. Since you have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance, unless you start an all-out war with the evil sequence faction, you don't have to take action. I will settle it myself. Wang Xian looked at them and said,
Dragon King, we understand the current situation. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that our weak universes would have been invaded by the evil sequence faction long ago.
If they really invade any of our universes, we are willing to fight them. We also understand that only unity can make us stronger and prevent us from being invaded. A universe master said with a serious face. The surrounding masters also nodded.
They also understood that if they fell behind, they would be beaten.
After the Dragon Palace Alliance was established, a group of like-minded universe experts often gathered together. The Dragon Palace Alliance was like a bond, allowing many experts to get to know each other and become close friends. If the experts from the evil sequence camp really invaded one of their universes, they wouldn't be afraid at all under the leadership of the Dragon King. After all, the Dragon King was a primal chaos-level existence.
All right, as long as everyone has this idea. There's nothing to be afraid of from the evil sequence faction. If they dare to invade our universe, our Dragon Palace will take action to settle it. If they want to start an all-out war, our entire Dragon Palace Alliance will accompany them to the end.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Dragon King, with you around, we will not retreat. If they really invade any of our universes, we are willing to lend a hand.
The group of powerhouses said seriously.
All right, don't worry. If there is a war, the Dragon Palace will be in front of you.
Wang Xian said seriously. If they took out quotas to join the Dragon Palace would not treat them as pawns. They would treat them as pawns that could be discarded.
If there was really a war, the Dragon Palace would stand in front of them. This was a matter of principle. Dragon King, don't worry. We've become acquainted with each other because of you. If there's really a war with the evil sequence camp, we'll fight to the death. So what if we die once?
Haha. Because of you, Dragon King, we'll have a much easier time in this calamity. An old man laughed and said, That's true. If the evil sequence camp dares to invade us, we'll dare to stand with them. Our Dragon Palace alliance isn't weak, especially with the Dragon King around. The surrounding experts echoed. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. Hehe. Everyone, don't worry. The evil sequence faction will not deliberately provoke us.
Wang Xian smiled and said to them, however, everyone should be mentally prepared. We are not afraid of 10,000, but we are afraid of just a single possibility.
Dragon King, as long as you say the word, we can fight at any time.
An old man waved his hand and said, All right, everyone, continue to train hard. Hopefully more control-level powerhouses will be born. Hehe. Wang Xian smiled and said, All right, Dragon King. Now we don't have to worry about the situation in the universe. We can exchange pointers with everyone frequently and our strength will improve much faster than before. Haha. A powerhouse laughed. Wang Xian chatted with the experts of the Dragon Palace Alliance for a while before he started to cultivate in the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
Currently, Wang Xian could only wait for the fusion of the primal chaos stones to improve his strength.
This would take a long time.
Wang Xian didn't have any good ideas either.
He had been cultivating in the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance and had been paying attention to the situation in the outside world. As time passed, more and more universes around the land of origin were being attacked by the powerhouses of the evil sequence faction.
There were even powerhouses of the great Tao-level evil sequence faction who appeared and invaded one universe. In less than 10 million years, there had been more than 30 universes that had been invaded. There were more than 100 universes around the land of origin. Now, a third of the universes had been attacked. Once the universes were attacked, all lives were destroyed and countless lives were massacred. Flesh and blood were devoured and souls were absorbed. It was extremely cruel.
Wang Xian even saw that there were other universe masters who had escaped to the land of origin. Looking at the information one by one, he frowned slightly.
The aggressiveness of the powerhouses from the evil sequence faction was much stronger than what Wang Xian had imagined. Damn the evil sequence faction. Our universe has been invaded by more than a dozen powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. We are no match for them at all. Now, the living beings in our universe are being massacred by them. Why aren't there any powerful existences who have completely destroyed them?
Our universe has also been invaded. I've already fought them twice. I've already died twice, but there's still nothing I can do. I can only bring my core disciples to my storage space.
They're too cruel and bloody. Right now, there are more than 30 universes in our land of origin that have been massacred by them. There are countless living beings here.
The experts of the evil sequence faction are too strong. This time, they have at least 100 to 200 Heaven Origin Blessed Realm existences around our land of origin. It's impossible to resist them.
Now, apart from the universes that have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance, about half of the universes have been invaded. The mid-level universes are basically doomed. It's hard to say whether the stronger universes will be invaded. Those that have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance haven't been attacked. The evil sequence faction must be afraid of the Dragon King's strength and the threat of chaos. I wonder if the Dragon Palace Alliance will help us now that we have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. Let's try joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. Let's go and ask the Dragon Palace Alliance. As more and more universes were invaded, some powerhouses were terrified.
Some of those who were invaded wanted to be rescued. They immediately thought of the Dragon Palace Alliance.
This was because all those who joined the Dragon Palace Alliance were weak universes. But now, none of these weak universes were attacked. The evil sequence camp was obviously worried about the Dragon King's strength.
So now they also wanted to join the Dragon Palace Alliance and pray for the Dragon King's protection.
And those universes that had not been invaded were also feeling apprehensive. The evil sequence camp's offensive was too fierce now. There were too many experts who came here. Once the other universes were destroyed, would they join forces and invade them?
Even if their universe was very strong, the other side was stronger.
They had to be prepared. And if they wanted to resist the invasion, there were two ways: to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. But to join the Dragon Palace Alliance, they had to pay a price.
The second was to find other universe masters and form an alliance together to resist the possible invasion.
But to form an alliance, it wasn't that easy. There were too many things and benefits involved.
Regardless, there were already experts taking action. Dragon King, there are experts from other universes who are here. They want to join our Dragon Palace Alliance and receive our protection. However, they are currently being attacked by the evil sequence faction. I rejected them directly.
Prime Minister Gui came to Wang Xian and reported a situation to him. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and agreed with Prime Minister Gui's action. He didn't join the Dragon Palace Alliance at that time. Now that he was invaded, Wang Xian wouldn't agree to join the Dragon Palace Alliance.
This was because once he agreed, it would mean that he was provoking the evil sequence faction. This meant that he was going to start a war against the evil sequence faction. The Dragon Palace Alliance was not stupid enough to do such a thing.
Dragon King, I think that there might be unattacked universes joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. We can agree to their joining.
In addition, I suggest that the threshold for joining the Dragon Palace Alliance should be raised. After all, if we agree to their joining now, we will have to take a certain risk. Prime Minister Gui continued his suggestion.
All right. The following universes that want to join should be quite strong. There might not be any spots in their universe. If there aren't any spots, we will ask them to provide sufficient resources. Wang Xian pondered for a moment. He then said, in addition, we have to tell them that once they join the Dragon Palace Alliance, the universes of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance will be invaded. If there is a war with the evil sequence alignment camp, they will have to take action. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded.
Prophet Hong, now that the experts of the evil sequence alignment are wreaking havoc here, we have to stick together. Otherwise, we might be attacked by them. The divination universe has great prestige around our land of origin. Let's form an alliance. What do the two prophets think?
At the same time, in the bamboo forest where the universe divination was located in the land of origin, more than 20 figures emitting powerful auras stood in the courtyard. They looked at the two prophets in front of them and spoke.
Everyone, I'm afraid that our divination of the universe will be difficult.
Prophet Hong and the prophet looked at each other and shook their heads bitterly. If the two of you say that it will be difficult, who else can shoulder this responsibility?
The burly middle-aged man in front said.
He was also a great Tao existence. Although he was very strong and the universe he lived in was also very strong, the current situation forced him to make preparations. A powerful alliance was necessary. Establishing an alliance isn't that simple, especially one that fights against the evil sequence faction. Prophet Hong shook his head and said, we don't need to fight against the evil sequence faction to build an alliance. We only need to protect ourselves. An expert beside him said, as long as the divination universe is willing to build an alliance, we can definitely gather a large number of experts. Not to mention anything else, there will be at least 20 to 30 universes willing to join. Furthermore, these universes aren't weak.
By then, we can gather more than 100 Tian Yuan Blessed Realm experts. Yes, Prophet Hong has no divination universe. As long as your divination universe is willing to make a move with your strength and prestige, together with us, you can definitely build a powerful alliance. At that time, our overall strength will be even stronger than the Dragon Palace Alliance. The burly middle-aged man looked at Prophet Hong and the others and continued to persuade them.
I'm sorry, everyone. Prophet Hong and the prophet both shook their heads and directly refused.
Sci-Fi.
The surrounding experts were helpless. We don't have the idea to form any force, but we do have the idea to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. Please go ahead. Prophet Hong and the prophet directly sent them off.
Join the Dragon Palace Alliance? Hearing their words, the experts were stunned. They slightly frowned, bowed, and left. After the experts left, Prophet Hong's grandson put away his tea set and couldn't help but look at his grandpa and the others. Grandpa, why don't we agree with them?
Why do we still want to join the Dragon Palace Alliance?
He was a little puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Kid, you've suffered a loss once. Haven't you learned your lesson?
Prophet Hong looked at his grandson and lectured him.
The young man was slightly stunned. He pondered for a moment and a look of realization appeared on his face.
I get it. Because we divine the universe and have a special divination power, if we agree to form an alliance with them, then there will really be a great war with the evil sequence camp. The evil sequence camp's champions, the first to be killed, will be our divination champions. In addition, the evil sequence camp has chaos-level existences. We are not afraid of anything. If we are targeted, we will be their first target.
And if we join the Dragon Palace Alliance, that Dragon King is a chaos-level existence and can protect us. If there is a war with the evil sequence camp, there will be a Dragon King in front of us. The young man said.
Hee, that's right. Prophet Hong smiled and nodded. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. The prophet also nodded. We only want to protect ourselves and nothing else. The current Dragon Palace Alliance only wants to protect themselves and nothing else. I heard that the Dragon King is here in the land of origin. Let's go visit that Dragon King later. Okay, prepare the treasures. If the Dragon King doesn't have any other ideas, we'll join the Dragon Palace Alliance. There are too many experts from the evil sequence camp this time, so we have to be prepared.
Prophet Hong nodded.
The prophet nodded. Not long after, the two flew into the Dragon Palace Alliance. Dragon King, Prophet Hong and the prophet who have divined the universe have come to pay their respects. In the main hall, Prime Minister Gui came in and reported once again.
Oh? Why are they here? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and gestured to Prime Minister Gui. Let them in.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Greetings, Dragon King. Sorry for disturbing you. Soon, Prophet Hong and Prophet Hong arrived and greeted Wuxia respectfully. Hee, what a rare guest. May I know why the two prophets are here?
Wuxia smiled and gestured for them to move to the side. Dragon King, I'm sure you are aware of the situation outside. Our divination universe is also a little restless and wants to find a place to settle down. If the Dragon Palace Alliance is only for security, our divination universe also wants to seek protection.
Prophet Hong looked at Wuxia and made it clear.
Oh? You guys are interested in the Dragon Palace Alliance?
With the strength of the divination universe, there's no need to seek shelter, right? Prophet Hong, you three divination prophets are in charge. Even the evil sequence camp has to respect you.
Wuxia looked at them in surprise. To be honest, Dragon King, according to our divination, the land of origin is not peaceful. We can't guarantee that we can be alone. Joining the Dragon Palace Alliance is also a result of our careful consideration.
The prophet said, of course, we join the Dragon Palace Alliance because we hope that the Dragon Palace Alliance will be like us. It is for the sake of self-preservation.
If we take the initiative to start a war, we will not participate. There is still a huge gap between the strength of our Dragon Palace Alliance and that of the evil sequence camp. Naturally, we will not take the initiative to provoke them. However, if the evil sequence camp invades the universe of the Alliance members, then we will be prepared for a great war.
This is the principle of our Dragon Palace Alliance.
The Dragon Palace Alliance will not invade and will not start any war. However, if they are invaded, they will definitely retaliate. Wuxia looked at them and said.
Prophet Hong looked at each other and nodded. He then looked at Wuxia and said, Dragon King, we do not have any spots for breakthrough in the divination universe. We have a few powerful treasures here. In addition, if you need divination, we can help you with your divination for free. I wonder if you can join the Dragon Palace Alliance. As Prophet Hong and the rest spoke, they moved their palms and a few treasures floated in the air. 2 weapons that were comparable to the Void Dragon Pool's Tai Chi Dragon Plate. There were also 2 special gemstones.
Each gemstone contained a terrifying amount of energy. Its power was not inferior to the 2 Heaven Origin Creation level treasures. For treasures and free divination in the future, this was a huge benefit to the Dragon Palace Alliance and even to the Dragon Palace. In addition, divining the universe and joining the Dragon Palace Alliance was a huge benefit to the strength of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Wuxia's eyes sparkled as he revealed a smile. He said seriously, It's the Dragon Palace Alliance's honor for the divination universe to be willing to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. Welcome. In the future, all of you will be members of the Dragon Palace Alliance. As long as I am around, I will stand in front of you if any members of the Alliance are invaded. Then, we will need you to take care of us in the future, Dragon King. Prophet Hong and the rest also smiled as they stood up and cupped their hands. I will announce the matter of the divination universe joining the Dragon Palace Alliance. In addition, I will also announce the basic rules of the Dragon Palace Alliance. It is only for self-preservation. Wang Xian nodded and spoke to them. It's the Dragon King. Prophet Hong and the rest nodded. Regarding the invasion of the evil sequence camp, did the universe divination predict something? Wang Xian looked at them and asked curiously. Wang Xian didn't expect the universe divination to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. From the looks of it, they might have divined something dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the Dragon Palace Alliance. Their strength wasn't weak. There are too many experts involved, and the universe is involved. We can't divine too many things. It'll be very chaotic here if we can only divine the origin. In this chaotic world, our ability to divine the universe isn't a good thing. Prophet Hong answered truthfully. There was a limit to the divination ability of the universe. Divination was related to one's own strength and the events they divined. It was very difficult for them to divine the situation of an area. Divining one's own future was not accurate at all. Wang Xian had a long conversation with Prophet Hong and the rest. It was mainly about their views on the current situation and the future direction and decisions of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Prophet Hong and the Prophet also made some suggestions. Wang Xian humbly accepted the suggestions of these two prophets. Divination of the universe. The three great prophets were all existences at the level of great Tao. Their divination ability, coupled with their own strength, could be said that the divination of the universe was indeed very powerful around the land of origin. In the past, when there was no Nine Origin universe and no Dragon Palace, the power of the divination universe here in the land of origin could be ranked first. Otherwise, the great beings of other powerful universes wouldn't have thought of inviting the three great prophets of the divination universe to establish an alliance. Because they indeed had this prestige. But unfortunately, they didn't know the scruples of the divination universe. This could not be said to be a scruple of divining the universe. Instead, it was because the three great prophets understood that if they really established an alliance and a war really broke out, there would definitely be disasters when they divined the universe. After all, they did not have the power of the chaos level. In the absence of absolute power, they were also the initiators of the alliance. When the war came, coupled with the uniqueness of their divination, who would die if they did not die? Even if they were very powerful. Wang Xian was very polite to them. After all, the Dragon Palace Alliance was indeed lacking the power of the Great Tao. However, when the Dragon Palace Alliance announced the joining of the universe divination, this news caused a huge sensation in the land of origin. What's going on? The universe divination has joined the Dragon Palace Alliance? No way. With the strength of the three great prophets, is there a need for them to join the Dragon Palace Alliance? No way. Could it be that the three great prophets of the divination universe predicted something and joined the Dragon Palace Alliance? Did they join the Dragon Palace Alliance because of some special signal? Is it possible that the divination universe predicted that there would be a disaster and joined the Dragon Palace Alliance so that they could get rid of this disaster? Just like now, dozens of universes have been invaded by the evil sequence faction, but none of the members of the Dragon Palace Alliance have any problems. Should we join the Dragon Palace Alliance as well? Fuck, the divination universe has joined the Dragon Palace Alliance, so I want to join too. In this situation, the terrifying powerhouses of the evil sequence faction could invade our universe at any time. If we join the Dragon Palace Alliance, the powerhouses of the evil sequence faction wouldn't dare to invade us. In the land of origin, the powerhouses from the universe were discussing. Some powerhouses headed straight for the Dragon Palace Alliance, wanting to join the Dragon Palace Alliance. At this moment, Wang Xian did not care about the situation in the outside world. When Prime Minister Gue led the two great prophets of the universe divination to the palace that was giving the universe divination, Wang Xian sized up the 4 treasures that the universe divination had sent over.
Wang Xian did not pay much attention to 2 of the weapons. If this weapon was given to the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, it could increase the strength of the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace by a lot. It was almost at the level of an old-timer who had just entered the beginner level. With the addition of 1 treasure, it could reach the level of control.
It was equivalent to the Dragon Palace adding 2 of the weakest powerhouses of the heaven's origin. The amount of money spent on divination was not small.
However, the 2 weapons did not surprise Wang Xian. What surprised him was the 2 gemstones.
The 2 gemstones were very strange, yet they contained terrifying energy.
This gemstone is very strange. Contains extremely terrifying energy. The energy in it can be absorbed. Regardless of the attribute, it can be directly absorbed to increase one's strength. The energy contained in this gemstone is comparable to that of the weakest beginner-level powerhouse. Strange. What attribute is this gemstone? It doesn't seem to be able to sense any attribute. However, if it is absorbed, it can enhance any attribute. It can be converted into metal, wood, water, fire, and other attributes. Wang Xian mumbled.
That wasn't the most important thing.
The most important thing was that Wang Xian realized that by absorbing the energy here, he could increase his fusion with the primal chaos gem. That's right. By absorbing the energy within, he could clearly feel that his fusion with the primal chaos gem had increased his experience bar. This was the first time Wang Xian discovered a treasure that could increase his fusion with the primal chaos stone. What a pleasant surprise. I feel that absorbing a gemstone can increase my fusion rate by 2%. If I have a large number of gemstones, I can completely fuse with the primal chaos stone. At that time, I might experience a metamorphosis, a true metamorphosis. This gemstone is very important. Wang Xian's mind stirred as he sensed Prophet Hong and the others not far away. He moved and teleported to the front of their palace instantly.
Prophet Hong, Prophet Fa. He came to the front and shouted,
Dragon King, please come in. Their voices came from inside.
Prophet Hong, I'm sorry to bother you. Where did you get these 2 gems that you just delivered?
Wang Xian looked at them and asked, Dragon King, are you talking about the Stone of Origin? The 2 prophets looked at Wang Xian and asked, Are they called the Stones of Origin? Wang Xian took out the 2 gemstones.
Yes, we call this gemstone the Stone of Origin. In addition, we call it the Stone of Karma. This is a very powerful and special gemstone. Any cultivator can absorb the energy in it to increase their strength.
This gem was born in the land of origin. It is the food of a giant beast of chaos. It is very difficult to obtain it. Even for us, we only have 2 pieces. We have used the rest.
Prophet Hong spoke.
The Stone of Origin and the Stone of Karma can be converted into any energy. Wang Xian mumbled. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the primal chaos gem. Could transform into anything. If you want to obtain it, is it easy?
Wang Xian looked at them and asked.
It's very difficult. Of course, with your strength, it might be easier. This Stone of Origin is located on the other side of the land of origin. There are 2 sides to the land of origin. The one we are in now is called the top. This place is relatively safer and is occupied by a group of powerhouses. The one below is pitch black and filled with all kinds of energy. There are also a lot of black holes. There are a lot of chaos behemoths there. There are many chaos behemoths at the Great Tao level. As for whether there are any at the chaos level, it is possible. The Stone of Origin was born there and is the food of the chaos behemoths. Of course, for the chaos behemoths, such powerful and precious food is rarely seen. Some of the chaos behemoths even fight for it. From the 2 prophets, Wang Xian had a detailed understanding of the land of origin. He also had an understanding of the Stone of Origin. Below the land of origin was the paradise of the giant beasts of chaos. There were a large number of giant beasts of chaos gathered there. These giant beasts of chaos spent most of their time living in the land of origin. Of course, there were also some who entered the boundless chaos to search for food, hunt, and so on.
The Stone of Origin was born at the location below the land of origin.
To the group of giant beasts of chaos, It was also an extremely precious food. Looks like I have to go down and take a look. Coincidentally, the resources of the Dragon Palace have been depleted. Hunting some giant beasts of chaos is an extremely huge resource. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to go and take a look. However, before he took action, he could let the two prophets who were divining the universe to perform a divination. He could see where the Stone of Origin was. The Stone of Origin was very important to Wang Xian. As long as he could fuse with the primal chaos stone, he would be able to mobilize more chaos energy. The power of chaos was much stronger than the energy in his body. When the power of chaos in his body was converted into sufficient strength, his strength would be enhanced. As for how much of an improvement, it would depend on the degree of fusion with the primal chaos stone. Prophets, can you perform divination on the Stone of Origin? Where can you divine a treasure like the Stone of Origin? Wang Xian asked Prophets Hong and the rest. Dragon King, you wish to search for the Stone of Origin? We can perform some divinations, but we can't divine the exact location. We can only divine an area. We need to search within an area. We have nothing to do now. We can go with you, Dragon King. Prophets Hong and the rest said. All right, then I'll have to trouble you two prophets. Wang Xian nodded and said, It's no trouble. The two of them shook their heads and looked at Wang Xian. Dragon King, come with us. The land of origin is still very far from here. If we fly there, we'll need a few hundred years. Show us the way. I'll lead you. Wang Xian nodded. The area of the land of origin was not smaller than a universe. In a universe, it would take thousands of years for an expert of the Great Tao level to fly from one side to the other. Wang Xian's speed was several times faster than theirs. It was much faster to bring them there. Even so, they only arrived at the bottom of the land of origin after 100 years. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. Just as they arrived at the bottom, the terrifying sound of a storm could be heard. The entire area in front of him was a terrifying storm. It was a storm with some gravel and emitted a dark glow. Dragon King. This place is called the Black Sandstorm. The prophet spoke to Wang Xian. We can perform a divination here. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the entire Black Sandstorm. The Black Sandstorm was located below the huge meteorite in the place of origin. The location below was the same as the location above. There were many holes. In this black sandstorm, there were some black holes that formed naturally. Once one entered these black holes, one would be transported to an unknown region. No one dared to attempt the teleportation of the distance from the black hole. One could not sense the existence of the gigantic beasts of chaos here. If the experts in the land of origin wanted to hunt the giant beast of chaos, most of them would be below. Of course, the giant beast of chaos would occasionally appear above the land of origin. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. At the side, Prophet Hong and the prophet did a divination to search for the whereabouts of the Stone of Origin. Dragon King, we have divined the existence of the Stone of Origin in a few locations. Soon, Prophet Hong's palm moved and a map appeared in front of him. This is a map under the land of origin. The map is not complete. According to our prediction, the Stone of Origin exists in this location, and these few locations. We can't divine the exact location. In addition, the location of the Stone of Origin may have the existence of giant beasts of chaos. We must be careful. Prophet Hong spoke one by one. All right, I won't trouble you, Prophet Hong. I'll go check it out myself. Wang Xian spoke to them. The two prophets nodded. It was easier for a chaos-level existence to act alone than to lead them. Wang Xian took the map given to him by Prophet Hong and looked at a few locations. Then he moved and entered the black sandstorm ahead. When he entered the black sandstorm, the power of the sandstorm surged toward his body. Even for those who had just entered the heaven's origin blessed realm, they had to use all their strength to resist the sandstorm. However, it was nothing to Wang Xian. When he arrived at the location inside, Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the black holes above him. Powerful chaotic beasts could appear at any time in these holes. One had to be exceptionally careful when moving around here. It would be dangerous if he was attacked by the beasts of chaos. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his pair of dragon eyes. The surroundings were pitch black.
Coupled with the influence of the black sand, his vision was greatly affected.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and felt the power of the black sand. He mobilized the power of chaos in his body and simulated the power of the black sand. Very soon, Wang Xian's body was surrounded by the black sand. It was as if he had become the black sand here and had become one with this place.
If I fuse perfectly with the primal chaos stone, I can transform my body into any material and can mobilize any energy.
Wang Xian muttered to himself as he looked forward to the arrival of this day.
He flew forward quickly. The cave entrance above him was like a terrifying abyss above his head. Wang Xian did not enter recklessly. After flying for a day, he arrived at a location that Prophet Hong and the rest had divined. According to the divination of Prophet Hong and the rest, there are origin stones in this area. However, this area is huge. In particular, these origin stones are most likely located in the black hole above. There are at least 1,000 black holes in this area.
Wang Xian looked at the map and swept his gaze across this area. He needed to check over 1,000 holes. It was completely unknown if there were any giant beasts of primordial chaos in these holes. The giant beasts of primordial chaos in the land of origin lived in groups.
Under normal circumstances, even if they were experts of the Great Tao, they would not dare to venture deep into the holes. It would be dangerous if he encountered a species of chaotic behemoths that lived in groups.
Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and performed a divination. However, he did not obtain any information. The divination he performed with the divination lamp could not be compared to the divination of the 3 great prophets of the universe.
Looks like I will have to search through the caves one by one. Wang Xian mumbled. Whoosh. Looking at a cave entrance, Wang Xian moved his body and flew straight upwards. Unlike the top of the land of origin, the cave entrance was facing downwards.
This place was facing upwards. Furthermore, these cave entrances could lead to an exit above.
This was similar to the entire universe being a meteorite. The interior was filled with various tunnels that had been dug. Wang Xian entered a cave entrance and proceeded to go deeper into the cave entrance. He scanned his surroundings.
He sensed the location of the origin stone.
There are a few more forks in the cave entrance. This is going to be troublesome. I'll have to waste a long time. After flying for a few hours, a fork appeared at the entrance of the cave. With the appearance of the fork, there were more places to look for. However, Wang Xian had no other choice. He could only search bit by bit. After going deep into a fork, Wang Xian searched and sensed.
After a few hours, another fork appeared. He could only search one by one. According to the scope of the divination by Prophet Hong and the rest, Wang Xian had searched for half a year for just one hole. Wouldn't it take 500 to 600 years to find these thousands of holes? Furthermore, the stone of origin might not be in the hole, but it might be in the rock. One would need to dig to find it. In this case, the probability of obtaining the stone of origin is too low. Let alone 100,000 years. One wouldn't be able to obtain one even if one was unlucky.
Wang Xian frowned slightly and mumbled.
This was indeed a huge problem. However, it made sense after thinking about it. It would be problematic if it was easy to obtain such a powerful treasure like the stone of origin.
I'll search for it bit by bit. It's fine if I can find the gigantic beasts of chaos. This is also an extremely huge resource.
Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to search through the holes one by one. Time passed day by day. There were many gigantic beasts of chaos in the land of origin. However, due to the huge area, it was not easy to find them. This was similar to how there were thousands of small fish in the sea. It was extremely difficult to catch these thousands of small fish.
After more than 100 years, Wang Xian entered another cave entrance and continued to go deeper. However, when he entered this cave entrance again, he sensed a special aura.
The aura that was left behind in this tunnel was different from the other caves. There is an obvious aura left behind by creatures. There might be giant beasts of primordial chaos in this cave entrance. Wang Xian's eyes focused as he thought to himself.
He followed this aura and continued to go deeper into the cave.
After passing through dozens of forks, Wang Xian could feel that the aura in front of him was even more intense.
I'm getting closer. It should be not far ahead. Wang Xian's eyes flickered.
An hour later, Wang Xian arrived at a relatively vast area. In front of him, there were over 1,000 forks. The aura of the creature remained at each fork.
Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and divined the exact location of the creature.
This time, the divination was successful. Wang Xian flew towards the entrance of a cave. After flying for more than 10 minutes, a gigantic beast of chaos appeared in his line of sight.
It was a gigantic beast of chaos that looked like a pangolin.
It was about 10,000 meters in size, and its color was exactly the same as the surrounding rocks. It lay there motionlessly and was resting. Based on its aura, it could be detected that this giant beast of chaos was equivalent to an experienced beginner-level beast.
Wang Xian swept his gaze around and made sure that there were no other giant beasts of chaos moving. In an instant, he arrived above the space beast.
The huge difference in strength caused this giant beast of chaos to not have the time to react. When Wang Xian arrived above him, the giant beast of chaos was alarmed and a violent aura erupted from its body. Similar to the space beast, the giant beast of chaos could only hunt and eat instinctively. When it encountered any living beings that contained energy, it would devour them. Some of the more violent giant beasts of chaos would attack directly regardless of their strength. Boom! Wang Xian moved his palm and a terrifying dragon claw struck the body of the chaotic beast. The terrifying force caused his vitality to disappear quickly.
Squeak, squeak!
It let out a terrified expression and its entire body emitted a luster. It wanted to use its powerful innate talent to escape. However, Wang Xian did not give it any chance. Chaotic energy surged into its body and caused it to stop moving slowly. It was completely exterminated. However, after Wang Xian killed this giant beast of chaos, a wave of energy attached itself to Wang Xian's body. This wave of energy carried a trace of hatred. Is this the mark of death that Prophet Hong and the others mentioned? After the giant beast of chaos in the land of origin died, the attacker would leave a mark of death on his body. This mark of death could easily absorb the attacks of other giant beasts of chaos.
This was similar to how Wang Xian was marked when he killed the gigantic beasts of chaos. This mark would attract the attacks of other gigantic beasts of chaos.
The mark of luring monsters. After the death mark appeared, most powerhouses would leave this place immediately for safety's sake. Then they would completely eliminate this mark. Otherwise, if they were to be attacked by more than 10 gigantic beasts of chaos, people would die. Every chaos behemoth possessed a powerful innate skill. Once they were surrounded by more than a dozen chaos behemoths, those of the same level would definitely die.
Even if they were surrounded by 4 or 5 chaos behemoths, they would still die.
I can get rid of this death mark on my own. However, it will still take tens of thousands of years.
Wang Xian muttered as he sensed the death mark on his body. He did not get rid of this death mark, nor did he have any intention of leaving this place.
Wang Xian was prepared to use this death mark to attract some giant beasts of primordial chaos over and then destroy them.
He had only been here for over 100 years, but he had already destroyed a giant beast of primordial chaos in over 100 years. It was a bloody profit.
Even if he did not find the stone of origin, it was still a bloody profit.
Continue to search.
After killing a giant beast of chaos, Wang Xian continued to search. He searched for another 300 years. He did not find the stone of origin, nor did he find the giant beast of chaos. Wang Xian did not find anything in the first divination area. Divination can only predict a huge area. It is still too difficult to find the stone of origin accurately. Wang Xian shook his head helplessly. This stone of origin might be among the rocks. It was impossible for Wang Xian to dig out every single rock. Helpless, he could only go to the next area and continue his search. Whoosh! His body moved and Wang Xian flew towards the next area. According to the information on the map, it would take half a year to fly to the next area. The distance was not far, but it was not close either. However, when Wang Xian was flying forward, he suddenly felt a wave of aura flying toward him.